Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Hurlbutt, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Robert Lang and Thelma Whiteley. Part 1, Calf Love.
To begin with the old rigmarole of childhood. In a country there was a shire, and in that shire there was a town, and in that town there was a house, and in that house there lived Dr. Gibson, his daughter Molly, 3 servants and 2 pupils. Mr. Gibson was a widower and seemed likely to remain so. His domestic affections were centred on little Molly, but even to her in their most private moments he did not give way to much expression of his feelings. His most caressing appellation for her was Goosey, and he took a pleasure in bewildering her infant mind with his badinage. Though her papa laughed and joked at her, Molly still took her little griefs and pleasures and poured them into his ears. The child grew to understand her father well, and the two had the most delightful relationship, half banter, half seriousness, but altogether confidential friendship. When Molly was about 8 years old, Mr. Gibson engaged the daughter of a shopkeeper in the town as her daily companion.
Now, Miss Eyre, remember this. Don't teach Molly too much. She must sew and read and write and do her sums, but I want to keep her a child, and if I find more learning desirable for her, I'll see about giving it to her myself. After all, I'm not sure that reading or writing is necessary. Many a good woman gets married with only a cross instead of her name. It's rather a diluting of mother wit to my fancy. But, however, we must yield to the prejudices of society, and so you may teach the child to read.
And so Molly grew up in calm monotony of life, without any greater event than being mislaid one June afternoon while on an outing to Cumnor Towers, on the occasion of the school visitors' day, which was a kind of annual festival in Hollingford.
Why, who is this?
Poor little woman.
Oh, please.
She's lost herself. She belongs to some of the Hollingford people, I've no doubt.
She is overcome by the heat.
Oh, such a heavy bonnet, too. Let me untie it for you, my dear.
I'm Molly Gibson, please. I came here with the Miss Brownings.
Miss Brownings?
The 2 rather large women that Lady Agnes was taking about.
Oh, I dare say she had a number of people in tow. Have you had anything to eat, child, or is it the heat?
I've had nothing to eat and I fell asleep and
Sit still, my dear. We are going to the house, and Claire here shall bring you something to eat before you walk home.
Oh, yes, my lady. Thank you. Look how kind Lady Cuxhaven is. She chose you out this little lunch herself, and now you must try and eat it. Look, here is some bread and cold chicken, a bunch of grapes, and a glass of wine. I can't eat. I've such a headache. Oh, take some grapes. You must eat something. Oh, my head aches so. Oh, dear, how tiresome. You see, I don't know what to do with you here if you don't eat enough to enable you to walk home. And I've been out for these 3 hours, traipsing about the grounds till I'm as tired as can be and missed my lunch and all. Oh, now, you lie back for a few minutes and try to eat some grapes. And I'll wait for you and just be eating a mouthful meanwhile. You sure you don't want this chicken? No, I don't. Delicious. Beautiful fresh bread. Are you quite sure you don't want any? Oh, but you're not eating your grapes. Here, let me. That's much better. Now, if you'll come with me, I'll take you to my room, and you shall lie down on the bed for an hour or 2. Oh, thank you.
Oh, Claire, how is the child now? Well, she's cleared her plate, I see, so there can't be much amiss.
Oh, but please. Poor dear, she's not quite the thing yet. She's got a headache, she says. I'm going to put her down on my bed to see if she can get a little sleep.
Overeaten herself, I suspect.
There now. Lie on the bed That's the way, and rest.
Please, Ma, don't let them go away without me. Please ask somebody to waken me if I go to sleep.
Don't trouble yourself about it, my dear. I'll take care.
Oh, you're so kind to me, and so kind.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I'd just come to turn down the bed.
Please, how soon are we going away?
Oh, bless us and save us. Are you one of the Hollingford ladies? Oh, my dear, they're all gone this hour and more.
Oh, dear, what shall I do? The lady they call Claire promised to waken me in time, and Papa will so wonder where I am.
Why, what? Why, I quite forgot you. Now, don't cry. You'll make yourself not fit to be seen. Of course, I must take the consequences of your oversleeping yourself, and if I can't manage to get you back to Hollingford tonight, you shall sleep here, and we'll do our best to send you home tomorrow.
Oh, but Papa!
Well, don't go and make a piece of work about what can't be helped now.
Oh, please don't leave me.
When Molly was nearly 17, a domestic upset brought about the first of the number of changes in her circumstances which go to make up the fabric of my story. It has been mentioned that Mr. Gibson took pupils, and it was one of these, a Mr. Cox, a boy of 19 or so, with brilliant red hair and a tolerably red face, who was responsible for this domestic upheaval. One summer's day, for some reason or other, Mr. Gibson came home unexpectedly. He was crossing the hall, having come in by the garden door, when the kitchen door opened and the girl who was underling in the establishment came quickly into the hall with a note in her hand.
Bethia, what are you doing?
Doing, Mr. Gibson, sir? Why, nothing, sir.
What have you got there? What are you hiding?
Just a note, sir.
A note? What note? Give it to me.
But it's for Miss Molly, sir.
Give it to me.
He said I was to give it into her own hands, and I promised as I would, faithful.
Cook, go and find Miss Molly. Tell her to come here at once.
Shall I?
You shall do nothing but stand there until Miss Molly comes.
Yes, sir.
Why, Papa, whatever is the matter? I did not know that you were home.
Molly, my dear, come here. Now, Bethia, keep your word. Here is Miss Molly. Give her the note.
Indeed, miss, I couldn't help it. Here it is.
Thank you.
That's all, my dear. You needn't read it. Give it to me. That's it. Now tell those who sent you, Bethia, that all letters for Miss Molly are to pass through my hands.
Yes, sir.
But, Papa, what is this note?
It's no matter. Now be off with you, Goosey, and go back to where he came from.
Papa, I shall make you tell me who my correspondent is.
We'll see about that by and by. Now, off you go. A love letter, by God. And from Mr. Cox. Oh. Eternal passion. Eyes are lodestars. Dimple marks. Cupid's fingers. Well, who'd have thought the lad was so poetical? Ah, indeed, there's a Shakespeare in the surgery. I'll take it away and put Johnson's dictionary there instead. Well, one comfort, it's obvious that Molly's perfectly innocent. And still, it's an awful worry to begin with lovers so early. Why, she's only just 17, not 17 till July, 16 3/4. Well, she's still a baby. Well, and Mr. Cox, of all people. Still, I'll not be hard on him. I'll just give him a hint. He's quite sharp enough to take it. That's a prescription. Now, let me see. To Master Cox. That master will touch him to the quick. Now, modesty. Verecundiae. 1 dram. Fidelitatis domesticae. 1 dram. Reticentiae. 3 grains. Capiat hanc dosem tardie in aqua pura. Let him take that dose 3 times a day in pure water. R. Gibson. Good. To Edward Cox, Esquire. You'll not like the Master Cox outside. No need to put him to unnecessary shame. Cupid's fingers, indeed. Stupid calf love. Well, I must be about my business. Come in.
May I speak with you, sir?
To be sure. Come in, Mr. Cox. I was rather wanting to talk to you about that bill of Corbyn's. Pray, sit down.
It's about nothing of the kind, sir, that I wanted to see you, sir. And I would rather not sit down. Thank you. It's about that letter, sir. That letter with the insulting prescription, sir, which you sent me this morning.
Insulting prescription? I'm surprised at such a word being applied to any prescription of mine, though, to be sure, patients are sometimes offended at being told the nature of their illnesses, and I dare say they may take offence at the medicines which their cases require.
I did not ask you to prescribe for me.
Oh, no. Then you were not the Master Cox who sent the note through Bethia. Let me tell you, it has cost her her place, and it was a very silly letter into the bargain.
It was not the conduct of a gentleman, sir, to intercept it, and to open it, and to read words never addressed to you, sir.
I believe I was once considered tolerably good-looking, and I dare say I was as great a coxcomb as anyone at 20. But I don't think, even then, that I should have quite believed that all those pretty compliments were addressed to myself.
It was not the conduct of a gentleman, sir. It was
And let me tell you, young man, that what you have done is only excusable in consideration of your youth and extreme ignorance of what are considered the laws of domestic honour. I receive you into my house as a member of the family, and you induce one of my servants, corrupting her with a bribe, I have no doubt.
No, indeed, sir. I never gave her a penny.
Then you should have done. You should always pay those who do your dirty work.
Just now, sir, you called it corrupting with a bribe.
Inducing one of my servants to risk her place without offering her the slightest equivalent by begging her to convey a letter clandestinely to my daughter, a mere child.
Miss Gibson, sir, is nearly 17. I heard you say so only the other day.
A letter which you were unwilling to have seen by her father, who had tacitly trusted to your honour by receiving you as an inmate of his house. Your father's son, I know Major Cox well, ought to have come to me and said out openly, "Mr. Gibson, I love, or fancy that I love,
Sir,
fancy that I love your daughter. I do not think it right to conceal this from you, although unable to earn a penny and with no prospect of an unassisted livelihood even for myself for several years. I shall not say a word about my feelings or fancied feelings to the very young lady herself. That is what your father's son ought to have said. If indeed a couple of grains of reticent silence wouldn't have been better still."
And if I had said, sir, perhaps I ought to have said it. What would have been your answer? Would you have sanctioned my passion, sir?
I should have said, most probably, I will not be certain of my exact words in a supposititious case, that you were a young fool, but not a dishonourable young fool, and I should have told you not to let your thoughts run upon a calf-love until you had magnified it into a passion. And I dare say, to make up for the mortification I should have given you, I might have prescribed your joining the Hollingford Cricket Club, and set you at liberty as often as I could on Saturday afternoons.
Oh, sir.
As it is, I must write to your father's agent in London and ask him to remove you out of my household, repaying the premium, of course, which will enable you to start afresh in some other doctor's surgery.
It will so grieve my father.
I see no other course open. It will give Major Cox some trouble. I shall take care that he is at no extra expense. But what I think will grieve him most is the betrayal of confidence. For I trusted you, Edward, like my own son.
I do love Miss Gibson. Who could help it?
Mr. Wynne, I hope.
His heart is pre-engaged. Mine was free as air till I saw her.
Would it tend to cure your, passion, we'll say, if she wore blue spectacles at mealtimes? I observe you dwell much on the beauty of her eyes.
You are ridiculing my feelings, Mr. Gibson. Do you forget that you yourself were young once?
Well, perhaps I do. Come, Mr. Cox, let's see if we can't make a bargain. You've done a really wrong thing, and I hope you're convinced of it in your heart, or that you will be when the heat of this discussion is over and you come to think a little about it. But I won't lose all respect for your father's son if you will give me your word of honour that as long as you remain a member of my family, pupil, apprentice, what you will, that you won't again try to disclose your passion. You see, I'm careful to take your view of what I should call a mere fancy, by word, writing, look, or acts in any manner whatever to my daughter, or to talk about your feelings to anyone else. You shall remain here. If you cannot give me your word, I must follow out the course I named and write to your father's agent. Well, Mr. Cox.
Mr. Wynne knows all I feel for Miss Gibson, sir. He and I have no secrets from each other.
Well, I suppose he must represent the Reeds.
Read, sir?
You know the story of King Midas's barber?
King Midas? No.
Well, he found out that his royal master had the ears of an ass beneath his curls. So the barber, in default of a Mr. Wynne, went to the reeds that grew on the shore of a neighbouring lake and whispered to them, "King Midas has the ears of an ass." But he repeated it so often that the reeds learnt the words and kept on saying them all day long, till at last the secret was no secret at all. If you keep on telling your tale to Mr. Wynne, are you sure he won't repeat it in his turn?
If I pledge my word as a gentleman, sir, I pledge it for Mr. Wynne as well.
Well, I suppose I must run the risk. But remember how soon a young girl's name may be breathed upon and sullied, and Molly has no mother to advise or protect her.
If you wish it, sir, I'll swear it on the Bible.
Nonsense. As if your word, if it's worth anything, wasn't enough. But we'll shake hands upon it, if you like.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, go away and back to your studies.
May I...
Yes, what is it?
May I give Bethiah a crown piece?
No, indeed. You leave Bethiah to me. I hope you won't say another word to her while she's here. And never fear. I shall see that she gets a respectable place when she goes away.
Thank you, sir.
Then Mr. Gibson rang for his horse and went out on the last visits of the day. There were not many surgeons in the county who had so wide a range of practice as he, and he was, of necessity, a great deal from home. And on this soft and pleasant summer evening he felt the absence as a great evil. He was startled at discovering that his little one was fast growing into a woman, and he so much away that he could not guard her as he would have wished. The end of his cogitations was to ride to Hamley House on the following morning. Perhaps the man of all others to whom Mr. Gibson took the most kindly was a certain Squire Hamley. He was imperfectly educated and ignorant on many points, but he was aware of his deficiency and regretted it, in theory. He was awkward and ungainly in society, and so kept out of it as much as possible. And he was obstinate, violent-tempered, and dictatorial in his own immediate circle. On the other side, he was generous and true as steel. The very soul of honour, in fact. He had married a delicate, fine London lady. It was one of those perplexing marriages of which one cannot understand the reasons. Yet they were very happy, though possibly Mrs. Hamley would not have sunk into the condition of a chronic invalid if her husband had cared a little more for her various tastes, or allowed her the companionship of those who did. Mrs. Hamley was a great reader, and had considerable literary taste. She was gentle and sentimental, tender and good. And Mr. Gibson knew there was real secret harm going on all this time that people spoke of her as merely a fanciful invalid. One of Mrs. Hamley's often expressed wishes had been that Molly might come and pay her a visit. Hitherto, Mr. Gibson had always refused this request of hers.
And so you would like Molly to visit me after all, Mr. Gibson?
You may quote against me the proverb, "He that will not when he may, when he will shall have nay," and I shall have no reason to complain, ma'am.
Oh, nonsense. We are only too charmed with the prospect of having young Miss Gibson for a visitor. I only wish Osborne and Roger had been at home. She may find it dull being with old people like the Squire and me from morning till night. Oh, when can she come? I'm beginning to love her already.
She shall come at once, Mrs. Hamley, or at least as soon as is conveniently possible. She knows nothing of the pleasure in store for her, and I'm sure I don't know what feminine preparations she may think necessary, or how long they will take. You'll remember she's a little ignoramus and has had no training in etiquette. Our ways at home are rather rough for a girl, I'm afraid. But I know I could not send her into a kinder atmosphere than this.
Young Miss Gibson, eh? Well, my dear, I am delighted to think of your having such an agreeable companion in the house. Even so, it's as well the lads are at Cambridge. We might have been having a love affair if they had been at home.
Well, and if we had, Squire?
It would not have done. Osborne will have had a first-rate education, as good as any man in the county. He'll have this property, and he's a Hamley of Hamley. Not a family in the shire is as old as we are, or settled on their grounds so well. Osborne may marry when he likes. If Lord Hollingford had a daughter, Osborne would have been as good a match as she could have required. It would never do for him to fall in love with Gibson's daughter. I shouldn't allow it. So it's as well he's out of the way. And as for Roger, he'll have to make his own way and earn his own bread, and I'm afraid he's not getting on very brilliantly at Cambridge. He must not think of falling in love for these 10 years.
Unless he marries a fortune.
No son of mine shall ever marry a wife who is richer than himself with my goodwill. I don't say, but what if Roger is gaining £500 a year by the time he's 30? He shall not choose a wife with £10,000 down, but I do say, if a boy of mine with only £200 a year, which is all Roger will have from us, and that not for a long time, goes and marries a woman with £50,000 to her portion, I'll disown him. It would be just disgusting.
Not if they loved each other, and their whole happiness depended upon their marrying each other.
Pooh. Away with love.
Roger.
Nay, my dear. We loved each other so dearly we should never have been happy with anyone else. But that's a different thing. People aren't like what they were when we were young. All the love nowadays is just silly fancy and sentimental romance, as far as I can see. No, my dear. Where our boys are concerned, away with love, I say.
Oh, by the by, Molly, you're to go to Hamley this afternoon. Mrs. Hamley wants you to go to her for a week or two, and it suits me capitally that you should accept her invitation just now.
Go to Hamley? This afternoon? Papa, you've got some odd reason at the back of your head. Some mystery or something. Oh, please tell me what it is. Go to Hamley for a week or two? Why, I've never been from home before this without you in all my life.
Perhaps not. I don't think you ever walked before you put your feet on the ground. Everything must have a beginning.
Ah, I have it. It has something to do with that letter that was directed to me. That letter you took out of my hands before I could even see the writing of the direction.
You're a witch, Goosey.
Then it had to do with that letter. But if it was a note from Mrs. Hamley, why might I not see it? I have been wondering if you had some plan in your head ever since that day. Thursday, wasn't it? You've gone about in a kind of thoughtful, perplexed way, just like a conspirator. Oh, tell me, Papa, why mightn't I see that note? And why am I to go to Hamley all on a sudden?
Well, would you rather not go?
I don't know. Well, I dare say I shall like it when I have thought a little more about it. I'm so startled by the suddenness of the affair, I haven't yet considered whether I shall like it or not. I shan't like going from you, I know. Why am I to go, Papa?
There are 3 old ladies sitting somewhere and thinking about you just at this very minute. One has a distaff in her hands and is spinning a thread. She has come to a knot in it and is puzzled what to do with it. Her sister has a great pair of scissors in her hands and wants to cut it. But the third plans to undo the knot, and it is she who has decided that you are to go to Hamley. The others are quite convinced by her arguments. So, as the fates have decreed that this visit is to be paid, there is nothing left for you and me but to submit.
That's all nonsense, Papa, and you're only making me more curious to find out this hidden reason.
There is a reason, Molly, and one which I do not wish to give. When I tell you this much, I expect you to be an honourable girl and to try not to even conjecture what the reason may be. much less to put little discoveries together, till very likely you may find out what I want to conceal.
Papa, I won't even think about your reason again. But then I shall have to plague you with another question. I've had no new gown this year, and I've outgrown all my last summer frocks. I've only 3 that I can wear at all.
I wish girls could dress like boys. How is a man to know when his daughter wants clothes? And how is he to rig her out when he finds it out, just when she needs them most and hasn't got them?
Ah, that's the question.
Can't you go to the dressmakers in town? Miss Rose, isn't it? Doesn't she keep ready-made frocks for girls of your age?
Miss Rose? I've never had anything from her in my life. Betty has always made my frocks.
Well, but it seems people consider you as a young woman now. And I suppose you must run up milliner's bills like the rest of your kind. Not that you're to get anything anywhere that you can't pay for down in ready money. Here's a £10 note.
Papa!
Or go to Miss Rose's or Miss anybody's and get what you want at once. The Hamley carriage is to come for you this afternoon, and anything that isn't quite ready can easily be sent by their cart on Saturday, when some other people always come to market. Now, don't thank me. I don't want to have the money spent, and I don't want you to go and leave me. I shall miss you, you know. It's only hard necessity that drives me to send you a visiting, and to throw away £10 on your clothes. There. Now, go away. You're a plague, and I mean to leave off loving you as fast as I can.
Papa, you're getting mysterious again. And though my honourableness is very strong, I won't promise that it shall not yield to my curiosity if you go on hinting at untold secrets.
Now, go away and spend your £10. What did I give it you for but to keep you quiet?
Miss Rose's ready-made resources and Molly's taste combined did not arrive at a very great success. She bought a lilac print, which Betty could make up at home, and Miss Rose persuaded her to order a gay plaid silk, quite the latest fashion in London, which Molly thought would please her father's Scotch blood.
Oh, Molly, that plaid belongs to no clan in existence, a thing any daughter of mine should know by instinct.
Well, it's too late to change it now, Papa. Miss Rose has promised to cut the dress out as soon as she possibly can.
So be it. By the way, I shall be coming over tomorrow to see Mrs. Hamley, so you won't have to wait long before... Well, that can't be the Hamleys' carriage already.
Oh, Papa, I do so wish I wasn't going now the time has come.
Nonsense. Don't let us have any sentiment. Have you got your keys? That's more to the purpose.
Yes, Papa.
And your purse?
Yes, Papa. And Dobson has my box ready for the Hamley coachman.
Well then, allow me to escort you to your carriage. Well, after all this, I'm only where I was when she comes back. At least if that foolish fellow goes on with his imaginating fancy. She'll have to come back sometime, and if he chooses to imagine himself constant, there's still the devil to pay. I wonder any man alive should ever rear a daughter.
Oh, Papa.
Molly cried a little, but checked her tears as soon as she remembered how annoyed her father would have been at the sight of them. It was pleasant driving quickly along in the luxurious carriage through the green lanes. At length, they swung in at the gates of the park and drove up through meadow grass ripening for hay to the old red brick hall, where a respectable servant stood at the door to receive the expected visitor and take her into the drawing-room.
Come in, my dear Miss Gibson. Now, let me look at you. Yes, I am sure we shall be great friends. I like your face, and I'm always guided by first impressions. Give me a kiss, my dear. I meant to have gone and fetched you myself, but the heat oppresses me, and I did not feel up to the exertion. I hope you had a pleasant drive.
Oh, yes, very. Thank you, Mrs. Hamley.
Well, now, I'll take you to your room. I've had you put close to me. I thought you'd like it better. Here, you see? Your bedroom opens out of my sitting room. My own bedroom is through there.
Oh, yes, I see.
I do hope you'll feel at home with us.
I'm sure I will.
Come to the window, my dear. Tell me what you think of the view.
Oh, how fine it is.
I'm so glad you think so. It's one of my favourite views. The flower garden and the meadow just beyond. And over there, you see in the distance, the mere.
Oh.
See how it shimmers silver in the sunlight. Oh, but now let me leave you to arrange yourself, and then you must join me in my sitting room.
Thank you.
Molly hurried to unpack her box and arrange her few clothes in the pretty old-fashioned chest of drawers which was to serve her as a dressing table as well. All the furniture in the room was as old-fashioned and as well preserved as it could be. Molly laid out her white gown, of last year's date and size, upon the bed, ready for the, to her, new operation of dressing for dinner. And having arranged her hair and dress, she opened the connecting door softly and saw Mrs. Hamley lying on the sofa.
Come in, Miss Gibson, don't be shy. Well, now, shall we stay up here, my dear? I think it's pleasanter than down below. And then I shall not have to come upstairs again at dressing time.
I shall like it very much.
Ah, you've got your sewing like a good girl. Now, I don't sew much. I live alone a great deal. You see, both my boys, Osborne and Roger, are at Cambridge, and the squire is out of doors all day long. So I've almost forgotten how to sew. I read a great deal. Do you like reading?
It depends upon the kind of book. I'm afraid I don't like steady reading, as Papa calls it.
But you like poetry? I was sure you did, from your face. Have you read this poem of Mrs. Hemans, From the Forest of Sanctuary?
Well, you see...
Shall I read it aloud to you?
Please, I should like that.
Very well. Leaves have their time to fall, and flowers wither at the north wind's breath, and stars to set. But all, thou hast all seasons for thine own, O death. Day is for mortal care, eve for glad tidings round the joyous hearth. Night all for thee, thou mightiest of the earth. And flowers to wither at the north wind's breath, and stars to set, but all, thou hast all seasons for thine own, O death.
It is very beautiful, but very sad.
Ah, I think I must read you some of Osborne's poetry some day, under seal of secrecy, remember. But I really fancy they're almost as good as Mrs. Hemans.
Mr. Osborne Hamley, does your son write poetry?
Yes, I really think I may say he is a poet. He's a very brilliant, clever young man, and he quite hopes to get a fellowship at Trinity.
Oh.
He says he's sure to be high up among the Wranglers, and that he expects to get one of the Chancellor's medals. That's his likeness, the one hanging against the wall behind you.
I like their faces. I suppose it is so long ago now that I may speak of their likenesses to you as if they were somebody else, may I not?
Oh, certainly. Do tell me just what you think of them, my dear. It will amuse me to compare your impressions with what they really are.
Oh, but I did not mean to guess at their characters. I really could not do it. It would be impertinent if I could. I can only speak about their faces as I see them in the picture.
Well, tell me what you think of them.
Oh, the eldest, the reading boy, is very beautiful. But I can't quite make out his face yet because his head is down and I can't see his eyes. That is the Mr. Osborne Hamley who writes poetry.
Yes. He's not quite so handsome now, but he was a beautiful boy. Roger was never to be compared with him.
No, he is not handsome. And yet I like his face. I can see his eyes. They are grave and solemn looking. But all the rest of his face is rather merry than otherwise. It looks too steady and sober. Too good a face to go tempting his brother to leave his lesson.
Ah, it was not a lesson. I remember the painter, Mr. Green, once saw Osborne reading some poetry while Roger was trying to persuade him to come out and have a ride in the hay cart.
Oh.
That was the motive of the picture, to speak artistically. Roger is not much of a reader. At least he doesn't care for poetry and books of romance or sentiment. He's so fond of natural history, and that takes him, like the squire, a great deal out of doors, and when he is in, he's always reading scientific books.
Goodness.
Oh, he's a good, steady fellow, though, and gives us great satisfaction. but he's not likely to have such a brilliant career as Osborne. Oh, there's the dressing bell, and so soon. How quickly the time has passed away. You had better go to your room, my dear. And I will send one of the maids to assist you.
Oh, thank you. A maid? Oh, dear. I'm afraid they'll expect me to be very smart. Well, if they do, they'll be disappointed, that's all. Oh, but I wish my new plaid silk gown had been ready.
Molly found her way downstairs in good time. They dined at a small table in a great large room. There were so few articles of furniture in it, and the apartment itself was so vast, that Molly longed for the snugness of the home dining room. This formal dinner appeared to her a wearisome business, prolonged because the squire liked it.
Tomorrow, you will have to peel my orange for me, Miss Gibson.
Shall I? I'll do it today if you like, sir.
No. Today I shall treat you as a visitor, with all proper ceremony. Tomorrow I shall send you on errands, and call you by your Christian name.
I shall like that.
Yes, I was wanting to call you something less formal than Miss Gibson.
My name is Molly. It's an old-fashioned name. I was christened Mary, but Papa likes Molly.
That's right. Keep to the good old fashions, my dear.
Well, I must say I think Mary's prettier than Molly. And quite as old a name, too.
I think it was because Mamma was Mary and I was called Molly while she lived.
Ah, poor thing. I remember how sorry everyone was when she died. No one thought she was delicate. She had such a fresh colour, till all at once she popped off, as you may say.
It must have been a terrible blow to your father.
Aye, it came so sudden, so soon after they were married.
I thought it was nearly 4 years.
And 4 years is soon. It's a short time to a couple who look to spending their lifetime together. Everyone thought Gibson would have married again.
Shh.
Well, I'd perhaps better not have said it, but it's the truth. They did. He's not likely to marry now, so one may say it out. Why, your father is past 40, isn't he?
43. I don't believe he ever thought of marrying again.
No, I don't believe he did, my dear. He looks to me just like a man who would be constant to the memory of his wife. You must not mind what the squire says.
Ah. You'd better go away if you're going to teach Miss Gibson such treason as that against the master of the house.
Later that evening, Mr. Gibson called at Hamley House, and to Molly he looked so exactly like his usual self, his home self, that seeing him in the flesh was the most efficacious way of dispelling the phantom fears of a second wedding which were beginning to harass his daughter's mind. And the pleasant conviction that he could not rest till he had come over to see how she was going on in her new home stole into her heart. That night, Molly looked out of her chamber window, leaning on the sill and snuffing up the night odours of the honeysuckle.
I think I shall be very happy here. Yes, very happy. But I wonder, who could he have married? To go back to the day of the election, which I never think of but with pleasure and tears of gratitude for those good times, after the election was quite and clean over, there comes shoals of people from all...
Good morning, my dear.
Oh, how you startled me.
So I did. You jumped as if you had been shot. Sorry, my dear. But look here. It seemed to me that it must be a little dull for you, my girl, all by yourself with nothing but books to look at in the mornings here. But as you know, Madam has a fancy for being quiet in the mornings. She told your father about it, and so did I.
I quite understand, Squire Hamley.
Anyway, I felt a little sorry for you all the same, and so I've come to take you for a little voyage, a voyage of discovery about the gardens and the home fields. What do you say?
I should like that very much.
Good girl. So, put away your book, and we'll start at once. Through the kitchen gardens and out to the little woods. So you don't know my boys even by sight?
No.
I should have thought you would have done, for they're fond enough of riding into Hollingford. And I know Roger has often been to borrow books from your father. Oh. Roger is a scientific sort of fellow. Osborne is clever, like his mother. I shouldn't wonder if he published a book someday. This way. Through the kitchen garden. Look at that. That's the mere. And you see the little island in the middle?
Yes.
We must get you punted over there some of these days. I'm not fond of using the boat at this time of the year because the young birds are still in the nests, among the reeds and water plants. But we'll go sometime. There are coots and grebes.
Look, there's a swan.
Yes. There are 2 pair of them here.
Squire Hamley?
Yes, my dear.
Who did people think Papa would marry that time long ago, soon after Mamma died?
Oh, I'm quite out of breath. Not so young as I used to be. Ah, yes, your papa. I never heard of anyone. His name was never coupled with any ladies. 'Twas only in the nature of things that he should marry again. He may do it yet, for aught I know, and I don't think it would be a bad move either. I told him so the last time but one he was here.
And what did he say?
Oh, he only smiled and said nothing. You shouldn't take up words so seriously, my dear. Very likely he may never think of marrying again, and if he did, it would be a very good thing, both for him and for you. But look, you see those trees? There's both a rookery and a heronry. The herons ought to be here by now. They're off to the sea in August, but I've not seen one yet. Stay! Isn't that one? That fellow on a stone with his long neck bent down, looking into the water?
Oh, yes, I think so. Oh, I've never seen a heron, only pictures of them.
They and the rooks are always at war, which doesn't do for near neighbours. If both herons leave the nest that they are building, the rooks come and tear it to pieces. And once Roger showed me a long straggling fellow of a heron with a flight of rooks after him with no friendly purposes in their mind, I'll be bound. Roger knows a great deal of natural history and finds out queer things sometimes. He'd have been off 12 times during this walk of ours if he'd been here. His eyes are always wandering about and see 20 things where I see only one. And if we came upon such a thing as this little cobweb here, you see it?
Yes.
Why, Roger could tell you what insect or spider made it. It's a pity they don't take honours in natural history at Cambridge. Roger would be safe enough if they did.
Mr. Osborne Hamley is very clever, is he not?
Oh, yes. Osborne's a bit of a genius. His mother looks for great things from Osborne. I'm rather proud of him myself. He'll get a Trinity Fellowship if they play him fair. As I was saying at the magistrates' meeting yesterday, I've got a son who will make a noise at Cambridge, or I'm very much mistaken. Now, isn't it a queer quip of nature that I, a Hamley of Hamley, straight in descent from nobody knows where, the Heptarchy, they say. What's the date of the Heptarchy?
I don't know.
Well, it was some time before King Alfred, because he was the king of all England, you know.
Oh.
But, as I was saying, here I am, of as good and as old a descent as any man in England, and I doubt if a stranger to look at me would take me for a gentleman with my red face, great hands and feet, and 14 stone, never less than 12, even when I was a young man. And there's Osborne, who takes after his mother, who couldn't tell her great-grandfather from Adam, bless her. And Osborne has a girl's delicate face, and a slight make, and hands and feet as small as a lady's. Now, Roger is like me, the Hamley of Hamley, and no one who sees him in the street will ever think that red-brown, big-boned, clumsy chap is of gentle blood. And all those people at Cumnor Towers, Lord and Lady Cumnor, and that son of theirs, Lord Hollingford, that you all make much ado of, are mere muck of yesterday. I was talking to Madam the other day about Osborne's marrying a daughter of Lord Hollingford's. As to say, if he had a daughter, he's only got boys, as it happens. But I'm not sure I should consent to it. I really am not sure, for you see, Osborne will have a first-rate education, and his family dates from the Heptarchy, while I should be glad to know where the Cumnor folk were in the time of Queen Anne.
Oh, look, I can see Hamley House through the trees.
So you can, my dear, for we walked in a great circle. No? I'm sure I should have looked higher. So perhaps it's as well my Lord Hollingford has only boys. Well, now, my dear, thank you for your company. It's been a charming little walk. Charming. Now you run on to the house, for I'm sure that by this time Madam will be up and dressed and most glad of your company. Off you go.
I will. And thank you for showing me the heron, Squire Hamley.
Yeah. That's a nice girl of Gibson's. But what a tight hold the wench got of the notion of his marrying again. One'd need to be on one's guard as to what one says before her. To think of her never having thought of the chance of a stepmother. To be sure, a stepmother to a girl is a different thing to a second wife to a man.
If Squire Hamley had been unable to tell Molly who had ever been thought of as her father's second wife, Fate was all this time preparing an answer of a pretty positive kind to her wondering curiosity. But Fate is a cunning hussy, and builds up her plans as imperceptibly as a bird builds her nest, and with much the same kind of unconsidered trifles. The first trifle of an event was the disturbance that Mr. Gibson's cook chose to make at Bethia's being dismissed. Down into the middle of this small domestic trouble came another, and one of greater consequence. Miss Eyre had gone with her old mother and her orphan nephews and nieces to the seaside during Molly's absence, which was only intended to last a fortnight. After about 10 days of this time had elapsed, Mr. Gibson received a beautifully written, beautifully worded, admirably folded, and most neatly sealed letter from Miss Eyre.
And since my eldest nephew has fallen ill of scarlet fever, and while there is every possibility that the younger children will be attacked by the same complaint, I can only apologize with humble sincerity for my inability to return at the appointed time. Scarlet fever. Still, perhaps it's just as well, for Molly has never had scarlet fever. All the same, first Bethia, then cook, now this. I wish I had a £5 house and not a woman within 10 miles of me. I might have some peace then. Well, Molly must stay a little longer at Hamley. They've often asked for her, and now they'll have enough of her, I think. But I can't have her back here just yet.
And there. No, to the left.
This one?
Good girl.
Hi, Molly. You're quite a horticulturist.
Papa! Oh, I didn't see you coming.
Mr. Gibson, how nice. And just when we've got a rose tree to show you that Molly has budded all by herself.
It's true, Papa. We're both so proud of it.
That's very nice, but,
Why, Mr. Gibson, what is the matter? You look quite grim.
well, well, I've come here today to ask a favour.
Granted, before you name it.
Miss Eyre, who has been Molly's governess, I suppose I must call her, for many years, writes today to say that one of the little nephews she took with her to Newport while Molly was staying here has caught scarlet fever.
Oh, I guess your request. I make it before you do. I beg for dear little Molly to stay on here. Of course Miss Eyre can't come back to you, and of course Molly must stay here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was my request.
Papa, Mrs. Hamley, I know you'll both understand me. Mayn't I go home?
Molly.
Oh, I'm very happy here, but, oh, Papa, I think I should like to be at home with you best.
Molly, you're rude, to begin with. I don't know how you're to make your peace with Mrs. Hamley, I'm sure. And in the next place, do you think you're wiser than I am? Or I don't want you at home if all things were comfortable. Stay here where you are and be thankful.
Oh, Mrs. Hamley, I did not mean to be
There, my dear, I understand. I was going to have asked for a longer visit the next time you came, Mr. Gibson. We are such happy friends, are we not, Molly? And now that this good little nephew of Miss Eyre's...
I wish he was whipped.
...has given us such a capital reason, I shall keep Molly for a really long visitation. You must come over and see us very often. There's a room here for you always, you know. And I don't see why you shouldn't start on your rounds from Hamley every morning, just as well as from Hollingford.
Thank you. If you hadn't been so kind to my little girl, I might be tempted to say something rude in answer to your last speech.
Pray say it. You won't be easy till you've given it out, I know.
Mrs. Hamley has found out from whom I get my rudeness. It's an hereditary quality.
I was going to say that proposal of yours that I should sleep at Hamley was just like a woman's idea, all kindness and no common sense. How in the world would My patients find me out 7 miles from my accustomed place. They'd be sure to send for some other doctor, and I should be ruined in a month.
Couldn't they send on here? A messenger costs very little.
Fancy old Goody Hembury struggling up to my surgery, groaning at every step, and then being told to just step on 7 miles farther. Or to take the other end of society. I don't think my Lady Cumnor's smart groom would thank me for having to ride on to Hamley every time his mistress wanted me at Cumnor Towers.
Well, I submit. I am a woman. Molly, thou art a woman. Go and order some strawberries and cream for this father of yours. Such humble offices fall within the province of women. Strawberries and cream are all kindness and no common sense, for they'll give him a horrid fit of indigestion.
Please speak for yourself, Mrs. Hamley. I ate, such a great basketful yesterday, and the squire went himself to the dairy and brought out a great bowl of cream, and I'm as well as ever I was.
Enough. Off you go.
Yes, Papa.
She's a good girl.
She's a darling. I cannot tell you how fond the squire and I are of her, both of us. I'm so delighted to think she isn't to go away for a long time. The first thing I thought of this morning when I wakened up was that she would soon have to return to you, unless I could persuade you into leaving her with me a little longer. And now she must stay. 2 months at least.
Stay longer? Did Gibson ask for it?
Yes. I don't see what else is to become of her. Miss Eyre away and all. It's a very awkward position for a motherless girl like her to be at the head of a household with 2 young men in it.
That's Gibson's lookout. He should have thought of it before taking pupils or apprentices or whatever he calls them.
My dear squire, why, I thought you'd be as glad as I was, as I am, to keep Molly. I asked her to stay for an indefinite time, 2 months at least.
And to be in the house with Osborne? Roger, too, will be at home.
Oh, she's not at all the sort of girl young men of their age would take to. We like her because we see what she really is, but lads of 1 and 2 and 20 want all the accessories of a young woman.
Want what?
Well, such things as becoming dress, style of manner. They would not at their age see that she was pretty. Their ideas of beauty would include colour.
I suppose that's all very clever, but I don't understand it. All I know is that it's a very dangerous thing to shut up 2 young men in a country house like this with a girl of 17. Choose what her gowns may be like, or her hair, or her eyes. And I told you particularly I didn't want Osborne, or either of them indeed, to be falling in love with her. I am very much annoyed.
Then, shall we make arrangements for their stopping away while she's here? We're staying up at Cambridge or reading with someone. Going abroad for a month or 2.
No. You've been reckoning this ever so long on their coming home. I've seen the marks of the weeks on your almanac. I'd sooner speak to Gibson and tell him he must take his daughter away, for it's not convenient to us.
My dear Roger, I beg you would do no such thing. It will be so unkind. It'll give the lie to all I said yesterday. Don't please do that. For my sake, don't speak to Mr. Gibson.
Well, don't put yourself in a flutter. I'll speak to Osborne when he comes home and tell him how much I should dislike anything of that kind.
And Roger is always far too full of his natural history and comparative anatomy and messes of that sort to be thinking of falling in love with Venus herself. He has not the sentiment and imagination of Osborne.
You don't know. You can never be sure about a young man. But with Roger, it wouldn't so much signify. He would know he couldn't marry for years to come.
All that afternoon the squire tried to steer clear of Molly, to whom he felt himself to have been an inhospitable traitor. But she was so perfectly unconscious of his shyness of her, and so merry, that by the next morning they were quite on the old terms again. At breakfast that very morning, a letter was passed from the squire to his wife, and back again, without a word as to its contents. But...
Fortunate.
Yes, very. Oh, Molly, my dear, I have some rather sad news. Osborne has received an invitation to stay with a friend at Cambridge, and perhaps to make a tour of the continent, so you will not be accompanying Roger home this vacation.
Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. You've been thinking so long of his coming home. I'm afraid it is a great disappointment.
Yes, it is a disappointment, certainly. But we must think of Osborne's pleasure, and with his poetical mind he will write us such delightful travelling letters. Only I should like to have seen him, my own dear boy. but it's best as it is.
Molly was a little puzzled by this speech, but soon put it out of her head. It was a disappointment to her, too, that she should not see this beautiful, brilliant young man, his mother's hero. However, in the never-ending feminine business of the day, she soon forgot her disappointment. Her days at Hamley were well filled up with the small duties that would have belonged to a daughter of the house, had there been one. The summer days were very short to this happy girl of 17.
In the first episode of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly Gibson was played by Catherine Hurlbut, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, Claire, Angela Pleasance, Squire Hamley, Robert Lang, Mrs. Hamley, Lilias Walker, Lady Cuxhaven, Anna Fox, Mr. Cox, Alex Jennings, Bethiah, Pauline Siddle, Maid, Carol Boyd, and Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. The music was composed by Rachel Portman, and the director was Jane Morgan. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Hurlbut, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Robert Lang, and Thelma Whiteley. Part 2, A Crisis.
Due to the somewhat unpleasant fact that one of his pupils had conceived a passion for his daughter, Mr. Gibson, the Hollingford doctor, had found it necessary to arrange that the girl should spend some time visiting his friend and patient, Mrs. Hamley, at Hamley Hall. There, young Molly Gibson enjoyed some weeks of happiness and summer tranquillity, until one Thursday, when the quiet country household was stirred through all its fibres with the return of Roger Hamley, the younger of Squire Hamley's 2 sons.
Mary, whatever are you doing here at this time?
Oh, I'm sorry not to have finished before this, Miss Molly, but I've been that busy scouring Mr. Rogers' rooms. Not but what they were as clean as could be beforehand. My mistress would always have the young gentlemen's rooms cleaned afresh before they came home. If it had been Miss Osborne coming, the whole house would have had to be done. But to be sure, he is the eldest, so that's only right and proper. There, that's done. I'll go now, miss. Sorry, miss.
Oh, such an upheaval. Perhaps it is as well that Mr. Osborne isn't coming home after all.
I'm sorry that he ever went and came in the first place. To be wasting such time.
Roger, dear.
Tell me I won't marry. I won't.
Molly! Molly! Why, Mrs. Hamley, whatever can be the matter?
It's Osborne. Roger has been telling us about him.
What about him?
Well, we had a letter. He said that he had not done as well as he'd hoped in his exams, poor fellow. He said that he had passed, but was only low down, not where he'd expected and had led us to expect. The squire has been asking Roger all about it. And Roger has been telling him, and it has made him so angry.
I don't think Mr. Rogers should have told. He had no need to begin so soon after his arrival about his brother's failure. Why, he hasn't been in the house an hour.
Oh, hush, hush, my dear. You don't understand. Roger is so good. The squire would begin and ask questions as soon as ever Roger arrived. And all he said to me, at any rate, was that Osborne was nervous, and that if only he could have gone in for the Chancellor's medals, he would have carried all before him. But Roger said that after failing like this, he's not very likely to get a fellowship, which the squire had placed his hopes on. Osborne himself seems so sure of it that the squire can't understand it and is seriously angry, and growing more so the more he talks about it.
Oh, I'm very sorry for Mr. Osborne. Indeed I am.
Oh, you are a blessing to mothers, child. You give one such pleasant sympathy, both in one's gladness and in one's sorrow and in one's disappointment. But now, you had better go and dress for dinner. Thank goodness your being fourth will keep us off that sore subject. There are times when a stranger in the house is a wonderful help.
Molly thought over all she had heard as she was dressing and putting on her terrible, over-smart plaid gown in honour of the new arrival. Her unconscious fealty to Osborne was not in the least shaken by his having come to grief at Cambridge. Only she was indignant against Roger for having brought the bad news, and she went into the dining-room with anything but a welcome in her heart.
Now, lucky fella, he's gone on a walking tour of the Dolomites.
How nice.
He is the sort of person that I shall never get on with.
If you enjoy the countryside, Miss Gibson, there are some truly excellent walks near here, and a great many fascinating natural phenomena to be studied and enjoyed.
Oh, really? How can he be so unfeeling, so talkative?
There is the mere, of course, and sometimes one can even see heron there.
I have seen the heron, thank you. How can he go on so cheerfully while his poor mother is on the verge of tears?
I sometimes go dredging in the mere, and it is quite
Robinson,
possible...
Squire, bring up a bottle of the Burgundy with the yellow seal.
If you please, sir, there are not above 6 bottles of that seal left, and it's Mr. Osborne's favourite wine. Sir.
Bring a bottle of the Burgundy with the yellow seal, as I said.
Yes, Squire.
Mr. Osborne's likes and dislikes have hitherto been rather too much considered in this house, it seems to me.
Oh, when will Papa let me go home?
During Molly's absence at Hamley Hall, Mr. Gibson was drifting into matrimony. He was partly aware of whither he was going, and partly it was like the soft, floating movement of a dream. It happened in this manner. Lady Cumnor, having married her 2 eldest daughters, found her labours as a chaperone to Lady Harriet, the youngest, considerably lightened by cooperation, and at length she had leisure to be an invalid. She was, however, too energetic to allow herself this indulgence constantly, only she permitted herself to break down occasionally, after a long course of dinners, late hours, and London atmosphere. This particular summer she had broken down earlier than usual, and longed for the repose of the country. Yet she did not quite like being without a companion in the 3 weeks that might intervene before her family joined her.
Thursday the 19th. Harriet.
Yes, Mamma?
I said Thursday the 19th. That is the day that the annual festivity to the school visitors is due to take place.
Oh, dear. Is it really?
Harriet, what do you say to coming down to the Towers on the 18th? You could stay in the country till Monday and have a few days' rest and good air. You would return a great deal fresher to the remainder of your gaieties.
Oh, Mamma, I cannot go. There's the water party up to Maidenhead on the 20th. I should be so sorry to miss it. Besides, I should do no good. I can't make provincial small talk. I'm not up in the local politics of Hollingford.
Very well, my dear. I had forgotten the Maidenhead water party, or I would not have asked you.
Mamma, why shouldn't you have Claire Kirkpatrick to stay with you? You like her? And she's just the person to save you the trouble of hospitality to the Hollingford people. And we should all be so much more comfortable if we knew you had her with you.
Yes, Claire would do very well, Mary. Oh, but isn't it her school time or something? We must not interfere with her school as to injure her, for I'm afraid she is not doing too well as it is, and she has been so very unlucky ever since she left us. First her husband died, and then she lost Lady Davis' situation, and then Mrs. Maud's, and now Mr. Preston has told your father it was all she could do to pay her way to Ashcombe, though Lord Cumnor lets her have the house rent-free.
I can't think how it is. She's not very wise, certainly, but she's so useful and agreeable and has such pleasant manners. I should have thought that anyone who wasn't particular about education would have been charmed to keep her as a governess.
What do you mean by not being particular about education? Most people who keep governesses for their children are supposed to be particular.
Well, they think themselves so, I've no doubt. And I call you particular, Mary, but I don't think Mamma was, though she thought herself so, I'm sure.
I can't think what you mean, Harriet.
Oh, dear Mamma, you did everything you could think of for us. You gave us the best masters in every department, and Claire to dragonize us and keep us up to our preparation for them, but then you know, or rather you didn't know, some of the masters admired our very pretty governess, and there was a kind of respectable, veiled flirtation going on, which never came to anything, to be sure. And then you were so often overwhelmed with your business as a great lady, fashionable and benevolent and all that sort of thing,
that you used to call Claire away from us at the most critical times of our lessons to write your notes or add up your accounts. And the consequence is that I'm about the most ill-informed girl in London.
Do you think what Harriet says is true, Mary?
So little with Claire in the schoolroom. I used to read French with her, and she had a beautiful accent, I remember. The only thing that makes me uneasy is the way in which she seems to send her daughter away from her so much. We never can persuade her to bring Cynthia with her when she comes to see us.
Now, I call that ill-natured. Here's a poor dear woman
Well,
trying to earn
after
her
all,
living.
we're not discussing Claire and her affairs, but trying to plan for Mamma's comfort. I don't see that she can do better than ask Mrs. Kirkpatrick to come to Towers. As soon as her holidays begin, I mean.
Here's her last letter. Oh, I know it's here somewhere. Ah, yes. Here it is. The vacation begins on the 11th, according to the usual custom of schools in Ashcombe, and I must then try and obtain some change of air and scene in order to fit myself for the resumption of my duties on the 10th of August. You see, girls, she would be at liberty if she has not made any other arrangements for spending her holidays.
I will write to her at once, Mamma.
Do ask the poor little daughter to come with her mother to the Towers. Why, she must be 17 or more.
I was not 10 when Claire married, and I'm nearly 29.
Don't speak of it, Harriet. At any rate, you are but 28 now, and you look a good deal younger. There is no need to be always bringing up your age on every possible occasion.
There was need of it now, though. I wanted to make out how old Cynthia Kirkpatrick was. I think she can't be far from 18.
She's at school at Boulogne, I know, and so I don't think she can be as old as that. Claire says something about it in this letter. Here. Under these circumstances, the ill success of her school, I cannot think myself justified in allowing myself the pleasure of having darling Cynthia at home for the holidays, especially as the period when the vacations in French schools commences differs from that common in England. So you see, Claire would be quite at liberty to come to me, and I dare say it would be a very nice change for her.
So the plan, in its present shape, was told to Lord Cumnor, who highly approved of it, as he always did of every project of his wife's. Lady Cumnor's character was perhaps a little too ponderous for him in reality, but he was always full of admiration for all her words and deeds, and used to boast of her wisdom, her benevolence, her power and dignity in her absence, as if by this means he could buttress up his own more feeble nature.
Ah, very good indeed. Claire to join you at the Towers? Capital. I couldn't have planned it better myself. I shall go down with you on Wednesday, in time for the jollification on Thursday. I always enjoy that day. And perhaps I may ride over to Ashcombe and see Preston. Brown Bess can do it in a day. 18 miles, to be sure. But there's back again to the Towers. How much is twice 18? 30?
36.
So it is. You're always right, my dear. Preston's a clever, sharp fellow.
I don't like him.
He takes looking after, but he's a sharp fellow. He's such a good-looking man, too. I wonder you don't like him?
I never think whether a land agent is handsome or not. They don't belong to the class of people whose appearance I notice.
To be sure not. But he is a handsome fellow. And what should make you like him is the interest he takes in Mrs. Kirkpatrick and her prospects.
Claire?
And he's constantly suggesting something that can be done to her house. And I know he sends her fruit and flowers and game.
How old is he?
About 27, I think. I see what's in your ladyship's head. No. He's too young for that. You must look out for some middle-aged man if you want to get poor Claire remarried. Preston won't do.
I'm not a matchmaker, as you might know. I never did it for my own daughters. I'm not likely to do it for Claire.
Well, you might do a worse thing. I'm beginning to think she'll never get on as a schoolmistress, though why she shouldn't, I'm sure I don't know. She's an uncommonly pretty woman for her age. Yes. I say, my lady, what do you think of Gibson, the doctor? He would be just the right age, widower, lives near the Towers and all.
I told you just now I was no matchmaker, my lord. Now, concerning the journey, I suppose we'd better go by the old road. The people at those inns know us.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, Claire, was only too happy to accept Lady Cumnor's invitation. It was what she'd been hoping for, but hardly dared to expect. So she gladly prepared to join her ladyship at Cumnor Towers. Her wardrobe did not require much arrangement. If it had done, the poor lady would not have had much money to appropriate to the purpose. She was very pretty and graceful, and that goes a great way towards carrying off shabby clothes. Her beautiful hair was of that rich auburn that hardly ever turns grey. Her eyes were soft, large, and china blue in colour. Her figure was a little fuller than it used to be, but altogether she looked much younger than her age, which was not far short of 40.
Cumnor Towers. Oh, to be staying with Lady Cumnor at Cumnor Towers again. Oh, to leave this little house with its shabby and battered furniture, with its gloomy lookout and its squalid surroundings, and to go bowling through the Towers Park in a luxurious carriage. Why, at the Towers, money is like the air they breathe. No one even asks or knows how much the washing costs or what price ribbon is a yard. Ah, it would be different if they had to earn every penny as I have. I wonder if I am to go on all my life toiling and moiling for money. It's not natural. Marriage is the natural thing. Then the husband has all that kind of dirty work to do, and his wife sits in the drawing room like a lady. I did, when poor Kirkpatrick was alive. Hey-ho! It's a sad thing to be a widow. Cumnor Towers. Oh, and the dinners.
A disturbance to the pleasant, even course of the summer days Clare was to spend at Cumnor Towers came in the indisposition of Lady Cumnor. Lord Cumnor was almost certain, though he could give no reason for his belief, that his wife was not well. Yet he was too much afraid of her to send for Mr. Gibson without her permission. He did, however, discuss the matter with Clare shortly before he departed for London.
It's such a comfort to leave my lady to you, Clare. Only don't you be deluded by her ways. She'll not show she's ill till she can't help it. If I were you, I'd send and ask Gibson to call. You might make any kind of pretence. I say, why not get him to come and see you? And he might be looking at my lady while he was talking to you, and see if he thinks her really ill, and let me know what he says about her.
Certainly, Lord Cumnor.
That's the way. Get him to come and see you. Capital.
But Clare was just as great a coward about doing anything for Lady Cumnor which she had not expressly ordered as Lord Cumnor himself, and had no intention of incurring Lady Cumnor's displeasure. But a day or two after this conversation took place, Lady Cumnor startled Mrs. Kirkpatrick by saying suddenly,
Clare, I wish you'd write a note to Mr. Gibson saying I should like to see him this afternoon. I thought he would have called of himself before now. He ought to have done so to pay his respects.
Yes, Lady Cumnor.
But Mr. Gibson had been far too busy in his profession to have time for mere visits of ceremony. The district of which he may be said to have had medical charge was full of a bad kind of low fever, which took up all his time and thought, and often made him very thankful that Molly was out of the way in the quiet shades of Hamley Hall. His domestic rows had not healed over in the least. The final straw had been an impromptu visit of Lord Cumnor's eldest son, Lord Hollingford, in search of scientific conversation and some lunch. Mr. Gibson's cook was still sulking at the dismissal of Bethia, and though at length the meal was served, Mr. Gibson, the poor host, saw the want of nicety, almost the want of cleanliness, in all its accompaniments.
You see, my lord, a man like me, a widower with a daughter, who cannot always be at home, has not a regulated household which would enable me to command the small portions of time I can spend here.
You're true. Yet a man like you ought to be free from any thought of household cares. You ought to have somebody. How old is Miss Gibson?
17. Well, it's a very awkward age for a motherless girl.
Yes, very. I have only boys, but it must be very awkward with a girl. Excuse me, Gibson, we're talking like friends. Have you never thought of marrying again? Wouldn't be like a first marriage, of course, but if you found a sensible, agreeable woman of 30 or so, I really think you couldn't do better than to take her to manage your home. And besides, she'd be able to give your daughter that kind of tender supervision, which I fancy all girls of that age require. A delicate subject, but you'll excuse my having spoken frankly.
Oh, well, it's a very sound advice, my lord, very sound. But I fear it's a case of first catch your hare.
Mm-hmm.
Where is there a suitable, sensible and agreeable woman of 30 or so? Miss Browning, Miss Phoebe, Miss Goodenough, alas, I fear not. Among my patients there are two distinctly marked classes. Farmers whose children are, for the most part, unrefined and uneducated, and squires whose daughters would indeed think the world was coming to a pretty pass if they were to marry a country surgeon.
Yeah, I must take your point, Gibson. Devilish difficult.
But the first day on which Mr. Gibson paid his visit to Lady Cumnor, he began to think it possible that Mrs. Kirkpatrick was his heir. He rode away from the Towers with slack rein, thinking over what he knew of her.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick. She's always been a great favourite with the people at the Towers, and that speaks well of her. A widow, who's been a governess and is now a schoolma'am at Ashcombe. A young widow at that. Well, comparatively speaking, since she's a daughter who must be about Molly's age. And she behaved most kindly to poor Molly when she got left behind at the Towers that time. Poor little Molly. Claire Kirkpatrick. Well, I wonder. It would perhaps be no bad thing. Of course, she's very little, if any, property. Still, all in all, no bad thing at all.
Lady Cumnor was out of health. Reports were duly sent up to my lord, but he and his daughters were strictly forbidden to come down. Lady Cumnor wished to be weak and languid and uncertain both in body and mind without the family observation. Sometimes she herself wrote the daily bulletins. At other times she bade Claire do it. Any answers she received from her daughters she used to read herself. But anybody might read my lord's letters.
Hardly expect the fellow to say so. And that from Hodgkinson, a man with barely 2 halfpennies to rub together. How a
Oh. Well, read on. What are you stopping for? There's no bad news, is there? About Agnes? Give me the letter. Where were we now? Oh, I see. How are Claire and Gibson getting on? You despised my advice to help on that affair, but I really think a little matchmaking would be a very pleasant amusement, now that you are shut up in the house. And I cannot conceive any marriage more suitable. It was awkward for you to come upon that, Claire. I don't wonder you stopped short. You gave me a terrible fright, though.
Lord Cumnor is so fond of joking.
Yes, indeed. Still, all the same, it was awkward for you to come upon it.
The next morning, when the house was cleared of them, and none but my sister and myself left in the kitchen with Sir Condy, one opens the door and walks in. And who should it be but Judy McQuirk herself?
Shh! What is it? Her ladyship is resting.
Very good. I wonder if I could speak to you for a minute or two in the library.
Yes, of course, Mr. Gibson. Is he going to offer? Is he?
And make sure that she takes the dose twice a day.
Yes, Mr. Gibson.
It's very stormy weather.
Yes, very. My daughter writes me word that for 2 days last week the packet could not sail from Boulogne.
Oh, Miss Kirkpatrick is at Boulogne, is she?
Yes, poor girl. She is at school there. But, Mr. Gibson, you must not call her Miss Kirkpatrick. Cynthia remembers you with so much affection, I may say. She was your little patient when she had the measles here 4 years ago, you know. Pray, call her Cynthia.
Cynthia seems to me such an out-of-the-way name, only fit for poetry, not for daily use.
Oh, it is my name. I was christened Hyacinth, and her poor father would have her called after me. I am sorry you do not like it.
Oh, but I...
Hyacinth Clare. Once upon a time I was quite proud of my pretty name, and other people thought it pretty too.
I have no doubt.
Perhaps I did wrong in yielding to his wish to have her called by such a romantic name. It may excite prejudice against her in some people, and poor child, she will have enough to struggle with. A young daughter is a great charge, Mr. Gibson, especially when there is only one parent to look after her.
You're quite right, though I should have thought that a girl who is so fortunate as to have a mother could not feel the loss of her father so acutely as one who is motherless must suffer from her deprivation.
Ah, you are thinking of your own daughter. It was careless of me to say what I did. Dear child, how well I remember her sweet little face as she lay sleeping on my bed. You remember? That day long ago when she was left behind here.
I do indeed, though it must be now.
Yes, I suppose she is near grown up now. Why, she must be near my Cynthia's age. How I should like to see her.
I hope you will. I should like you to see her. I should like you to love my poor little Molly, to love her as your own, to... Could you love her as your daughter?
Why?
Will you try? Will you give me the right of introducing you to her as her future mother, as my wife?
Oh, Mr. Gibson. Oh.
Oh, my dear, my dearest...
Call me Hyacinth, your own Hyacinth. I can't bear Claire. And it does so remind me of being a governess. And those days are all past.
We ought to tell Lady Cumnor, I suppose.
Yes, you'll tell her, won't you? I always like other people to tell her things, and then I can see how she takes them.
Certainly, I'll do whatever you wish. Although I ought to tell Molly first. She has the right to know. I do hope you and she will love each other dearly.
Oh, yes, I'm sure we shall.
Her ladyship is awake and wishes you to join her.
Oh, thank you. We'll come at once.
I'm glad you've not gone, Mr. Gibson. I wanted to tell you... Why, what's the matter with you two? What have you been saying to Claire? I'm sure something has happened.
My lady...
Well, out with it.
I have been asking Mrs. Kirkpatrick to be my wife and to be a mother to my child, and she has consented.
I don't see any objection. I dare say you'll be very happy. Oh, I'm glad of it. Here, shake hands with me, both of you. It does not seem to me that any exertion has been required on my part.
Oh, Lady Cumnor.
Did she not tell you? Then I must. It's too good a joke to be lost, especially as everything has ended so well. When Lord Cumnor's letter came this very morning, I gave it to Claire to read aloud to me, and I saw she suddenly came to a full stop where no full stop could be, and I thought it was something about Agnes, so I took the letter and read. Stay. I'll read the sentence to you. Where's that letter, Claire?
Lady Cumnor.
Oh, don't trouble yourself. Here it is. How are Claire and Gibson getting on? You despised my advice to help on that little affair, but I really think a little matchmaking would be a very pleasant amusement now that you are shut up in the house, and I cannot conceive any marriage more suitable. You see, you have my lord's full approbation. Oh, but I must write and tell him you have managed your own affairs without any interference of mine. Now, we'll just have a little medical talk, Mr. Gibson, and then you and Claire shall finish your tete-a-tete.
Oh, but Lady Cumnor...
Come, no nonsense. I always made my girls go and have a tete-a-tete with the men who were to be their husbands, whether they would or no. There's a great deal to be talked over before every marriage, and you two are certainly old enough to be above affectation.
I hope
Well, now, my...
It was cruel of her.
It's of little matter now, Hyacinth. Oh, there, my dear.
Oh, I cannot tell what poor Kirkpatrick would say if he knew what I have done.
Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Yes, he did so dislike the notion of second marriages, poor fellow.
Well, let us hope that he doesn't know then, or that if he does, he's wiser. I mean, that he sees now how second marriages may be most desirable and expedient in some cases.
Yes, let us hope so.
Altogether, this second tete-a-tete done to command was not so satisfactory as the first, and Mr. Gibson was quite alive to the necessity of proceeding on his round to see his patients before very much time had elapsed.
We shall shake down into uniformity before long, I've no doubt. It's hardly to be expected that our thoughts should run in the same groove all at once, nor should I like it. It would be very flat and stagnant to have only an echo of one's opinions from one's wife. Ah, well. Now I must tell Molly about it. Dear little woman, I wonder how she'll take it. After all, it's done in a great measure for her good. Perhaps, well, it's too late to go round by Hamley now. I'd better go in the morning. Molly. Molly, my dear. Molly.
Oh, Papa. Oh, dear, dear Papa. What made you come while I was asleep? Come and sit by me, do. Oh, I was up so early. It's so charming to be here in the fresh air.
It is indeed, Molly.
Have you heard from Miss Eyre, Papa? How are they all? Oh, and this fever that is about. Do you know, Papa? I don't think you are looking well. You want me at home to take care of you. Oh, Papa, how soon may I come
Don't
home?
I look well? That must be all your fancy, Goosey. I feel uncommonly well, and I ought to look well, for I've a piece of news for you, little woman. Can you guess it?
Well, how should I?
Why, you see, my love, that you're in a very awkward position, a girl growing up in such a family as mine, with the pupils, young men. And I'm obliged to be away so much.
But there is Miss Eyre, dear Miss Eyre. I want nothing but her and you.
Still, there are times, like the present, when Miss Eyre cannot be with you. I've been in great perplexity for some time, but at last I've taken a step which I hope will make us both happier.
You're going to be married again?
Yes, to Mrs. Kirkpatrick. You remember her? They call her Claire at the Towers. You recollect how kind she was to you on School Visitors' Day. She's a very suitable age for me. I don't know how old she is exactly, but she must be nearly 40. I shouldn't have wished to marry anyone younger. She's highly respected by Lord and Lady Cumnor and their family, which is, of itself, a character. She's a very pleasant and agreeable, polished manner. Of course, from the circle she's been thrown into, so we must brush up our manners now. She's been accustomed to housekeeping, economical housekeeping too, for of late years she's had a school at Ashcombe. And last, but not least, she has a daughter, about your age, Molly, who of course will come and live with us and be a nice companion, a sister for you.
So I was sent out of the house that all this might be quietly arranged in my absence. Oh, Papa, how could you? I don't know what to say about this hateful, this detestable... Oh, no, Papa, come back. I'm not myself.
I think it's better for both of us for me to go away now. We may say things difficult to forget. We're both much agitated. By tomorrow we shall be more composed. You'll have thought it over and see that the principle, the great motive, I mean, was for your good. You may tell Mrs. Hamley. I meant to have told her myself. I'll come again tomorrow. Goodbye, Molly.
Oh, Papa! Papa, come back! I didn't mean... Oh, Papa!
Miss Gibson.
Oh,
What is it?
Mr. Hamley, I did not hear your approach. Is it lunchtime so soon?
I don't know. I was going home to lunch when... But you must let me say it. I couldn't go on when I saw your distress. Has anything happened? Anything in which I can help, I mean? For, of course, I have no right to make the inquiry if it is any private sorrow.
Papa is to be married again.
You are sorry for it?
Yes.
It seems as if there might be cases where, setting the question of love entirely on one side, it must be almost a duty to find someone to be a substitute for the mother. I can believe that this step may be greatly for your father's happiness. It may relieve him from many cares and may give him a pleasant companion.
He had me. You don't know what we were to each other. Well, at least What he was to me.
Still, he must have thought it for the best, or he wouldn't have done it. He may have thought it for the best for your sake, even more than for his own.
That's what he tried to convince me of.
I want to tell you of a girl I know, Alice. Her mother died when she was 16, and some years later, her father married again, a woman not many years older than Alice herself. Well, they are just the happiest set of people I know. You wouldn't have thought it likely, though, would you?
How was it?
Alice thought of her father's happiness before she thought of her own.
If it were for Papa's happiness...
He must believe that it is. Whatever you fancy, give him a chance. He cannot have much comfort, I should think, if he sees you fretting or pining. You who have been so much to him, as you say. The lady herself, too. If Alice's stepmother had been a selfish woman and had always been clutching after the gratification of her own wishes. But she was not. And your father's future wife may be another of the same kind, though such people are rare.
I don't think she is, though. I remember meeting her once.
It is right to hope for the best about everyone, and not to expect the worst. This sounds like a truism, but it has comforted me before now, and someday you'll find it useful. One has always to try to think more of others than of oneself, and it is best not to prejudge people on the bad side. I am sorry. My sermons aren't long, are they? Have they given you an appetite for lunch? Sermons always make me hungry, I know.
Well,
Here, let me assist you.
Thank you.
Where have you been, Roger? I've been waiting luncheon.
I am sorry, Mother.
Where's Molly? Miss Gibson, I mean.
I've been out dredging, and on my return, I found Miss Gibson on the terrace walk, crying as if her heart would break. Her father is going to be married again.
Married again? You don't say so.
Yes, he is. And she takes it very hardly. Mother, I think if you could send someone to her with a glass of wine or something of that sort.
But whom is Mr. Gibson going to marry?
Well, I don't know. I didn't ask, and she didn't tell me.
Oh, that's so like a man. Why, half the character of the affair lies in the question of who it is that Mr. Gibson's going to marry.
I dare say I ought to have asked, but somehow I'm not a good one on such occasions. I couldn't think of what to say.
What did you say?
Well, I gave her the best advice in my power.
Advice? You ought to have comforted her. Poor Molly.
Well, I think that if advice is good, it is the best comfort.
Well, that depends on what you mean by advice.
I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting, Mrs. Hamley.
Molly, my dear.
Miss Gibson, take my seat.
Molly, I hear that your father is going to be married. My dear, may I ask whom it is to?
Mrs. Kirkpatrick. I think she was a governess a long time ago at the Countess of Cumnor's. She stays with them a great deal, and they call her Claire. And I believe they are very fond of her.
I think I've heard of her. Oh, then she's not very young. That's as it should be. A widow, too. Has she any family?
One girl, I believe. But I know so little about her.
Oh, never mind, my dear. That will all come in good time. Why, Roger, where are you going?
To fetch my dredging net. I've left it on the terrace. It's full of things I don't want to lose.
Oh, very well, but don't be too long away. We cannot wait luncheon forever.
Yes, Mother.
He was so good to me. I mean to try and remember all he said.
I am glad to hear it, very glad. From what he told me, I was afraid he'd been giving you a little lecture. He has a good heart, but he isn't so tender in his manner as Osborne.
Oh, it did me good. It made me feel how badly... Oh, Mrs. Hamley, I did behave so badly to Papa this morning.
There, my dear. He'll understand, I am certain. You must see him tomorrow and tell him how truly sorry you are.
Well now, Molly.
Oh, Papa, I'm so truly, truly sorry that I...
There, that'll do. I know all you want to say. I know my little Molly, my silly little goosey, better than she knows herself.
Oh, Papa, but...
No buts, no tears. I've brought you an invitation.
An invitation?
Aye, from Lady Cumnor. She wants you to go and spend next Thursday at the Towers.
Do you wish me to go?
I wish you and, Hyacinth to become better acquainted, to learn to love each other.
Hyacinth?
Yes, Hyacinth. It's the silliest name I've ever heard of, but it's hers, and I must call her by it. I can't bear Claire, and Mrs. Kirkpatrick is formal and nonsensical too, as she'll change her name so soon.
When, Papa?
Not till after Michaelmas. And the worst is, she's gone and perpetuated her own affected name by having her daughter called after her. Cynthia. Cynthia. One thinks of the moon and the man in the moon with his bundle of faggots. I'm thankful you're plain Molly, child.
How old is she? Cynthia, I mean.
I get accustomed to the name. Well, I should think Cynthia Kirkpatrick is about as old as you are. She's at school in France just now, picking up airs and graces. She's to come home for the wedding, so you'll be able to get acquainted with her then. Though I think she's to go back again for another half year or so. Cynthia, indeed.
Papa. Mr. Gibson believed that Cynthia Kirkpatrick was to return to England to be present at her mother's wedding, but Mrs. Kirkpatrick had no such intentions. She was not what is commonly called a woman of determination, but somehow what she disliked she avoided, and what she liked she tried to do or to have. She had felt how disagreeable it would be to have her young daughter flashing out her beauty by the side of the faded bride, her mother. Mrs. Kirkpatrick had gone to bed that first night of her engagement to Mr. Gibson, fully anticipating a speedy marriage. So it was rather like a douche of cold water on her plans when, the next morning, Lady Cumnor began to decide upon the arrangement and duties of the two middle-aged lovers.
Of course you can't give up your school all at once, Claire. The wedding can't be before Christmas, but that will do very well. We shall all be down at the Towers, and it will be a nice amusement for the children to go over to Ashcombe and see you married.
I am afraid, I don't believe Mr. Gibson will like waiting so long. Men are so impatient under these circumstances.
Oh, nonsense. Lord Cumnor has recommended you to his tenants at Ashcombe, and I'm sure he wouldn't like them to be put to any inconvenience. Mr. Gibson will see that in a moment. He's a man of sense, or else he wouldn't be our family doctor. Now, what are you going to do about your little girl? Have you fixed yet?
No. Yesterday there seemed so little time, and when one is agitated it is so difficult to think. Cynthia is nearly 18, old enough to be out as a governess, if he wishes it. But I don't think he will. He is so generous and kind.
Well, I must give you time to settle some of your affairs today. Don't waste it in sentiment. You're too old for that. Come to a clear understanding with each other. It will be for your happiness in the long run.
Yes, Lady Cumnor. I am to meet dear Mr. Gibson in the library this afternoon. That is, if
Of course. But mind now, come to a clear understanding.
I can hardly tell you what a comfort and relief it'll be to me, Hyacinth, when you're once my wife, the mistress of my home, and poor little Molly's mother and protector. But I wouldn't interfere with your previous engagements for the world. It wouldn't be right. Why, I wouldn't have you give up your school a week sooner than is right, just for my sake.
Thank you, my own love. How good you are. So many men would only think of their own wishes and interests. I am sure the parents of my dear pupils will admire you, will be quite surprised at your consideration for their interests.
Well, don't tell them then. I hate being admired. Why shouldn't you say it's your wish to keep on your school till they've had time to look out for another?
Because it isn't. I long to be making you happy. I want to make your home a place of rest and comfort to you, and I do so wish to cherish your sweet Molly. I can't take virtue to myself which doesn't belong to me. If I have to speak for myself, I shall say, good people, find a school for your daughters by Michaelmas, for after that time I must go and make the happiness of others. Though I couldn't consent to any time before Michaelmas, that wouldn't be fair or right, and I am sure you wouldn't urge me. You are too good.
Well, if you think that they will consider we have acted uprightly by them, let it be Michaelmas with all my heart. What does Lady Cumnor say?
Oh, I told her I was afraid you wouldn't like waiting because of your difficulties with your servants and because of Molly. It would be so desirable to enter on the new relationship with her as soon as possible.
To be sure, so it would. Poor child, I'm afraid the intelligence of my engagement has rather startled her.
Cynthia will feel it deeply too.
We shall have her over to the wedding. She and Molly shall be bridesmaids.
Oh, how thoughtful of you, my dear.
It is a question whether Mrs. Kirkpatrick or Molly wished the most for the day to be over which they were to spend together at the Towers. Mrs. Kirkpatrick was rather weary of girls as a class. All the trials of her life were connected with girls in some way. Mrs. Kirkpatrick accepted Mr. Gibson principally because she was tired of the struggle of earning her own livelihood. But she liked him personally. Nay, she even loved him in her torpid way, and she really intended to be as kind as she could to her new stepdaughter.
What eyes! So like your dear father's. How we shall love each other, shan't we, darling, for his sake?
I'll try, but...
And you've got the same beautiful hair.
Papa's hair is growing grey.
Is it? I never see it. I never shall see it. He will always be to me the handsomest of men.
Still, he will grow old, and his hair will grow grey. I think he will be just as handsome, but it won't be as a young man.
Ah, that's just it. He will always be handsome. Some people always are. And he is so fond of you, my dear. You don't know how he speaks of you. His little treasure, as he calls you. I am almost jealous sometimes. Well, we must make him so happy. I am afraid he has had a great deal to annoy him at home, but we will do away with all that now. You must tell me what he likes and dislikes, for of course you will know. All men have their fancies and antipathies, even the wisest. I have known some gentlemen annoyed beyond measure by the merest trifles. Now, you must tell me what your dear father dislikes most, and I shall take care to avoid it. You must be my little friend and helper in pleasing him.
I think Papa isn't particular about many things. But I think our not having the dinner quite ready for him when he comes in fidgets him more than anything. You see, he has often had a long ride, and there is another long ride to come, and he has only half an hour, sometimes only a quarter, to eat his dinner in.
Thank you, my own love. Punctuality. Yes, it is a great thing in a household. It's what I've had to enforce with my young ladies at Ashcombe.
Papa doesn't care what he has if it's only ready. He would take bread and cheese if cook would only send it in instead of dinner.
Bread and cheese? Does Mr. Gibson eat cheese?
Yes, he's very fond of it. I've known him eat toasted cheese when he's been too tired to fancy anything else.
Oh, but, my dear, we must change all that. I shouldn't like to think of your father eating cheese. It's such a strong-smelling, coarse kind of thing. We must get him a cook who can toss him up an omelette or something elegant. Cheese is only fit for the kitchen.
Papa is very fond of it.
Oh, but we will cure him of that. I couldn't bear the smell of cheese, and I'm sure he would be sorry to annoy me. Cheese, indeed. But I'm afraid we must now go to Lady Cumnor. It has been very charming having you all to myself, but I know Lady Cumnor will be expecting us now, and she was very curious to see you, my future daughter, as she calls you. Come along, I'll show you the way.
Ah, there you are at last, Claire. And who is this, pray?
My dear little daughter, Lady Cumnor.
Now, Claire, don't let me have nonsense. She is not your daughter yet, and may never be. I believe that 1/3 of the engagements I have heard of have never come to marriages. Miss Gibson, I'm very glad to see you for your father's sake. When I know you better, I hope it will be for your own. Yes. Yes, I like her looks, Claire. You may make something of her. It will be a great advantage to you, my dear, to have a lady who has trained up several young people of quality always about you, just at a time when you are growing up. I'll tell you what, Claire. You and she must become better acquainted. You know nothing of each other at present. You are not to be married till Christmas, and what could be better than that she should go back with you to Ashcombe? She would be with you constantly and have the advantage of the companionship of your young people, which would be a good thing for an only child. It's a capital plan. I'm very glad I thought of it.
Yes, Lady Cumnor.
I don't think it would be nice at all. I mean, my lady, that I should dislike it very much. It would be taking me away from Papa just these very few last months. I will like you. I will try hard to love you, but you must not take me away from Papa just this very last bit of time that I shall have here.
My dear Molly.
On my word, young lady. Why, Claire, you've got your work before you. Not but what there is a good deal of truth in what she says. It must be very disagreeable to a girl of her age to have a stepmother coming in between her father and herself, whatever may be the advantages to her in the long run. You're 16, are you not?
No, I am 17. My birthday was 3 weeks ago.
Very much the same thing, I should think. Have you ever been to school?
No, never. Miss Eyre has taught me everything I know.
Miss Eyre was your governess, I suppose. I should not have thought your father could have afforded to keep a governess. But of course, he must know his own affairs best.
Certainly, my lady.
You say certainly, as if it was a matter of course that everyone should know their own affairs best. You are very young, Miss Gibson, very. You'll know better before you come to my age. And I suppose you've been taught music and the use of globes and French and all the usual accomplishments. I never heard such nonsense.
Mr. Gibson, my lady.
And high time to come along in, Mr. Gibson, and join your family.
My lady, Hyacinth, my dear Molly.
Oh, Papa.
Perhaps it would be as well, Claire, if you and young Miss Gibson were to take a turn or two in the gardens while I have my private interview with Mr. Gibson. Then perhaps you could all take an early dinner together.
You're most kind, Lady Cumnor.
I shall have dinner here in the quiet of my room. Tell Bates on your way out, will you, Claire?
Certainly, Lady Cumnor. Come along, Molly. Oh, but I shall...
Off you go, young lady. You will have more than enough time for family matters at dinner. Now, Mr. Gibson, to more serious and delicate matters.
What do you think of this plan of Lady Cumnor's, my dear? She says she was advising you to have Molly as a visitor at Ashcombe until we are married.
Yes. It would be a charming plan, only, well, we know why we would rather not have it, don't we, Molly? And we won't tell Papa for fear of making him vain. No, I think I must leave her with you, dear Mr. Gibson, to have you all to herself for these last few weeks. It would be cruel to take her away.
But you know, my dear, I told you of the reason why it does not do to have Molly at home just at present.
Oh, yes, I remember now that you did.
Papa?
It really won't do just at present. I wonder if Mrs. Hamley would be happy for her to remain at Hamley Hall.
I have been sent home for a reason. What reason? And why is it kept a secret from me, but not to Mrs. Kirkpatrick, who is almost a stranger?
Mrs. Hamley is...
Oh, I wish I could leave the room. But where could I go? 2 is company and 3 is trumpery, old Betty says. Am I then always to be shut out of their confidences, to be discussed between them forever, and to be kept forever in the dark? Oh, Papa, I might as well go to Ashcombe or anywhere else now. Oh, I'm so unhappy. And yet Papa does not even notice. He is far too taken with his new plan and his new wife to even think of me.
But Mr. Gibson did notice it, and was truly sorry for his little girl. Only he thought that there was a greater chance for the future harmony of the household if he did not lead Molly to define her present feelings by putting them into words. It was his general plan to repress emotion by not showing the sympathy he felt. Molly had held up all the day bravely. She had not shown anger, or repugnance, or annoyance, or regret. But when once more by herself in the Hamley carriage she burst into a passion of tears and cried her fill till she reached Hamley Hall. She only hoped she could run upstairs to her own room without notice and bathe her eyes in cold water before she was seen.
I'm afraid you've had a very tiring day, Miss Gibson.
Glad to see you, Molly, my dear.
Do come in. Mother has been looking for you to come back this last hour.
That bay mare looks slightly lame to me, Jennings. I think you should take a look at her.
I have thought of you several times, Miss Gibson, for I know how awkward these new relations are.
Thank you. I did try to remember what you said and to think more of others, but it is so difficult sometimes. You do know how it is, don't you?
Yes, it is difficult, but by and by you'll be so much happier for it.
No, I shan't. It will be very dull when I shall have killed myself, as it were, and live only in trying to do and to be as other people like. I don't see any end to it. I might as well never have lived. Oh, and as for the happiness you speak of, I shall never be happy again.
Nonsense! Perhaps in 10 years' time you will be looking back on this trial as a very light one. Who knows?
I dare say it seems foolish. Perhaps all our earthly trials will appear foolish to us after a while. Perhaps they seem so now to angels. But we are ourselves, you know. And this is now, not some time to come, a long, long way off. And we are not angels to be comforted by seeing the ends for which everything is sent.
I know. I understand. Yes, it is now we have to do with. But might I suggest you go and see Mother, if you're not too tired? She has not been well all day, and I know she has missed you.
Oh, of course. How selfish of me not to think of it.
I'm sure she is wanting to hear all the adventures that occurred to you at the Towers.
I'll go at once.
Not leaving us already, my dear Miss Gibson?
I'm going to Mrs. Hamley.
Yes, of course. Good girl. Run along. She'll be glad to see you, I'm sure.
She is evidently still very much upset.
Yes, I feel most sorry for her. Indeed, I almost feel as if I had a share in bringing it about by mentioning the possibility of Gibson's marrying again when she first came here.
Oh, but you can hardly...
On my word now, I wish I'd never spoken those unlucky words at dinner. I remember how she took them up. It was like a prophecy of what was to come now, wasn't it? I must take more care what I say for the future. Not but what Gibson is doing the very best thing, both for himself and her, that he can do. I told him so, the very best thing. But I'm very sorry for the little girl, though. I wish I'd never spoken about it, that I do. It was like a prophecy, wasn't it?
In the second episode of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly Gibson was played by Catherine Hurlbut, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, and Claire, Angela Pleasance, Squire Hamley, Robert Lang, Mrs. Hamley, Lilias Walker, Roger Hamley, Michael Troughton, Lady Cumnor, Pauline Letts, Lord Cumnor, Kerry Francis, Lady Harriet, Marion Diamond, Lady Cuxhaven, Anna Fox, Lord Hollingford, Geoffrey Collins, with Nigel Graham, Pauline Siddle and David Peart. Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. The music was composed by Rachel Portman and the director was Jane Morgan. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Hurlbut, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Robert Lang and Thelma Whiteley. Part 3, The New Mamma.
The love affairs between the middle-aged couple, Mrs. Kirkpatrick and Mr. Gibson, were prospering well, after the fashion that they liked best, although it might possibly have appeared dull and prosaic to younger people. Lord Cumnor had come down from London in great glee at the news.
I told you so. Now, didn't I say what a good, suitable thing an affair between Gibson and Claire would be? I don't know when I've been so much pleased. You may despise the trade of matchmaker, my lady, but I'm very proud of it. After this, I shall go on looking out for suitable cases among middle-aged people of my acquaintance. I shan't meddle with young folks. They're so apt to be fanciful. But I've been so successful in this that I do think it's good encouragement to go on.
Go on? With what? Oh, planning.
You can't deny that I planned this match.
I don't think you are likely to do either much good or harm by planning.
It puts it into people's heads, my dear.
Oh, yes, if you speak about your plans to them, of course it does. But in this case, you never spoke to either Mr. Gibson or Claire.
Well, no, I never spoke to them, of course not.
Then you must be strongly mesmeric, or your will acted upon theirs if you are to take credit for any part in the affair.
I really can't say. It's no use looking back to what I said or did. I'm very well satisfied with it, and that's enough. And I mean to show them how much I'm pleased. I shall give Claire something towards her rigging out.
Mm-hmm.
And they shall have a wedding breakfast at Ashcombe Manor House. I shall write to Preston about it. When did they say they were to be married, my dear?
I think they'd better wait till Christmas, and I told them so. It would amuse the children going over to Ashcombe for the wedding, and if it's bad weather during the holidays, I'm always afraid of their finding it dull at the Towers. It's very different if there's a good frost and they go out skating and sledging in the park, but these last 2 years it has been too wet for them, poor dears.
And will the other poor dears be content to wait to make a holiday for your children? To make a Roman holiday? A pope or somebody has a line of poetry like that. To make a Roman holiday.
It's barren, and it's nothing to do with the subject in hand. I'm surprised at your lordship quoting Byron. He was a very immoral poet.
I saw him take his oath in the House of Lords.
Well, the less said about him, the better. I have told Claire that she had better not think of being married before Christmas, and it won't do for her to be giving up the school in a hurry either.
But Claire did not intend to wait till Christmas, and for this once she carried her point against the will of the Countess. She had a harder task in setting aside Mr. Gibson's desire to have her daughter Cynthia over from France for the wedding. But this, too, she finally, triumphantly achieved. Thus, the wedding would take place in September. Lord Cumnor gave her £100 for her trousseau, though a great part of the money was required to pay off debts at Ashcombe. It was very much to her credit that she preferred clearing herself from debt to purchasing wedding finery. But it was one of the few points to be respected in Mrs. Kirkpatrick that she had always been careful in payment to the shops where she dealt. It was a little sense of duty cropping out. Claire's preparations were thus in a very considerable state of forwardness, while Dr. Gibson had done nothing as yet toward any new arrangement or decoration of his house for his intended. He knew he ought to do something, but what? He finally resolved to take his predicament to the Miss Brownings, two of his oldest and most intimate friends.
And I was thrown into such a turmoil as the result of young Cox, one of my pupils, declaring a passion, if you please, for young Molly.
A passion? To think of Molly as I've held in long clothes coming to have a lover. Well, to be sure, Sister Phoebe, here's a piece of news. Molly Gibson has got a lover. One may almost say she's had an offer, Mr. Gibson, may not one, and she's but 16.
17, sister. 17. 22nd of last June.
Well, have it your own way. 17, if you like to call her so. The fact is still the same. She's got a lover.
I'm sure I hope her course of true love will run smooth.
Ladies, please. Molly knows nothing about it. I haven't even named it to anyone but you two and to one other friend. Well, I trounced Mr. Cox well and did my best to keep his attachment, as he calls it, in bounds. But I was sadly puzzled about what to do about Molly. Miss Eyre was away, and I couldn't leave them in the house together without an older woman.
Mr. Gibson, why did you not send her to us? We would have done anything in our power for you. For your sake, as well as her poor dear mother's.
Thank you. I know you would, Miss Browning, but it wouldn't have done to have had her in Hollingford just at the time of Mr. Cox's effervescence. He's better now. His appetite has come back with double force after the fasting he thought it right to exhibit. He had 3 helpings of blackcurrant dumplings yesterday.
Oh, blackcurrant dumplings?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure you're most liberal, Mr. Gibson. 3 helpings. And I dare say butcher's meat in proportion.
Oh, I only named it because with such very young men it's generally seesaw between appetite and love, and I thought the 3rd helping a very good sign. But still, you know, what has happened once may happen again.
Oh, I don't know. Phoebe had an offer of marriage once.
Oh, hush, sister. It might hurt his feelings to have
nonsense, child. It's 25 years ago. And his eldest daughter is married herself.
I own he has not been constant. All men are not like you, Mr. Gibson, faithful to the memory of their first love.
Well, at any rate, I thought I must do something to protect Molly from such affairs while she was so young. And then Miss Eyre's nephew fell ill of the scarlet fever.
Oh, how is the poor little fellow?
Oh, worse, better. It doesn't signify to what I've got to say now. The fact was, Miss Eyre couldn't come back to my house for some time, and I cannot leave Molly altogether at Hamley.
Well, I see now why there was that sudden visit to Hamley. Upon my word, it's quite a romance.
I do like hearing of a love affair.
Then, if you'll if you let me get on with my story, you shall hear mine.
Yours? Bless us and save us whatever next.
My marriage, I hope. And that's what I came to speak to you about.
Oh, Mr. Gibson.
Of course, it's been an anxious thing for me to decide who I should ask to be the mistress of my family and the mother of my girl. But I think I've decided at last.
Oh, Mr. Gibson.
The lady I have chosen...
Tell us at once.
The lady I've chosen is,
Well?
It's Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
What? Used to be the governess at the Towers?
Yes.
That the Countess makes so much of?
Yes, she is much valued by the family, and deservedly so. She keeps a school now at Ashcombe and is accustomed to housekeeping. She's brought up the young ladies at the Towers and has a daughter of her own, and therefore it is probable she will have a kind, motherly feeling towards Molly.
She is a very elegant-looking woman. A very pretty woman.
Nonsense, sister. What has her elegance and prettiness to do with the affair? Did you ever know a widower marry again for such trifles as these? It's always from a sense of duty of one kind or another, isn't it, Mr. Gibson? They want a housekeeper, or they want a mother for their children, or they think their last wife would have liked it.
You must have it your own way, Miss Browning. Settle my motives for me. I don't pretend to be quite clear about them myself. But I am clear in wishing heartily to keep my old friends and for them to love my future wife for my sake. I don't know any two women in the world except for Molly and Mrs. Kirkpatrick I regard as much as I do you. Besides, I want to ask you if you'll let Molly come and stay with you till after my marriage.
Oh, you might have asked us before you asked Madame Hamley. We are your old friends, and we were her mother's friends too, though we're not county folk.
Now, that's unjust, and you know it is.
I don't know. You're always with Lord Hollingford when you can get at him, much more than you're ever with Mr. Goodenough or Mr. Smith. And you're always going over to Hamley Hall.
I seek Lord Hollingford as I should seek such a man, whatever his rank or position might be, usher to a school, carpenter, shoemaker, if it were possible for them to have a similar character of mind, developed by similar advantages. Mr. Goodenough is a very clever attorney with strong local interests, and not a thought beyond.
Well, don't go on arguing. It always gives me a headache. I didn't mean what I said. But that's enough, isn't it? I'll retract anything sooner than be reasoned with. Now, where were we before you began your arguments?
About dear little Molly coming to pay us a visit.
Yes, I should have asked you at first, only Mr. Cox was so rampant with his love. I didn't know what he might do or how troublesome he might be, both to Molly and to you. But he's calmed down now. Absence has a very tranquilizing effect. And I think Molly may be in the same town with him without any consequences beyond a few sighs every time she's brought to his mind by his meeting her. But I have another favour to ask you. So you see, it would never do for me to argue with you, Miss Browning, when I ought to be a humble suppliant. Something must be done to the house to make it all ready for the future Mrs. Gibson. It wants papering and painting shamefully, and I should think some new furniture, but I'm sure I don't know what. Would you be so very kind as to look over the place and see how far £100 will go? I'll leave it to you entirely, if you'll only be kind enough to help an old friend.
Time was speeding on. If anything was to be done to the house, it must be done at once. Indeed, in several ways, Mr. Gibson's arrangements with Miss Browning had not been made too soon. At Hamley Hall, the squire had heard that his son Osborne might probably return home for a few days before going abroad. And though the growing intimacy between Roger and Molly did not alarm him in the least, yet he was possessed of a very hearty panic lest his heir might take a fancy to the surgeon's daughter, and was greatly relieved when Molly removed to the Miss Brownings, who immediately began to make inquiries as to every possible affair at the Hall.
Well, you seem to have seen a great deal of Mr. Roger, Molly.
Yes, he was very kind to me.
I dare say you will soon be going to the Hall again. He's not the eldest son, you know. Phoebe, don't make my head ache with your eternal 18, 19. Attend to the conversation. Molly is telling us how much she saw of Mr. Roger and how kind he was to her. Well, I've always known he was a very nice young man, my dear. Tell us some more about him. Phoebe, attend. How was he kind to you, Molly?
Oh, He told me what books to read. And one day he made me notice how many bees I saw.
Bees, child? What do you mean? Bumblebees? Well, either you or he must have been crazy.
No, not at all. There are more than 200 kinds of bees in England, and he wanted me to notice the difference between them and flies.
Oh.
Miss Browning, I can't help seeing what you fancy, but it is very wrong. It is all a mistake. I won't speak another word about Mr. Roger of Hamley at all if it puts such silly notions into your head.
Silly notions?
Tighty-tighty. Here's a young lady to be lecturing her elders. Silly notions, indeed. They're in your head, it seems. And let me tell you, Molly, you're too young to let your mind be running on lovers.
I never said what the silly notion was, Miss Browning, did I now, Miss Phoebe? Don't you see, dear Miss Phoebe, it's all her own interpretation, and according to her fancy, this talk of lovers...
I'm sure I don't know anything about it, my dear. It seems to me that what Sally was saying was very true, and I think, love, you misunderstood her. Or perhaps she misunderstood you. Oh, well, I may be misunderstanding it altogether, so we'd better not talk any more about it.
Silly notions, indeed.
Who's there?
It's me, child.
Is something the matter?
I was afraid you were asleep, Molly, but I wanted to say to you, we've got wrong today, somehow, and I think perhaps it was my doing. It's as well Phoebe shouldn't know, for she thinks me perfect, and when there's only two of us, we get along better if one of us thinks the other can do no wrong. But I rather think I was a little cross. We'll not say any more about it, Molly, only we'll go to sleep friends. And friends we'll always be, child, won't we?
Oh, Miss Browning.
Now, give me a kiss. And don't cry and swell your eyes up, and put out your candle carefully.
Oh, I was wrong. It was my fault.
Fiddlestick ends. Don't contradict me. I say it was my fault, and I won't hear another word about it. Oh, by the way, my dear, I was thinking, who is to buy you a bridesmaid's dress?
I don't know. I suppose I am to be bridesmaid, but no one has spoken to me about my dress.
Then I shall ask your papa in the morning.
Oh, please don't. He must have spent a great deal of money just now. Besides, I would rather not be at the wedding if they'll let me stay away.
Nonsense, child. Why, all of Hollingford would be talking of it. You must go, and you must be well dressed, for your father's sake.
But Mr. Gibson had thought of Molly's dress. He had commissioned his future wife to get her what was requisite. And presently a very smart dressmaker came to try on a dress, which was both so simple and so elegant as at once to charm Molly. On the night before the wedding, Mr. Gibson and Molly drove over to Ashcombe. They were to be Mr. Preston's, or rather my lord's, guests at the manor house. Mr. Preston was very handsome and knew it. He was a fair man, with light brown hair and whiskers, grey, roving, well-shaped eyes, and a figure rendered easy and supple by the athletic exercises in which his excellence was famous, and which had procured him admission into much higher society than he was otherwise entitled to enter. He had his own private reasons for wishing to get up a flirtation with Molly just at this time. He had much amused himself with the widow when she first came to Ashcombe. And besides, he had really a strong passion for someone else, someone who would be absent, and that passion it was necessary for him to conceal.
How charming you look, Miss Gibson. Do come along in. Your father is not down yet. This room is that which Lady Harriet uses when she comes here with her father for a day or two.
Does she often come here, Mr. Preston?
Not often, but I fancy she likes being here when she does. Perhaps she finds it an agreeable change after the more formal life she leads at the Towers.
Oh, I should think it was a very pleasant house to stay at.
Yes, oh yes. I'm very much obliged to you, Miss Gibson. I was afraid a young lady like you might perceive all the incongruities of a bachelor's home. In general, I live pretty much in the room in which we shall dine. And I've a sort of agent's office in which I keep books and papers and receive callers on business.
How interesting. Oh, but here is Papa.
I'm sorry to be a little behindhand, Preston.
Not at all, Mr. Gibson. Miss Gibson is the most delightful company.
Dinner is served, sir.
Capital. Allow me, Miss Gibson. It's only humble bachelor fare, I'm afraid. Perhaps after dinner you will allow me to show you the rest of the house. Your father, if I may venture to say so without giving any offence, Miss Gibson, is looking just a little tired, a little careworn this evening.
Yes, poor Papa.
Perhaps it is the thought of his wedding tomorrow.
Perhaps.
Ah, but see here. This is said to be Mademoiselle de Saint-Quentin, a great beauty at the French court. And this is Madame du Bonny. They are very fine miniatures, are they not? Tell me, do you see any likeness in Madame du Bonny to anyone you know?
No, I never saw anyone half so beautiful.
But don't you see the likeness? In the eyes, particularly.
I'm sorry, but
It constantly reminds me of Miss Kirkpatrick.
Oh, does it? Oh, I am so glad. I've never seen her, so of course I couldn't find out the likeness. Well, you know her then, do you? Oh, please tell me about her.
She's very beautiful.
And besides, oh, go on, please.
What do you mean by besides?
Oh, I suppose she is very clever and accomplished.
Oh, she's clever, naturally. She has picked up accomplishments. But she has so much charm about her, one forgets what she herself is in the halo that surrounds her. You ask me all this, Miss Gibson, and I answer truthfully, or else I should not entertain one lady with my enthusiastic praises of another.
Oh, I don't see why not. Besides, if you wouldn't do it in general, I think you ought to do it in my case. For you perhaps don't know, but she's coming to live with us when she leaves school, and we are really nearly the same age, so it will almost be like having a sister.
So, she is to live with you, is she? And when is she to leave school? I thought she would surely be at this wedding, but I was told she was not to come. When is she to leave school?
I think it is to be at Easter. You know she is at Boulogne, and it is a long journey for her to come alone. Papa wished for her to be at the wedding very much indeed.
And her mother prevented it. I understand.
No, it wasn't her mother. It was the French schoolmistress who didn't think it desirable.
It comes to pretty much the same thing. And she's to return and live with you after Easter?
I believe so. Is she a grave or a merry person?
Never very grave, as far as I have seen of her. Sparkling would be the word for her, I think. Do you ever write to her? If you do, pray remember me to her and tell her how we have been talking about her, you and I.
I never write to her.
I see. Well, perhaps we had better rejoin your father in the drawing room, Miss Gibson.
The wedding went off much as such affairs do. Lord Cumnor and Lady Harriet drove over from the Towers. Lord Cumnor came to officiate as the bride's father, and Lady Harriet as a sort of amateur bridesmaid to share Molly's duties, as she called it. They went from the manor house in 2 carriages, Mr. Preston and Mr. Gibson in one, and Molly, to her dismay, shut up with Lord Cumnor and Lady Harriet in the other.
We mustn't crush this pretty dress of yours. Put it over Papa's knee.
Oh, Lady Harriet.
He doesn't mind in the least.
What, my dear? Oh, a white dress? No, to be sure not. I rather like it. Besides, going to a wedding, who minds anything? It would be different if we were going to a funeral, eh?
Yes. I dare say it's something of a trial to you, this second marriage of your father's. But you'll find Claire the most amiable of women. She always let me have my own way, and I've no doubt she'll let you have yours.
I mean to try and like her. I've seen very little of her yet.
Why, it's the very best thing for you that could have happened, my dear. You're growing up into a young lady, and a very pretty young lady, too, if you'll allow an old man to say so. And who's so proper as your father's wife to bring you out and show you off and take you to balls and that kind of thing?
Poor child, the thought of it is all too much for her. But you'll like having Cynthia Kirkpatrick for a companion, shan't you, my dear?
Oh, very much. Do you know her?
Oh, I've seen her over and over again when she was a little girl, and once or twice since. She's the prettiest creature that you ever saw, and with eyes that mean mischief, if I'm not mistaken. But Claire kept her spirit under pretty well when she was staying with us.
Well, here we are. And quite a little gathering, too. Now, careful of your dress, my dear.
It was pleasant to be led to the altar by a belted earl, and pleasant to have his daughter as a volunteer bridesmaid. Mrs. Kirkpatrick, in this flush of small gratifications and on the brink of matrimony with a man whom she liked, and who would be bound to support her without any exertion of her own, looked beamingly happy and handsome. A little cloud came over her face at the sight of Mr. Preston. The sweet perpetuity of her smile was rather disturbed as he followed in Mr. Gibson's wake, but his face never changed, and he bowed to her gravely and then seemed absorbed in the service. 10 minutes, and all was over. It was during the wedding breakfast that Molly found out to her dismay that she was to return to the Towers that evening with Lord Cumnor and Lady Harriet. In the meantime, Lord Cumnor had business to do with Mr. Preston, and after the happy couple had driven off on their week's holiday tour, Molly was to be left alone with the formidable Lady Harriet.
Well, what a busy day you've had, young lady. Now, don't be shy. Come and sit here by me. You know, young Miss Gibson, I like you. You're a little wild creature, and I want to tame you. Molly. What a nice, soft-sounding name. People in the last century weren't afraid of homely names. Now we're all so smart and fine. No more Lady Bettys now. I almost wonder they haven't rechristened all the worsted and knitting cotton that bears her name.
I didn't know there was a Lady Betty's cotton.
That proves you don't do fancy work. You'll find Claire will set you to it, though. She used to set me a piece after piece. Knights kneeling to ladies, impossible flowers. But I must do her justice to add that when I got tired of them, she finished them herself. I wonder how you two will get on together.
So do I.
I used to think I managed her till one day an uncomfortable suspicion arose that all the time she had been managing me. Still, it's easy work to let oneself be managed. At any rate, till one wakens up to the consciousness of the process, and then it may become amusing if one takes it in that light.
I should hate to be managed. I'll try and do what she wishes, for Papa's sake, if she'll only tell me outright. But I should dislike to be trapped into anything.
Now, I am too lazy to avoid traps, and I rather like to remark the cleverness with which they've been set. But then, of course, I know that if I choose to exert myself, I can break through the withies of green flax with which they try to bind me. Now, perhaps you won't be able to.
I don't quite understand what you mean.
Oh, well, never mind. I dare say it's as well that you shouldn't. The moral of all I've been trying to say is be a good girl and suffer yourself to be led, and you'll find your new stepmother the sweetest creature imaginable. You'll get on capitally with her. How you get on with her daughter is another affair, but I dare say very well.
Mr. Preston said she is very, sparkling.
Did he indeed? I cannot bear that sort of person.
Mr. Preston.
Giving himself airs of gallantry towards one to whom his simple respect is all his duty. I can talk to one of my father's labourers with pleasure, while with a man like that underbred fop I'm all over thorns and nettles. What is it the Irish call that style of creature?
I don't know.
Ah. That shows you've never read Miss Maria Edgeworth's tales. I'll lend them to you while you're all alone.
I'm not alone. I'm not at home, but on a visit to Miss Browning's.
Then I'll bring them to you. I know the Miss Brownings. Pecksy and Flapsy, I used to call them. I like the Miss Brownings. One gets enough respect from them, at any rate. And I've always wanted to see the kind of menage of such people.
Your Ladyship keeps speaking of the sort of class of people to which I belong, as if it were a kind of strange animal you were talking about. Yet you talk so openly to me that...
Well, go on. I like to hear you. You think me in your heart a little impertinent, now don't you?
Yes, a little. But I think you a great many other things.
Well, we'll leave the other things for the present. Don't you see, little one, I talk after my kind, just as you talk after your kind. It's only on the surface with both of us. Why, I dare say some of your good Hollingford ladies talk of the poor people in a manner which they would consider impertinent in their turn if they could hear it. After all, it is only a way of speaking. I ought not to have used it to you, but somehow I separate you from all these Hollingford people.
But why? I am one of them.
Yes, you are, but... Now, don't reprove me again for impertinence. Most of them are so unnatural in their exaggerated respect and admiration when they come up to the Towers and put on so much pretence by way of fine manners that they only make themselves objects of ridicule. You, at least, are simple and truthful, and that's why I separate you in my mind from them and... Ah, here's tea.
Ah, Lady Harriet. Lord Cumnor said I might find you here. Will you allow me the pleasure of showing you some alterations I have made in the flower garden, in which I have tried to consult your taste before it grows dark?
Thank you, Mr. Preston. I will ride over with Papa some day, and we will see if we approve of them.
Will not you come out, Miss Gibson, and see something of the gardens? You haven't been out at all, I think, excepting to church.
It is true that
I cannot spare Miss Gibson. If she would like to see the place, I will bring her over some day myself.
I see. Thank you, Lady Harriet. If you will excuse me.
I dare say it's my own lazy selfishness has kept you indoors all day against your will, but at any rate you are not to go out walking with that man.
Oh, but...
I have an instinctive aversion to him. Not entirely instinctive either. He's a very clever land agent and does his duty by Papa, and I don't choose to be taken up for libel. But remember what I say.
Yes.
Now, after tea it will be time to return to the Towers. Would you rather come in and dine with us at the Towers? We should send you home, of course. Or go straight home. Tell the truth now and evermore. Truth is generally amusing, if nothing else.
I would rather go back to the Miss Brownings at once, please.
As you wish. I shall come some day soon and bring you a load of Miss Edgeworth's tales and make further acquaintance with Pecksy and Flapsy.
Oh, no, please, don't. You must not come. Indeed, you must not.
Why not?
Because I would rather not. Because I think that I ought not to have anyone coming to see me who laughs at the friends I'm staying with and calls them names.
My dear little woman, I'm very sorry to have called them names. Very, very sorry to have hurt you. If I promise you to be respectful to them in word and deed, and in every thought, if I can, you'll let me then, won't you?
Excuse me, milady.
Ah, tea at last.
On Molly's return, the Miss Brownings were full of welcome, full of curiosity. All through the long day they had been missing their bright young visitor. What had become of Molly during all the afternoon had been a great perplexity to them, and they were very much oppressed with a sense of the great honour she had received in being allowed to spend so many hours alone with Lady Harriet. Molly began to feel as if there was some foundation for Lady Harriet's inclination to ridicule the worship paid by the good people of Hollingford to their liege lord, and to wonder with what tokens of reverence they would receive Lady Harriet if she came to pay her promised visit. But before Lady Harriet's call was paid, Molly received another visitor, Mr. Roger Hamley.
I've brought you the wasp's nest I promised you, Miss Gibson. There has been no lack of such things this year. We've taken 74 on my father's land alone.
Goodness.
And one of the labourers, a poor fellow who ekes out his wages by beekeeping, has had a sad misfortune. The wasps have turned the bees out of his hive and eaten up the honey.
Oh, what greedy little vermin.
I'm sure they deserve fire and brimstone more than the poor dear innocent bees. And then it seems so ungrateful of mankind who are going to feast on the honey.
Yes, quite. I have also brought you a note from my mother.
Thank you.
My brother and I are going with my father to an agricultural meeting at Canonbury on Thursday. And, Miss Browning, my mother desires me to say how much obliged she would be if you would spare Miss Gibson for the day. Oh, she was very anxious to ask for the pleasure of your company, too, but she really is so poorly that we persuaded her to be content with Miss Gibson.
I'm sure she's very kind.
Then I may go, Miss Browning?
Oh, to be sure, my dear. Write a pretty note and tell Mrs. Hamley how much obliged to her we are for thinking of
Oh,
us.
I'm afraid I cannot wait for a note. I must take a message instead, for I have to meet my father at 1 o'clock, and it is close upon it now. Then we may count on you on Thursday, Miss Gibson. I will send the carriage for you.
Oh, you may indeed. I look forward to seeing dear Mrs. Hamley once more.
Brilliant with autumnal flames and glittering dewdrops on the gossamer web that stretched from scarlet to blue and thence to purple and yellow petals. What? Osborne, back so soon?
Yes, I'm back again, Mother. Bullocks, I find, are not in my life. I only disappointed my father in not being able to appreciate their merit, and I'm afraid I didn't care to learn. And the smell was insufferable.
Oh, my dear boy, don't make apologies to me. Keep them for your father. I'm only too glad to have you back. Miss Gibson, this tall fellow is my son Osborne, as I dare say you've guessed. Osborne, Miss Gibson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Molly was trying to reconcile the ideal with the real. The ideal was agile yet powerful, with Greek features and an eagle eye. The real was almost effeminate in movement, though not in figure. He had the Greek features, but his blue eyes had a cold, weary expression in them. He was extremely attentive to his mother, yet it struck on the shrewd, if simple girl that Osborne was mentally squinting at her in the conversation which was directed to Mrs. Hamley. But before the afternoon was ended, without there having been any direct conversation between Osborne and Molly, she had reinstated him on his throne in her imagination. Before Molly left, the squire and Roger returned from Canonbury.
Osborne here? Why, the deuce could you tell us you were coming home? I looked about for you everywhere just as we were going into the ordinary. I wanted to introduce you to Grantley and Fox and Lord Forest, men from the other side of the county whom you ought to know. And Roger there missed about half his dinner hunting about for you, and all the time you'd stole away and were quietly sitting here with the women. I wish you'd let me know the next time you make off. I've lost half my pleasure in looking at as fine a lot of cattle as I ever saw, with thinking you might be having one of your old attacks of faintness.
I should have had one, Father, I think, if I'd stayed longer in that atmosphere. But I'm sorry if I caused you anxiety.
Well. And Roger, too. There I've been sending him here and sending him there all the afternoon.
Roger, I'm sorry.
I didn't mind it, sir. I was only sorry you were so uneasy. I thought Osborne had gone home, for I knew it wasn't much in his way. Well, Miss Gibson, and how are you getting on with Huber's book? Don't you find it very interesting?
I'm afraid I haven't read much. The Miss Brownings like me to talk, and Miss Browning likes me to go with her to Father's house. And I know it sounds nothing, but it does take up a deal of time.
When is your father coming home, my dear?
Next Thursday, I believe. He cannot stay long away.
Oh, I shall ride over and pay my respects to Mrs. Gibson. I shall come as soon as I may. Your father has been a very kind friend to me ever since I was a boy. And when I come, I shall expect my pupil to be very diligent.
Yes. We have had the most delightful conversation, Osborne and Molly and I, this afternoon.
Well, I think it's high time we saw Miss Gibson home. The Miss Brownings will be wondering what's become of her.
Oh.
Not that we want to lose your company, my dear.
Well, yes, I think it is time. Goodbye, dear Mrs. Hamley.
Molly, my dear.
Oh, Molly.
Why, Miss Phoebe, whatever is the matter?
I thought you'd never come back. Such a piece of news. Sister has gone to bed. She's had a headache with excitement, I think, but she says it's new bread. Come upstairs softly, my dear, and I'll tell you what it is. Who do you think has been here with us? Drinking tea with us, too, in the most condescending manner.
Lady Harriet.
Yes. Why, how did you guess it? But after all, her call, at any rate in the first instance, was upon you. Oh, dear Molly, if you're not in a hurry to go to bed, let me sit down quietly and tell you all about it, for my heart jumps into my mouth still when I think of how I was caught. She, that is her ladyship, left the carriage at the George and took to her feet to go shopping. And Sister was taking 40 winks, and I was sitting with my gown up above my knees and my feet on the fender, pulling out my grandmother's lace. No, the worst has yet to be told. I had taken off my cap, for I thought it was getting dusk and no one would come. And there I was in my black silk skull cap, when Nancy put her head in and whispered, "There's a lady downstairs, a real grand one by her talk." And in there came my Lady Harriet. It was some time before I forgot I had never a cap on. Well, her ladyship, as soon as she saw the state of the case, came and knelt down on the rug by me and begged my pardon for having followed Nancy upstairs without waiting for permission, and wanted to know where you were and when the happy couple would be back, till Sister wakened. And without turning her head to see who it was, she said, quite sharp, "Buzz, buzz, buzz, when will you learn that whispering is more fidgeting than talking out loud? I've not been able to sleep at all for the chatter you and Nancy have been keeping up all this time." So I went to her and said in a low voice, "Sister, it's her ladyship and me that has been conversing." "Ladyship here! Have you lost your wits, Phoebe, that you talk such nonsense? And you in your skull cap, too?" But by By this time she was sitting up, and she saw Lady Harriet sitting on our rug smiling. Oh, my word! She was on her feet directly, and she dropped her curtsy and made her excuses for sleeping as fast as might be, while I went off to put on my best cap. And when I came back, Sister had ordered tea for her ladyship, and she was quite struck with our tea and asked where we got it, for she said she'd never tasted any like it before, and I told her we only gave 3 shillings and 4pence a pound for it. And she said she would send us some of hers, all the way from Russia or Prussia or some out-of-the-way place, and if we liked hers best, she could get it for us at 3 shillings a pound.
Oh, goodness!
And she left her love for you, and though she was going away, you were not to forget her.
Oh.
Sister thought such a message would set you up too much. But I said a message is a message, and it's on Molly's own shoulders if she gets set up by it. Let us show her an example of humility, sister, though we have been sitting cheek by jowl in such company. So Sister humphed and said she had a headache and went to bed. And now you may tell me your news, my dear.
So Molly told her small events, which, interesting as they might have been at other times to the gossip-loving and sympathetic Miss Phoebe, were rather pale in the stronger light reflected from the visit of an earl's daughter. On Tuesday afternoon, Molly returned home, to the home which was already strange, and what Warwickshire people would call unked. New paint, new paper, new colours, grim servants dressed in their best and objecting to every change, and later that afternoon, the new mamma.
And the 2 small parcels to the kitchen. Oh, and Betty, tell cook I probably wish to discuss several new recipes with her early
Very well,
tomorrow.
Mum.
Now, my love, we can embrace each other in peace. Oh, dear, how tired I am. My spirits are so easily affected with fatigue. But your dear papa has been kindness itself. Oh, dear, what an old-fashioned bed. But it doesn't signify. By and by we'll renovate the house, won't we, my dear? And you'll be my little maid tonight and help me to arrange a few things, for I'm just worn out with the day's journey.
I ordered a sort of tea dinner to be ready for you. Shall I go and tell them to send it in?
I'm not sure if I can go downstairs again tonight. It would be very comfortable to have a little table brought in here and sit in my dressing gown by this cheerful fire. But to be sure, there's your dear papa. I really don't think he would eat anything if I were not there. One must not think about oneself, you know. Yes, I'll come down in a quarter of an hour.
But Papa has gone out.
Gone out?
There was a note awaiting him, with an immediate summons to Mr. Craven-Smith, who is dangerously ill.
I see. Perhaps I will have a little table in here after all, and then perhaps you would be so kind as to help me unpack. Molly, I feel so lonely, darling, in this strange house. Do come and be with me. I think your dear papa might have put off his visit to Mr. Craven-Smith for just this one evening.
But Mr. Craven-Smith couldn't put off his dying.
You droll girl. But if Mr. Smith is dying, as you say, what's the use of your father's going off to him in such a hurry? Does he expect any legacy or anything of that kind?
I don't quite know that he is dying. The man who brought the note said so, and Papa can sometimes do something to make the last struggle easier.
What dreary knowledge of death you have learned for a girl of your age. Really, if I had heard all these details of your father's profession, I doubt if I could have brought myself to have him.
He doesn't make the illnesses or the death. He does his best against them. I call it a very fine thing to think of what he does or tries to do. And you will think so too when you see how he is watched for and how people welcome him.
Well, don't let us talk any more of such gloomy things tonight. I think I shall go to bed at once. I'm so tired. If you will only sit by me till I get sleepy, darling. If you will talk to me, the sound of your voice will send me off.
Molly got a book and read her stepmother to sleep, preferring that to the harder task of keeping up a continual murmur of speech. Then she stole downstairs and went to the dining room where the fire was gone out, purposely neglected by the servants to mark their displeasure at their new mistress's having had her tea in her own room. Molly managed to light it, however, before her father came home. Then she knelt down on the hearthrug, gazing into the fire in a sad, dreamy reverie.
What, Gussie? Not a bed yet.
How is Mr. Graydon Smith?
Oh, he's dead. Oh. He just recognised me. He was one of my first patients when I came to Hollingford. And where's the new mamma?
She was tired and went to bed early. Oh, Papa, must I call her mamma?
I should like it. Why shouldn't you call her mamma? I'm sure she means to do the duty of a mother to you. We may all make mistakes, and her ways may not be quite all at once our ways. But at any rate, let's start with a family bond between us. Do you hear me, Molly? Molly? Oh, well. Tell me about your time with the Miss Brownings.
I will call her mamma.
You won't be sorry for it, Molly, when you come to lie as poor Craven Smith did tonight.
Yes, Papa.
That's my little girl.
Among the county people, as Mrs. Gibson termed them, who called upon her as a bride, were the two young Mr. Hamleys. The squire, their father, had done his congratulations, as far as he ever intended to do them, to Mr. Gibson himself when he came to the hall. But Mrs. Hamley, unable to go and pay visits herself, made her sons ride over to Hollingford with cards and apologies. As soon as they had left, Mrs. Gibson began her usual comments on the departed visitors.
I do like that Osborne Hamley. What a nice fellow he is. Somehow I always do like eldest sons. He will have the estate, won't he? I shall ask your dear papa to encourage him to come about the house. He will be a very good, very pleasant acquaintance for you and Cynthia. The other is but a loutish young fellow to my mind. There is no aristocratic bearing about him. The estate is entailed, is it not?
I know nothing about it.
Do you know, I almost think I must get dear papa to give a dinner party and ask Osborne Hamley. I should like him to feel at home in this house. It would be something cheerful for him after the dullness and solitude of Hamley Hall. For the old people don't visit much, I believe.
He is going back to Cambridge next week.
Is he? Well, then, we'll put off our little dinner till Cynthia comes home at the New Year. I should like to have some young society for her, poor darling, when she returns.
As the weeks went by, many were the domestic changes which Mrs. Gibson effected in her new home. Mr. Gibson had made up his mind before his marriage to yield in trifles and be firm in greater things. But the differences of opinion about trifles arose every day, and were perhaps more annoying than if they had related to things of more consequence. He repeatedly reminded himself of his wife's good qualities, and comforted himself by thinking that they should work together as time rolled on. Molly, however, found her new mamma's innovations harder to bear with.
Molly, my dear, I have been thinking. I must get this drawing room all new furnished first. Then I mean to fit up Cynthia's room and yours just alike.
Are you going to new furnish that room?
Yes, and yours too, darling, so don't be jealous.
Oh, please, Mamma, not mine.
Yes, dear, you shall have yours done as well. A little French bed and new paper will make it look quite different.
But I don't want it to look different. I like it as it is.
What nonsense, child. I never heard anything more ridiculous. Most girls would be glad to get rid of furniture only fit for the lumber room.
It was my own mamma's before she was married.
It is very much to your credit that you should have such feelings, I'm sure. But don't you think sentiment may be carried too far? Why, we should have no new furniture at all, and should have to put up with worm-eaten horrors. Besides, my dear, Hollingford will seem very dull to Cynthia after pretty, gay France, and I want to make the first impressions attractive.
But can't you do Cynthia's room and not mine? Please let mine alone.
No, indeed, I couldn't agree to that. Only think what would be said of me by everybody.
petting my own child and neglecting my husband's. I couldn't bear it.
No one need know.
In such a tittle-tattle place as Hollingford. Really, Molly, you are either very stupid or very obstinate, or else you don't care what hard things may be said about me, and all for a selfish fancy of your own. No, I owe myself the justice of acting in this matter as I please. Everyone shall know I am not a common stepmother. Every penny I spend on Cynthia, I shall spend on you too. So it's no use talking any more about it.
But we've had so many changes. Betty gone and Cork, and now Mr. Cox has gone too, to nurse his sick uncle.
My dear girl, Betty might have stayed forever if she had only attended to all my wishes. And I am not unreasonable, am I? Oh. And as for cook, she not only did not like the trouble of late dinners, but, if you please, objected to my new French recipes on religious grounds. What nonsense. Oh, by the way, I received such an amusing letter from Lady Harriet yesterday. She is at Bath with dear Lady Cumnor, you know. Well, she sends you her kindest regards for some reason. And, oh, yes, she inquires as to how the Miss Brownings liked the tea she had sent. This last, I'm afraid, I don't understand at all. Why did she send them tea?
Lady Harriet called at the Miss Brownings while I was away from the house at Hamley Hall. Well, Lady Harriet took tea with them and promised to send them some of her own blend. But she really called to see me. About some books, I think.
What nonsense. Lady Harriet only went to see you out of a desire of amusement. She would only make fun of the Miss Brownings, and those two will be quoting her and talking about her just as if she was their intimate friend.
I don't think she did make fun of them. She really seemed as if she'd been very kind.
And you suppose you know her ways better than I do, who have known her these 15 years? I tell you, she turns everyone into ridicule who does not belong to her set. Why, she used always to speak of the Miss Brownings as Pexy and Flapsy.
She promised me she would not.
Promised you? Lady Harriet? What do you mean?
Only she spoke of them as Pexy and Flapsy, and when she talked of coming to call on me at their house, I asked her not to come if she was going to make fun of them.
Upon my word, with all my long acquaintance with Lady Harriet, I should never have ventured upon such impertinence.
I didn't mean it as impertinence, and I don't think Lady Harriet took it as such.
You can't know anything about it. She can put on any kind of manner.
Squire Hamley to see you.
Oh, thank you. Show him in. How nice.
Good day to you, ladies. Mrs. Gibson, ma'am.
Squire Hamley, how very nice of you to visit us at last. My husband is away from home at present, but I am sure that he would be as delighted to see you were he here as we are.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure. Molly, we are all wrong at home. Osborne has lost the fellowship at Trinity he went back to try for. Then he's gone and failed miserably in his degree after all that he said and that his mother said, and I, like a fool, went and boasted about my clever son. I can't understand it. I never expected anything extraordinary from Roger. But Osborne... And then it has thrown Madam into one of her bad fits of illness, and she seems to have a fancy for you, child. Your father came to see her this morning. She's very poorly, I'm afraid. She told him how she would like to have you about her, and he said I might fetch you. You'll come, won't you, my dear?
I'll be ready in 10 minutes. I will go now.
My dear, where are you going?
Mrs. Hamley wants me, and Papa says I may go.
My wife is ill. She begged Mr. Gibson to allow Molly to come to the hall.
Stop a minute, darling. I am sure dear Papa quite forgot that you were to go out with me tonight to visit people with whom I am quite unacquainted, and it is very uncertain if Mr. Gibson can return home in time to accompany me. So you see, Squire Hamley, I cannot allow Molly to go with you.
But well, ma'am, I shouldn't have thought it would have signified. Brides are always brides, I suppose, and it's their part to be timid, but I shouldn't have thought in this case. And my wife sets her heart on things as sick people do. Well, Molly, we must put it off till tomorrow, it seems, and it's our loss, not yours. You'll be as gay as can be tonight, I dare say.
No, I shall not. I never wanted to go, and now I want it less than ever.
Hush. It is wrong in you, Molly, my dear, to speak against such kind friends of your father's, as I understand these cockerels are. Don't give so bad an impression of yourself to the kind, Squire.
Let her alone, let her alone. I see what she means. She'd rather come and be in my wife's sick room than go out for this visit tonight. Now, is there no way of getting her off?
None whatever. An engagement is an engagement with me, and I consider that she is not only engaged to Mr. Cockerell, but to me, bound to accompany me in my husband's absence.
Well, there's no use. Poor madam. She won't like it, she'll be disappointed. But it's but for one evening. But for one evening. She may come tomorrow, mayn't she? Or will the dissipation of such an evening be too much for her?
She will be ready at any time you name. I am so sorry. My foolish shyness is at fault. But still, you must acknowledge that an engagement is an engagement.
Did I ever say an engagement was an elephant, madam? However, there's no use saying any more about it, or I shall forget my manners. I'm an old tyrant, and she lying there in bed has always given me my own way. So you'll excuse me, Mrs. Gibson, won't you, and let Molly come along with me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Certainly, my dear Squire, certainly.
Then I'll take my leave.
Oh, but Mamma...
Now, my dear, I must never have you exposing me to the ill manners of such a man again. I don't call him a squire. I call him a boor, or a yeoman at best. You must not go on accepting or rejecting invitations as if you were an independent young lady, Molly. Pay me the respect of a reference to my wishes another time, if you please, my dear.
Papa said I might go.
As I am now your mamma, your references must be to me for the future. But as you are to go, you may as well look well dressed. I will lend you my new shawl for this visit, and my set of green ribbons. I am always indulgent when proper respect is paid to me. And in such a house as Hamley Hall, no one can tell who may be coming and going, even if there is sickness in the family.
Thank you, but I don't want the shawl. There will be nobody there except the family, and there never is. I think, now that she is so ill.
What can I do for you to bring you back into good temper? First, you insist on knowing Lady Harriet better than I do. Then you jump at invitations without ever consulting me or thinking of how awkward it would be for me to go stumping into a drawing room all by myself, following my new name, too, which always makes me feel uncomfortable. It is such a sad come-down after Kirkpatrick. And then, when I offer you some of the prettiest things I have got, you say it does not signify how you are dressed. What can I do to please you, Molly? I, who delight in nothing more than peace in a family, to see you sitting there with despair upon your face.
Molly could stand it no longer. She went upstairs to her own room and began to cry. She thought of Mrs. Hamley wearying for her, of the old hall, whose very quietness might become oppressive to an ailing person, of the trust the squire had had in her that she would leave directly with him. And all this oppressed her much more than the querulousness of her stepmother's words.
In the third episode of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly Gibson was played by Catherine Hurlbut, Claire, Angela Pleasance, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, Squire Hamley, Robert Lang, Mrs. Hamley, Lilias Walker, Osborne, Adam Bareham, Roger, Michael Troughton, Lady Cumnor, Pauline Letts, Lord Cumnor, Kerry Francis, Lady Harriet, Marion Diamond, Mr. Preston, Brett Usher, Miss Browning, Diana Bishop, Miss Phoebe, Hilda Schroeder, Maid, Carol Boyd, and Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. The music was composed by Rachel Portman, and the director was Jane Morgan. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Hurlbut, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Robert Lang, Anne-Louise Lambert, and Thelma Whiteley. Part 4, Mr. Osborne Hamley's Secret.
It was at Squire Hamley's request that Molly Gibson once more went to stay at Hamley Hall in order to comfort the ailing Mrs. Hamley. And truth to tell, Molly was not sorry to leave home, which had become somewhat abhorrent to her by virtue of the numerous innovations introduced by her new mamma. But if Molly thought that peace dwelt perpetually at Hamley Hall, she was sorely mistaken. Something was out of tune in the whole establishment.
Here's Molly. Come at last. My dear. She is not so well this morning.
Oh.
Here's the doctor's daughter. Nearly as good as the doctor himself. I'll leave her in charge. For a little while.
Come and sit by me, Molly. There's a good girl.
How are you feeling today, Mrs. Hamley?
My dear, it's you who must tell me all. It's no breach of confidence, for I shan't mention it again, and I shan't be here long. How does it all go on? The new mother, the good resolutions?
The wedding went off splendidly. It was such a fine day, and Lord Cumnor was very kind. I had the most beautiful dress to wear, and my new mamma seemed very happy.
But you do not speak of your own feelings. Tell me, do you and Mrs. Gibson get on happily together?
Not always. You know we didn't know much of each other before we were put to live together.
I didn't like what the squire told me last night. He was very angry. Ah, I see, Molly. You won't tell me your sorrows. And yet, perhaps I could have done you some good.
I think perhaps Papa wouldn't like it. And besides, you've helped me so much, you and Mr. Roger. I often think of the things he said. They come in so usefully and are such strength to me.
Ah, Roger. Yes, he is to be trusted. But, oh, my dear, Osborne has so disappointed us, and the squire is terribly angry. I can't think how all the money was spent.
Money?
Advances through money lenders, besides bills. And now the squire says he must mortgage some of the land, and you can't think how it cuts him to the heart. He sold a great deal of timber to send the two boys to college. Osborne. Oh, what a dear, innocent boy he was, and so clever. Everyone said he was sure of a fellowship, and then all went wrong. I don't know how. The squire has told him not to show his face at home till he's paid off the debts he has incurred out of his allowance, out of £250 a year, to pay off more than £900, and not to come home till then. The squire has given orders that the men are to be turned off the draining works. And I lie awake thinking of their poor families this wintry weather. What shall we do? Oh, Molly, Osborne was such a sweet baby, such a loving boy.
Don't you know at all how the money has gone?
No, not at all. That's the sting. There are tailors' bills and bills for wine and pictures. Those come to £500. With the money for which he will give no account, of which we only heard through the squire's London agents, who found out that certain disreputable attorneys were making inquiries as to the entail of the estate. Oh, Molly, worse than all, I don't know how to bring myself to tell you. Inquiries as to the age and health of the squire, his dear father, who has loved him so dearly and made so much of him. I have sometimes thought that we've almost done Roger an injustice.
Oh, I'm sure you've not. Oh, dear, dear Mrs. Hamley. Don't you think that it would be better not to misjudge Mr. Osborne? We don't know what he has done with the money. He is so good that he may have wanted it to relieve some poor person, some tradesman, for instance, pressed by creditors, or he may have been imposed upon by people. Or...
Please, go on. It does me good to hear the hopeful side taken. The squire has been so hurt. Strange-looking men coming into the neighbourhood, questioning the tenants and grumbling about the last fall of timber as if they were calculating the squire's death.
Then doesn't it show that they are bad men? And would bad men scruple to impose upon him and to ruin him?
Don't you see? You only make him out weak instead of wicked.
Yes, perhaps I do. But I don't think he was weak. You know yourself how very clever he really is. Besides, I would rather he was weak than wicked.
I think I've been very weak, Molly. I've made such an idol of my beautiful Osborne. And he turns out to have feet of clay, not strong enough to stand firm on the ground. And that's the best view of his conduct, too.
What with his anger against his son, his anxiety about his wife, and the difficulty of raising the money immediately required, the poor squire was in a sad state. He was angry and impatient with everyone who came near him, and once he was even on the point of dismissing Mr. Gibson because he insisted on a consultation with Dr. Nichols, the great physician of the county. Mr. Gibson went away, heavy at heart from the thought of Mrs. Hamley's approaching death, but thinking little enough of the squire's angry words. He had almost forgotten them, in fact, when about 9 o'clock that evening a groom rode in from Hamley Hall with a note from the squire.
Dear Gibson, for God's sake forgive me if I was rude today. She is much worse. Come and spend the night here. I put myself in your hands. Sometimes I think it is the turning point, and she'll rally after this bout. I trust all to you. Yours ever, R. Hamley. P.S. Molly is a treasure. God help me.
Oh, how is she now, Papa?
Molly, I've written to Osborne and Roger. Do you know Osborne's address?
No, Papa. He's in disgrace. I don't know if the squire knows it, and she's been too ill to write.
Oh, never mind. I'll enclose it to Roger. He'll know where Osborne is. And they're sure to come home as soon as they hear my report of their mother's state. Molly, I wish you'd tell the squire what I've done. It's not a pleasant piece of work.
Squire Hamley, when Papa was here today, he bade me tell you that he had written to Mr. Roger Hamley to say that he thought he had better come home. And he enclosed a letter to Mr. Osborne Hamley to say the same thing.
So, your father sent for Osborne and Roger?
Yes.
Roger would have been down from Cambridge on the 18th. And he sent for Osborne too. Did you know? It's right. Quite right. I understand. It has come at length. Come. Osborne has brought it on, though. She might have... I can't forgive him. I cannot.
Squire Hamley...
Go to her, my dear. I cannot. Not just yet. I will soon. You're a good girl. God bless you.
It is not to be supposed that Molly had remained all this time at the Hall without interruption. Once or twice her father had brought her a summons home. Molly thought she could perceive that he brought it unwillingly. In fact, it was Mrs. Gibson that had sent for her, almost as it were to preserve a right of way through her actions.
You shall come back tomorrow or the next day. Mamma seems to think people will put a bad construction on your being away so much from home so soon after our marriage.
Oh, Papa, I'm afraid Mrs. Hamley will miss me.
I don't think it likely she'll miss you as much as she would have done a month ago. She sleeps so much now that she's scarcely conscious of the lapse of time. I'll see that you come back here in a day or two.
What a time she lingers. Your papa never expected she would last half so long after the last attack. It must be very wearing work to them all. I declare, you look quite another creature since you were there. One can only wish it mayn't last for their sake.
You don't know how the squire values every minute, Mamma.
I know it by my dear Kirkpatrick. There really were days when I thought it would never end. But we won't talk any more of such dismal things. You've had quite enough of them, I'm sure, and it always makes me melancholy to hear of illness and death. And yet your dear papa seems sometimes as if he could talk of nothing else. I'm going to take you out tonight, though, and that will give you something of a change. There's some talk of dancing. It's at Mrs. Edwards'.
Oh, Mamma, I cannot go. I've been so much with her, and she may be suffering so, or even dying, and I to be dancing.
Nonsense. You're no relation, so you need not feel it so much. Why, we might sit twirling our thumbs and repeating hymns all our lives if we were to do nothing else when people are dying.
I cannot go.
Why, what's this now, Molly?
This stupid child simply will not listen to reason.
I cannot. Not while Mrs. Hamley
I
is
say she will go out tonight.
I suppose I can have some lunch. I went away at 6 this morning, and there's nothing in the dining room. I have to go off again directly.
Where are you going, Molly?
Only to see about Papa's lunch.
There are servants to do it. I don't like your going into the kitchen.
Come, Molly, sit down and be quiet. One comes home wanting peace and quietness, and food too. So if I'm to be appealed to, which I beg I may not be another time, I settle that Molly stops at home this evening. I shall come back late and tired. Now see that I have something ready to eat, Goosey.
Yes, Papa.
And then I'll dress myself up in my best and go and fetch you home, my dear. I wish all these wedding festivities were well over. And now I'll go into the dining room and gorge myself.
Molly found Roger established at the hall when she returned after her absence at home. She gathered that Osborne was coming, but very little was said about him in any way. The squire scarcely left his wife's room. He sat by her, watching her, and now and then moaning to himself. Mrs. Hamley was now so much under the influence of opiates that she did not often rouse up, but when she did, she almost invariably asked for Molly.
Mr. Roger.
Oh.
I have been wanting to see you alone.
Oh, I'm sorry, you startled me. Have you come from my mother's room?
Yes, and your mother does so want some news of your brother.
Well, she hardly ever names him to me.
If you don't mind, I should like to be able to tell her something if she asks me again.
What does she want to know? Does she know that Osborne is coming soon, any day?
Well, yes, but she wants to know where he is.
I can't tell you. I believe he's abroad, but I'm not sure.
But you sent Papa's letter to him.
I've sent it to a friend of his who will know better than I do where he's to be found. You must know that he isn't free from creditors, Molly. For that and for other reasons, I don't exactly know where he is.
I will tell her so. You are sure he will come?
Quite sure. But, Molly, I think my mother may live some time yet, don't you? You're not afraid of any change in her condition that makes you so anxious for Osborne's coming?
Oh, no. It's only for her that I asked. She did seem so to crave for news of him.
I don't know what we should any of us have done without you. You've been like a daughter to my mother.
I do so love her.
Yes, I see. Have you ever noticed the way she sometimes calls you Fanny? It was the name of a little sister of ours who died. I think she often takes you for her.
Yes. But will you not tell me something more of your brother? She really hungers for news of him.
She'd better ask me herself. Yet no, I'm so involved by promises of secrecy that I couldn't satisfy if she once began to question me. I believe he's in Belgium, and that he went there partly to avoid his creditors. You know my father has refused to pay his debts.
Yes. I think what vexes your father a good deal is some mystery as to how some of the money was spent.
If my mother ever says anything about that part of the affair, assure her from me that there is nothing of vice or wrongdoing about it. I can't say more.
Do you think your father will be very angry with him?
I don't know. My mother's illness may alter him, but he didn't easily forgive us formally. My father is a man of few affections, but what he has are very strong. He feels anything that touches him on those points deeply and permanently. That unlucky valuing of the property has given my father the idea of post-obits.
What are they?
Raising money to be paid on my father's death, which of course involves calculations as to the duration of his life.
How shocking!
No, I am sure as I am of my own life that Osborne never did anything of the kind. My father expressed his suspicions in a language that irritated Osborne, and it doesn't speak out and won't justify himself even as much as he might. Well, we must leave it to time. My mother would have brought us all right if she had been what she once was.
Roger turned away, leaving Molly very sad. She knew that every member of the family she cared for so much was in trouble, out of which she saw no exit, and her small power of helping them was diminishing day by day as Mrs. Hamley sank more and more under the influence of opiates and stupefying illness. That evening, Osborne Hamley arrived. He came straight into the drawing-room where Molly sat reading by firelight.
How is she? You will tell me. You must know the truth. I've travelled day and night since I got your father's letter.
She's very ill, that you know, but I don't think she suffers much pain, and she has wanted you sadly.
My father forbade me to come.
I know. Your brother has been away too. I think no one knew how ill she was. She's been an invalid for so long.
You know. Yes. She told you a great deal. If I'd not been forbidden to come home, I should have told her all. Does my father know of my coming?
Yes, I told him Papa had sent for you.
Oh, Molly, my dear, I wondered if you would be so kind. You here, sir.
Father, it must be...
We shall speak later, Molly.
Oh, I wish Roger would come. He seems to be the only one to give me a welcome.
Mr. Osborne.
You heard all the words my father said to me. They were not much of a welcome, were they? And my dear mother, who always... Whether I was to blame or not... I suppose Roger is sure to come home tonight.
Oh, quite sure.
You're staying here, are you not? Do you often see my mother?
I used. But Mrs. Hamley hasn't asked for me for 3 days now, and I don't go into her room unless she asks. I'm leaving on Friday, I believe.
My mother is very fond of you, I know. I suppose you don't know whether she is quite conscious, quite herself.
Not always conscious. She has to take so many opiates. But she never wanders, only forgets and sleeps.
Oh, Mother. Mother!
The last afternoon of Molly's stay at the Hall came. Roger had gone out on the squire's business. Molly went into the library. She had had leave given to choose out any books she wished to read and to take them home with her. She mounted on the ladder to get to a particularly high shelf up in a dark corner of the room, and, finding there some volume that looked interesting, she sat down on the step to read part of it.
The swallow lays from 4 to 6 white eggs, dotted with red specks, and brings out her first brood about the last week of June or the first week in June. Oh, am I in your way?
How you startled me!
I only came here for a minute to look for some books.
It is I who am disturbing you. I must write a letter for the post and then I shall be gone. Is not this open door too cold for you?
Oh, no, it is so fresh and pleasant. Please write your letter or you will miss the post. I shall sit here and read quietly, if I may.
But of course.
Here's a letter from your wife, Osborne. I went past the post office.
Roger! What have you done? Don't you see her?
Miss Gibson.
I am so sorry. I didn't wish to hear it, but I couldn't help it. Oh, you will trust me, won't you? Please, you know I shall not tell.
We can't help it. Only Roger, who knew of what importance it was, ought to have looked around him before speaking.
I am going away. Perhaps I ought not to have been here, and I'm very sorry, very. But I'll try and forget what I've heard.
Miss Gibson, you can't do that. But will you promise me never to speak of it to anyone, not even to me or to Roger? Will you try to act and speak as if you had never heard it? I'm sure from what Roger has told me about you, that if you give me this promise, I may rely upon it.
Oh, yes, I will promise. I think I should have done so even without a promise, but it is perhaps better to bind oneself. I will go away now. I wish I'd never come into this room.
Molly's father was not at home when she returned. She found the house in a great state of upheaval, owing to the arrival of the news that Cynthia Kirkpatrick, the stepsister whom she had never met, was due to come home the following day.
Mamma, Mary tells me that Cynthia is coming home. Is it not rather earlier than expected?
Oh, Molly, you're home at last. Yes, Cynthia is coming home tomorrow by the Umpire coach. Oh, what an oppressive day it is for the time of year. I really am almost ready to faint. Cynthia never gave me the chance of writing to say I did or did not like her coming so much before the time. And I meant to have asked her to bring me a French bonnet, and then you could have had one made after mine. But I'm glad she's coming, poor dear.
Is anything the matter with her?
Oh, no. Why should there be?
You called her poor dear, and it made me afraid lest she might be ill.
Oh, no, it's only a way I got into when Mr. Kirkpatrick died. A fatherless girl. You know, one always does call them poor dears. Oh, no, Cynthia is never ill. She's as strong as a horse. She would never have felt today as I have done.
The next morning, Molly was up almost before it was light, arranging flowers in Cynthia's room. She could hardly eat her breakfast that morning. She ran upstairs and put on her things, thinking that Mrs. Gibson was quite sure to go down to the Angel Inn, where the umpire coach stopped, to meet her daughter after a 2-year absence.
Why, Molly, where are you going so early, child? The fog hasn't cleared away yet.
I thought you would go and meet Cynthia, and I wanted to go with you.
She will be here in half an hour, and dear Papa has told the gardener to take the wheelbarrow down for her luggage. I'm not sure if he has not gone himself.
Then you are not going?
No, certainly not. She will be here almost directly, and besides, I don't like to expose my feelings to every passer-by in the High Street. You forget I have not seen her for 2 years, and I hate scenes in the marketplace. Now go and take off your bonnet and come and sit by me until she arrives.
Yes, Mamma.
Well, Molly, here she is at last. This is Cynthia. Cynthia, this is Molly. You're to be sisters, you know.
Oh, Molly, my dear.
And here's Mamma.
Why, how you've grown, darling. You look quite a woman.
And so I am. I was before I went away. I've hardly grown since. Except it is always to be hoped in wisdom.
Yes, that we will hope. But come in, all of you. You're making quite a display on the doorstep.
All right, after you, ladies. Now, there's hot breakfast ready for you in the dining room when you want it. I'm sure you'll be needing it after your night's journey.
Molly will take you up to your room, darling. It is near hers. I'll come and sit with you in the dining room while you are having your breakfast.
Yes, Mamma.
This way, then. Cynthia. I'm sorry there isn't a fire for you, but, well, I suppose it wasn't ordered, and of course I don't give any orders now.
Now stop a minute. Let me look at you. Yes, I think I shall like you. I'm so glad. I was afraid I should not. Well, we're all in a very awkward position together, aren't we? I like your father's looks, though. Oh, you may smile, but I don't know that I'm easy to get on with. Mamma and I didn't suit when we were last together. But perhaps we are each of us wiser now. Now, please leave me for a quarter of an hour. I don't want anything more.
Molly went into her own room, waiting to show Cynthia down to the dining room. Not that in the moderate-sized house there was any difficulty in finding the way, but Cynthia had so captivated Molly that she wanted to devote herself to the newcomer's service. Cynthia was very beautiful and was so well aware of this fact that she had forgotten to care about it. Molly would watch her perpetually as she went about the house, moving almost as it were to the continual sound of music. Day after day Mr. Gibson brought news of Mrs. Hamley's nearer approach to death. To Molly, so taken as she was with her new companion, these bulletins were like the toll of a funeral bell at a marriage feast.
What, girls? Not to bed yet?
We were waiting for you, Papa.
And where is your mamma?
Mamma is upstairs in her room.
How is Mrs. Hamley today? Papa?
The end has come at last, my dear.
Oh, Papa.
Now, there now. They all sent their love to you, Molly. Roger said he knew how you'd feel it. He's to go back to Cambridge after the funeral on Tuesday. Look after Molly, will you, Cynthia? I must go to your mother.
You loved her dearly, did you not, Molly?
Yes.
Had you known her long?
No, not a year. But I'd seen a great deal of her. I was almost like a daughter to her, she said so. And yet I never bid her goodbye or anything. My mind became so weak and confused.
She had only sons, I think.
And Mr. Osborne and Mr. Roger Hamley.
Oh, I wish I could love people as you do, Molly.
Don't you?
No. A good number of people love me, I believe, or at least they think they do. But I never seem to care much for anyone. I do believe I love you, little Molly, whom I've only known for a few days, better than anyone.
Not than your mother?
Yes, than my mother.
Oh, it's very shocking, I dare say, but it is so. Now, don't go and condemn me. I don't think love for one's mother quite comes by nature, and remember how much I've been separated from mine. I love my father, if you will, but he died when I was quite a little thing. Well, then Mamma had to go out as a governess. She couldn't help it, poor thing, but she didn't much care for parting with me. I was a trouble, I dare say. So I was sent to school at 4 years old. First one school, then another, and in the holidays Mamma went to stay at grand houses, and I was generally left with the schoolmistresses. Once I went to the Towers. Mamma lectured me continually. I was very naughty, I believe. And so I never went again. Oh, and once I went to London to stay with my uncle Kirkpatrick. He's a lawyer. I'm getting on now, but then he was poor enough and had 6 or 7 children. It was winter time, and we were all shut up in a small house in Doughty Street. But it wasn't so bad.
Then you lived with your mother when she began school at Ashcombe. Mr. Preston told me that when I stayed that day at the Manor House.
What did he tell you?
Nothing but that. Oh, yes, he praised your beauty and wanted me to write to you and tell you what he'd said.
I should have hated you if you had.
Of course, I never thought of doing such a thing. I didn't like him.
Oh, I wish I was good.
So do I.
But it's no use talking. I'm not good, and I never shall be now. I must be a moral kangaroo.
Oh, how I should like to see them all. The Hamleys. Yet one can do nothing at such a time.
Affairs at the Hall were going on badly. Bereft of the quietly ruling spirit of Mrs. Hamley, it seemed to the squire as if all circumstances had conspired against him, and as if he was too weak to struggle with them.
Why isn't dinner ready? It's 10 minutes past 6.
I believe, sir, that Thomas was waiting for
Don't
Mr.
talk to me of Thomas. Send dinner in directly.
Squire.
Oh, Father.
Damn finery. You're late, Osborne.
Well, it surely isn't 6 o'clock.
It's more than quarter past.
I fancy your watch must be wrong, sir. I set mine by the horse guards 2 days ago.
Wrong? My watch? My watch is like myself. Plain, but steady going. At any rate, it gives the law in my house. The king may go by the horse guards if he likes.
I beg your pardon, sir. I went by my watch, and I'd no idea you were waiting for me. Otherwise, I would have dressed much quicker.
I should think so. When I was a young man, I should have been ashamed to have spent so much time in my looking-glass as if I'd been a girl. Fiddle-faddling at a glass. Pah!
My mother always expected us all to dress for dinner. I got into the habit of doing it to please her.
And I, too, try to attend to her wishes, I do. And in more important things. I did when she was alive, and I do so now.
I never said you did not.
Yes, you did, sir. You meant it. I could see by your looks. I saw you looking at my morning coat. At any rate, I never neglected any wish of hers in her lifetime. I'll not have you casting up your mother's wishes to me, sir. You, who went near to break her heart at last.
I am only a cause of irritation to you. And home is no longer home to me. Put me in the way of making a living for myself. I will then leave the house, and you shall be no longer vexed by my dress or my want of punctuality. I am as ready as any man to earn my living. Only the preparation for any profession will cost money, and money I haven't got.
No more have I!
But then what is to be done?
Why, you must learn to stop at home and not take expensive journeys. I don't ask you to help me in the management of the land. You're far too fine a gentleman for that. But if you can't earn money, at least you needn't spend it.
I am willing to earn money, but how am I to do it? You really are very unreasonable, sir.
Am I? But I don't set up for being reasonable. Men who have to pay away money that they haven't got for their extravagant sons aren't likely to be reasonable. There's 2 things you've gone and done which put me beside myself. You've turned out next to a dunce at college, and you're... Well, I won't say the other thing.
Tell me, sir.
No! I know what I know. Only I'll say this. Your friends no more know a piece of good timber when they see it than you or I know how you could earn £5 if it was to keep you from starving.
Oh, God. What would Father say if he knew I'd married a Frenchwoman? In his present mood, he'd disinherit me, if that is possible. And he'd speak about her in a way I couldn't stand. A Roman Catholic, too. I'd do it again. If only Mother had been in good health. If she could have heard my story and known Aimee. As it is, I must keep my secret. But where to get money? Where to get money? Oh, I wish Roger were here.
And the poor squire, shut up with his grief and his ill temper as well, in the dingy, dreary study where he daily spent more and more of his indoors life, turned over his cares and troubles until he was bewildered with the process, as a squirrel might be in going round in a cage. He had out day books and ledgers and was calculating up back rents, and every time the sum totals came to different amounts. He could have cried like a child over his sums.
I'm getting old, and my head's less clear than it used to be. I think sorrow for her has dazed me. I was never much to boast on, but she thought a deal of me, bless her. Osborne ought to help me. He's had enough money spent on his learning. Instead, he comes down to dinner dressed like a popinjay, never troubles his head to think how I'm to pay his debts. I wish I'd told him to earn his living as a dancing master. He's dressed for all the world like one. And how he spent that money, no one knows. Perhaps Roger will turn up some day with a heap of creditors at his heels. No, not Roger. He may be slow, but he's steady. He'd take an interest in the estate. And he'd do up these weary accounts for me. Oh, I wish Roger was here.
One day, to Molly's infinite surprise, Mr. Preston was announced as a caller. Mrs. Gibson and she were sitting together in the drawing-room. Cynthia was out, gone into the town a-shopping, when the door was opened, the name given, and in walked the young man. His entrance seemed to cause more confusion than Molly could well account for.
Oh, why, Mr. Preston, my needlework. How silly of
Let me help you, Molly.
No, it's quite all right. There. Well, Mr. Preston, how nice. Do sit down, I beg you.
Thank you.
Well, what a surprise. Goodness.
It is the first time I have been in Hollingford since your marriage, Mrs. Gibson, or I should certainly have called to pay my respects sooner.
I know you are very busy at Ashcombe, Mr. Preston. I did not expect you to call. Is Lord Cumnor at the Towers? I have not heard from dear Lady Cumnor for more than a week.
No, he is detained at Bath, but I had a letter from him giving me certain messages for Mr. Sheepshanks. Mr. Gibson is not at home?
No, he is a great deal out, almost constantly, I may say. I had no idea that I should see so little of him. A doctor's wife leads a very solitary life, Mr. Preston.
You can hardly call it solitary, I should think, when you have such a companion as Miss Gibson always at hand.
Oh, but I call it solitude for a wife when her husband is away. Poor Mr. Kirkpatrick was never happy unless I always went with him. But somehow Mr. Gibson feels as if I should be rather in the way.
I don't think you could ride pillion behind him on Black Bess, Mamma.
Oh, but he might keep a broom. I've often said so, and then I could use it for visiting in the evenings. Really, it was one reason why I didn't go to the Hollingford public ball. I could not bring myself to use the dirty fly from the Angel. We really must stir Papa up against next winter, Molly. It would never do if you and... Well, it would never do.
Have you ever been to a public ball, Miss Gibson?
No,
It will be a great pleasure to you when the time comes.
I'm not sure. I shall like it if I have plenty of partners, but I'm afraid I shan't know many people.
And you suppose that young men haven't their own ways and means of being introduced to pretty girls? I only hope I may be one of your partners at the first ball you go to. Pray remember my early application for that honour when you are overwhelmed with requests for dances.
I don't choose to engage myself beforehand.
I suppose Miss Kirkpatrick will have returned from France before the Easter ball, Mrs. Gibson?
Yes, certainly. My daughter will be with us by then, I believe. And I dare say she will go out with us.
You have good news from her, I hope.
Yes, very. By the way, how are our old friends, the Robinsons? How often I think of their kindness to me at Ashcroft.
I will certainly tell them of your kind inquiries. They are very well, I believe. And when I last spoke to Miss...
Molly, just look at... Oh.
Miss Kirkpatrick.
Oh, I've had such a busy morning.
Oh, really, do look. Come over to the window, Molly, where the light is better. See this green ribbon? At only 14 pence a yard. And see this silk. Mr. Preston, do you know the Hamleys of Hamley Hall? They are great friends of my husband's. And poor Mrs. Hamley, the late Mrs. Hamley, could hardly do without Molly.
Miss Kirkpatrick.
She quite looked upon her as a daughter, especially towards the last, when I'm afraid she had a good deal of anxiety. Mr. Osborne Hamley, I dare say you have heard. He did not do so well at college, and they had expected so much. Parents will, you know, Mr. Preston.
Well, at any rate, the squire must be satisfied now. I saw this morning's Times with the Cambridge examination lists in it. Isn't the second son called Roger?
Yes.
Well, he's senior wrangler.
Poor Mrs. Hamley, if only she'd lived to see
Oh,
it.
the poor old squire. Not the wisest of men. He has woefully mismanaged his estate. And Osborne Hamley is too fine a gentleman to understand the means by which to improve the value of the land. Yes, the family's going down fast. And it's a pity when these old Saxon houses vanish off the land. But it is kismet with the Hamleys. Even the senior wrangler, if it is that Roger Hamley, will have spent all his brains in one effort. He'll be a fellow of his college, of course. That will be a livelihood for him, at any rate.
Well, I believe in senior wranglers. And from all I've heard of Mr. Roger Hamley, I believe he will keep up the distinction he has earned. And I don't believe that the house of Hamley is so near extinction in wealth and fame and good name.
They are fortunate in having Miss Kirkpatrick's good word. If you will excuse me, Mrs. Gibson. Ladies.
Let me show you out, Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Gibson had been feeling the want of visitors who would appreciate the looks of her lovely daughter, and more thought that Mr. Osborne Hamley should be cheered up by a quiet little dinner party. Osborne declined the invitation, but thought it right to call afterwards. It was the first time Molly had seen any of the family since she left the hall just before Mrs. Hamley's death, and there was so much that she wanted to ask. She had to wait patiently until Mrs. Gibson had exhausted the first gush of her infinite nothings before she could ask her few modest questions. Then Cynthia came into the room, and Osborne seemed to fall under her power at once. Molly saw the look of content upon Mrs. Gibson's face, and remembered the secret which she had been let into so unwillingly. She was altogether puzzled by Osborne Hamley's manner and ways. It was not her idea of the conduct of a married man. As soon as he was gone, Mrs. Gibson began in his praise.
Well, really I begin to have some faith in long descent. What a gentleman he is! How agreeable and polite! So different from that forward Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston doesn't improve on acquaintance. There was a time, Mamma, when I think both you and I thought him very agreeable.
I don't remember that. But we were talking of this delightful Mr. Osborne Hamley. Why, Molly, you were always talking of his brother. It was Roger this and Roger that. I can't think how it was you so seldom mentioned this young man.
I didn't know I had mentioned Mr. Roger Hamley so often. But I saw much more of him. He was more at home.
Well, it's all right, my dear. I dare say he suits you best. But really, when I saw Osborne Hamley close to my Cynthia, I couldn't help thinking...
I perfectly understand what you're thinking of, Mamma, and so does Molly, I have no doubt.
Well, there's no harm in it, I'm sure. Did you hear him say that though he did not like to leave his father alone just at present, yet that when his brother Roger came back from Cambridge he should feel more at liberty. It was quite as much as to say, if you will ask me to dinner then, I shall be delighted to come. And chickens will be so much cheaper, and cook has such a lovely way of boning them and doing them with forcemeat. Everything seems to be falling out so fortunately. And, Molly, my dear, you know I won't forget you. By and by, when Roger Hamley has taken his turn at stopping at home with his father, we will ask him to one of our quiet little dinners.
Oh, I'm afraid Molly isn't properly grateful, Mamma. If I were you, I wouldn't exert myself to give a dinner party on her account. Bestow all your kindness upon me.
Mr. Roger Hamley has been very good to me. He was a great deal at home while I was there, and Mr. Osborne Hamley was very little there. That was the reason I spoke so much more of one than the other. If he had... I don't think... Oh, Cynthia, instead of laughing at me, you might help me to explain myself.
Well, I should like to know what sort of man Roger Hamley is. But I suppose he will come home soon, and then I shall see for myself.
Roger, I want your advice. I have a plan.
You know you don't follow my advice when you've got it.
Well, not always, I know. Not when it doesn't agree with my own opinion. You're thinking about this concealment of my marriage, but you're not up in all the circumstances. You know how fully I meant to have done it if there hadn't been that row about my debts and then Mother's illness and death. And now you've no conception of how Father has changed, how irritable he's become.
Poor Father. I thought he looked terribly changed, shrunken somehow.
Well, he hardly takes half the exercise he used to, so it's no small wonder. Well, he's turned away all the men on the new works, which used to be such an interest to him. He won't ride, and the horses are eating their heads off while he is constantly talking about money and expense. And that brings me to what I was going to say. I'm desperately hard up for money, and so I've been collecting my poems, going over them quite critically, in fact, and I want to know if you think Dayton would publish them. You've a name in Cambridge, you know, and I dare say he'd look at them if you offered them to him.
I can but try, but I'm afraid you won't get much by then.
I don't expect much. I'm a new man, and I must make my name. I should be content with 100. If I'd £100, I'd set myself up to something. I might keep myself an aimé by my writings while I studied for the bar. Or if the worst came to the worst, £100 would take us to Australia.
Australia? What could you do there? And leave Father? I hope you never get your £100 if that is the use you're going to make of it. Why, you'd break the squire's heart.
I might have done once, Roger, but not now. Not now.
Mrs. Gibson was much occupied with the prospect of the Easter charity ball at Hollingford. Aping the manners of the aristocracy, as far as she knew them, she intended to bring out Molly and Cynthia on this occasion. "They are not out yet," was her favourite excuse when either of them was invited to any house to which she did not wish them to go, or they were invited without her. She even made a difficulty about their not being out when Miss Browning came in one morning to ask the two girls to come to a friendly tea.
Just a little tea party and a round game afterwards, perhaps. Mr. Goodenough's grandchildren
you're
are coming.
very kind, Miss Browning, but you see, I hardly like to let them go. They are not out, you know, till after the Easter ball.
Not out?
Oh, till then we are invisible. After Easter, Molly and I shall know how to behave at a card party, not before.
Well, you're always fond of your quips and your cranks, my dear, and I wouldn't quite answer for your behaviour. You sometimes let your spirit carry you away. But I'm quite sure Molly will be a little lady, as she always is.
I don't think you would have called Molly a lady the other day if you had found her where I did, sitting 6 feet up in a cherry tree.
Oh, Molly. I thought you'd left off those tomboy ways.
She wants the refinement which good society gives in several ways. She's very apt to come upstairs 2 at a time.
Only 2, Molly? Why, today I found I could manage 4 of those broad, shallow steps.
My dear child, what are you saying?
Only confessing that I, like Molly, want the refinements which good society gives. Therefore do, please, let us go to Miss Browning's this evening. I will pledge myself for Molly that she shan't sit in the cherry tree. And Molly shall see that I go upstairs as meekly as if I were a come-out young lady and had been to the Easter ball.
Very well. You see how difficult it is with daughters, Miss Browning.
Well, my dears, come in, come in. We've got a gentleman for you after all. Wasn't that fortunate? Just as Sister said you might find it dull. Well, you, Cynthia, she meant, because, you know, you come from France. Then, just as if he'd been sent from heaven, Mr. Roger came to call.
Oh, Mr. Roger.
Miss Gibson, how very nice to see you after so long. And this must be...
My new sister, Cynthia Kirkpatrick, Mr. Roger Hamley.
I am delighted to meet you at last, Miss Kirkpatrick.
I also, Mr. Hamley. I understand you've made a great success at Cambridge.
At my uncle's, we always give a silver threepence for 3 dozen.
I was actually talking about...
You know what a silver threepence is, don't you, Miss Gibson?
What?
The three classes are published in the Senate House at 9 o'clock on a Friday morning.
Oh, that's very interesting.
I think it would be rather shabby to play at anything less than sixpence. That gentleman over there is at Cambridge, and you know they always play very high there, and sometimes ruin themselves.
On this occasion...
Don't they, Miss Gibson?
The Master of Arts, who precedes the candidates for honour when they go into the Senate House, is called the Father of the College to which he belongs. Oh, I think I mentioned that before, didn't I, Miss Kirkpatrick?
I don't think so.
No, rounds are 6s and 3 dozen counters cost 6pence. Now, pay up, if you please, and let us begin at once.
Yes.
Come along, everyone, and help clear away. Now, here are sandwiches and cakes and jellies. Phoebe, dear, don't sit gaping. Help me.
Molly, I'm so glad to see you again. It seems such a long time since Christmas.
It is a long time. We're close to Easter now.
There are plates over there.
I've so wanted to tell you how glad I was to hear about your honours at Cambridge. I once thought of sending you a message through your brother, but then I thought it might be making too much fuss, because I know nothing at all of mathematics. And you were sure to have many congratulations from people who did know.
I missed yours, though, Molly, but I felt sure you were glad for me.
Glad and proud, too. Oh, I should so like to hear some more about it. I heard you telling Cynthia...
Yes, what a charming person she is.
Yes. But tell me about the senior wranglership, please.
Oh, it's a long story. And I ought to be helping the Miss Brownings to hand round the sandwiches. Besides, you wouldn't find it very interesting. It's so full of technical details.
Cynthia looked very much interested.
Well, then I refer you to her, for I must go now. I can't for shame go on sitting here and letting those good ladies have all the trouble. But I shall come and call on Mrs. Gibson soon, I promise.
Well, how was the party?
Oh, it wasn't very entertaining. One didn't expect that. Oh.
Who was there? Quite a young party, wasn't it?
They'd only asked Lizzie and Fanny Orford and their brother. But Mr. Roger Hamley had ridden over and called on the Miss Brownings, and they kept him to tea.
Oh, Roger's there. He's come home then. I must find time to ride over and see him.
You'd much better ask him here. Suppose you invite him and his brother to dine here on Friday, my dear.
My dear, these young Cambridge men have very good tastes in wine and don't spare it. My cellar won't stand many of their attacks.
I didn't think you were so inhospitable, Mr. Gibson.
I'm not inhospitable, I'm sure, but if you'll put bitter beer in the corner of your notes of invitation, we'll have Osborne and Roger to dinner any time you like. And what did you think of my favourite, Cynthia? You hadn't seen him before, I think.
Oh, he's nothing like so handsome as his brother, nor so polished, nor so easy to talk to. He entertained me for more than an hour with a long account of some examination or other. There is something about him one likes.
The very next day, Roger Hamley came to pay his promised call. Molly was out in the garden with old Williams, the gardener, planning the arrangement of some new flower beds.
You can finish it now, I think. You know about the bright-coloured flowers being used against the privet hedge?
Why, yes, Miss Molly. I think it's clear in my head now. I'd have been loath to have made mistakes when you're so set upon your plans. Now, I'll tend to it directly. What did she say?
Molly! I only just found out where you were. Mrs. Gibson said you'd gone out, but didn't know where. And it was the greatest of chance that I turned round and saw you.
Oh, I saw you some time ago, but I couldn't leave Williams. I've been planning the new flower beds, and he was unusually slow today.
Is that the paper you've got in your hand?
Yes.
Let me look at it, will you? Ah, I see you've borrowed some of your ideas from our garden at home, haven't you? This bed of scarlet geraniums with a border of young oaks pegged down. That was a fancy of my dear mother's.
How is the squire? I've never seen him since.
No. He told me how much he wanted to see you, but couldn't make up his mind to come and call. I suppose it would never do now for you to come and stay at the hall, would
No,
it?
certainly not.
I fancy if you could come, it would put us a little to rights. This wretched mystery that Osborne preserves about his affairs is at the root of it all. Oh, but there is no use talking about it. I don't know why I began. I can't tell you how much I like Miss Kirkpatrick. It must be a great pleasure to you having such a companion.
Yes. Oh, I'm very fond of her, and I think I like her better every day I know her. But how quickly you have found out her virtues.
I didn't say virtues, did I? Yet I don't think one could be deceived in that face, and Mrs. Gibson appears to be a very friendly person. She has asked Osborne and me to dine here on Friday.
Ah, bitter beer.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Are you coming to dinner?
Certainly I am, unless my father wants me. And I've given Mrs. Gibson a conditional promise for Osborne, too. So I shall see you all very soon again.
Yes, it's quite true. I was not attending to what you and Mr. Gibson were saying. You see, I don't even know the ABC of science. Oh, but please don't look so severely at me, Mr. Roger, even if I am a dunce.
I didn't know. That is, I didn't mean to look severely, I'm sure.
Cynthia is not a dunce either. I do assure you, Mr. Osborne, that her memory for poetry is prodigious. I have heard her repeat Lord Byron's The Prisoner of Chillon from beginning to end. Cynthia, I wonder
It would
if
be
you...
rather a bore to hear her now, I think.
Ah, Mr. Gibson, I have found out before now that you have no soul for poetry. And Molly there is your own child. She reads such deep books, all about facts and figures. She'll be quite a blue stocking by and by.
Oh, Mamma, you think it was a deep book because of the shapes of the different cells of bees in it. But it was not all that deep. It was very interesting.
Never mind, Miss Gibson. I stand up for blue stockings.
And I object to the distinction implied in what you say. It was not deep. Ergo, it was very interesting. Now, a book can be both deep and interesting.
Oh, if you are going to chop logic and use Latin words, I think it is time for us to leave the room.
Oh, don't let us run away as if we were beaten, Mamma. Though it may be logic, I, for one, can understand what Roger said just now. And I read some of Molly's book, and whether it was deep or not, I found it very interesting. More so than I should think The Prisoner of Chillon nowadays.
But come, ladies, it is time for us to retire and leave the gentlemen to their port.
Not for long, I'm afraid, my dear, as I have to go out on my evening rounds.
Ah, you see how I am so much neglected by this husband of mine. Well, all the better, for Mr. Roger and Mr. Osborne shall join us all the sooner in the drawing room. Yes, it is rather beautiful, that screen. I remember the Miss Brownings.
There is to be a
admiring it
charity
with
ball in
great
Hollingford soon, isn't there?
Yes, on Easter Tuesday.
Are you going? I suppose you are.
Oh, yes, Mamma is going to take Molly and me.
You will enjoy it very much, going together.
Oh, yes, it would be very dull without Molly.
You are great friends, then?
I never thought I should like anyone so much. Any girl, I mean.
I was anxious to know. I am so glad.
Cynthia, come here and sing that little French ballad to Mr. Osborne.
Which do you mean, Mamma? Tu t'en repentiras, Colin?
Yes, such a pretty, playful little warning to young men. You'll be sorry, Colin. You'll come to repent. For if you take a wife, Colin, you'll come to repent.
Very well, Mamma.
The advice may apply very well when there is a French wife in the case, but not, I am sure, to an Englishman who is thinking of an English wife.
This choice of a song was exceedingly mal apropos had Mrs. Gibson but known it. Osborne and Roger, knowing that the wife of the former was a Frenchwoman and conscious of each other's knowledge, felt doubly awkward, while Molly was as much confused as though she herself were secretly married.
Too late a warning for poor Osborne, is it not, Miss Gibson?
Yes. I'm so sorry.
In Part 4 of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly Gibson was played by Catherine Helbut, Claire, Angela Pleasance, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, and Cynthia, Anne-Louise Lambert. Squire Hamley, Robert Lang, Mrs. Hamley, Lilias Walker. Osborne, Adam Barham. Roger, Michael Troughton. Miss Browning, Diana Bishop. Mr. Preston, Brett Usher. With Nigel Graham, Peter Tuddenham, and Moira Leslie. Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. The music was composed by Rachel Portman, and the director was Jane Morgan. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Helbut, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Robert Lang, Anne-Louise Lambert, and Thelma Whiteley. Part 5, The Charity Ball.
All Hollingford felt as if there was a great deal to be done before Easter. There was Easter proper, which always required new clothing of some kind for fear of certain consequences from little birds who were supposed to resent the impiety of those who did not wear some new article of dress on Easter Day. Then this year there was the Hollingford Charity Ball. The evening of the day on which the ball was to take place, a servant rode over from Hamley Hall to Mr. Gibson's house with 2 lovely nosegays, with the Mr. Hamley's compliments to Miss Gibson and Miss Kirkpatrick.
Look, Molly, look. Here are bouquets for us. Long life to the givers.
Oh, but who are they from?
Who from? Why, the 2 paragons at Hamley, to be sure. Isn't it a pretty attention?
Oh, Cynthia, how kind of them.
I'm sure it is Osborne who thought of it. He's been so much abroad where it's such a common compliment to send bouquets to young ladies.
I don't see why you should think it is Osborne's thought. Mr. Roger Hamley used to gather nosegays constantly for his mother, and sometimes for me.
Well, never mind whose thought it was or who gathered them. We've got the flowers, and that's enough. I'm sure these red flowers will just match your coral necklace and bracelets. I'll just pull them...
Oh, please don't. They've taken such pains.
Nonsense. See, here are quite enough. I'll make a little coronet of them, sewn on black velvet, which will never be seen, just as they do in France.
Oh, it is quite spoiled.
Never mind. I'll take this spoiled bouquet. I can make it up again, and you can have this, which has never been touched. There. And when that is sewn on black velvet, you'll see how pretty it will look.
Thank you. But shan't you mind having only the wrecks of the other?
Oh, not I. Red flowers would not go with my pink dress.
But I dare say they arranged each nosegay so carefully.
Perhaps they did, but I would never allow sentiment to interfere with my choice of colours, and pink does tie one down so. Now you, in white muslin, just tipped with crimson like a daisy, may wear anything.
Oh, I should so like to be pretty.
Oh, why, Molly, the French girls would tell you to believe that you were pretty would make you so.
I suppose they would mean that if you knew you were pretty, you would never think about your looks. You would be so certain of being liked.
Oh, that's 8 o'clock striking. Don't trouble yourself with trying to interpret a French girl's meaning, but help me on with my frock. There's a dear one.
Oh, you do look pretty. Pink suits you.
Now, let me see to you. Just to pull here, I think, and then you'll... Yes?
These came for you, miss.
How lovely!
No, not for you, miss. For Miss Kirkpatrick. And there's a note for her besides.
Thank you, Mariah. Whoever can... Oh.
Well, Cynthia, what is it? You've gone quite pale.
I send you some flowers, and you must allow me to claim the first dance after 9 o'clock, before which time I fear I cannot arrive, CP.
Who is it?
It is Mr. Preston. I shall not dance with him, and here go his flowers, there.
Oh, those beautiful flowers into the fire. Oh, Cynthia.
It's best to destroy them. We don't want them, and I can't bear to be reminded of that man.
It was an impertinent, familiar note. What right had he to express himself in that way? No beginning, no end, and only initials. Did you know him well when you were at Ashcombe, Cynthia?
Oh, don't let us think any more about him. It's quite enough to spoil any pleasure at the ball to think that he will be there. But I hope I shall get engaged to dance before he comes. I shan't dance with him, and don't you either.
Cynthia, Molly, are you ready? Cynthia!
Oh, there, Mamma's calling for us.
Are you quite ready?
Yes, I think so.
Very well, then. To the ball!
Upon my word, I really do think this is a better room than our Ashcombe courthouse. And how prettily it is decorated. Oh, there's Mr. Dempster and young Mr. Roscoe, our new doctor. I declare it seems as if all Ashcombe were here. Mr. Roscoe!
Oh, my dear Miss Piper. Miss Hornblower.
Come here, Mr. Roscoe, and let me introduce you to the Miss Brownings. We think very highly of our young doctor, I can assure you.
Well, you must be glad, I'm sure, to have someone you can call in for things that are too trifling to trouble Mr. Gibson.
Yes, Miss Browning, Mr. Roscoe.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is my sister, Phoebe.
Good evening.
Good evening. Who is that lovely girl in pink?
Why, that's Cynthia Kirkpatrick.
Oh, and there's Molly. Oh, and Mr. and Mrs. Gibson, Kirkpatrick as was. Well, I'm sure there can't be a better-looking family here tonight.
Oh, to be sure. It's 2 or 3 years since Miss Kirkpatrick left Ashcombe. People did say Mr. Preston admired her very much, but she was so young.
Can you introduce me? I should like to ask her to dance.
Well, to be sure. How condescending Mrs. Gibson has become. I remember when she wore old black silks and was thankful and civil as became her place as a schoolmistress. And now she is in satin, and she speaks to me as if she could just recollect who I was. And she would have been glad enough to marry Mr. Preston in those days.
But I thought you said he admired her daughter.
Oh, well, perhaps I did. I'm sure I can't tell. He was a great deal at the house, so people said.
The Earl and Countess are very fond of Mrs. Gibson. I know, for Lady Harriet told us so when she came to drink tea with us last autumn. It was they desired Mr. Preston to be very attentive to her when she lived at Ashcombe.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't go and repeat what I've been saying about Mr. Preston and Mrs. Gibson to her ladyship.
No.
One may be mistaken. And you know, I only said people talked about it.
What a lovely turban you've got on, Miss Piper. If I may be allowed to say so. So becoming to your complexion.
Oh, do you think so? I got it at Brown's at Somerton for this very ball. I thought I must have something to set off my gown, which isn't so new as it once was. And I have no handsome jewellery like you.
Oh, my miniature, you mean?
Yes, so handsome and all set round with pearls.
It's a likeness of my dear mother.
Oh.
Sister has got my father on. The miniatures were both taken at the same time, and just about then my uncle died and left us each a legacy of £50.
Fancy.
Which we agreed to spend on the setting of our miniatures. But because they are so valuable, Sister always keeps them locked up with the best silver and hides the box somewhere. She never will tell me where, because she says I've such weak nerves that if a burglar with a loaded pistol at my head were to ask me where we kept our plate and jewels, I should be sure to tell him. And she says, for her part, she would never think of telling him under any circumstances. Well, I'm sure I hope she won't be tried. But that's the reason I don't wear it often. I shouldn't have had it on tonight, but the sister gave it out to me, saying it was but a proper compliment to pay to the Duchess of Menteith, who is sure to be here in her diamonds.
Dear me, is she really? Do you know, I never saw a duchess before.
Your dear Papa is always so very punctual. Tonight it seems almost a pity, for we really are here before there is anyone come that we know.
Oh, I see so many people here that I know. There are Mr. and Mrs. Smeaton and Mr. Roger Scott. Oh, and there are...
booksellers and butchers, if you will.
Oh, Papa has found a great many friends to talk to.
Patience, my dear, hardly friends. I wonder when the Towers party will come. Ah, there's Mrs. Ashton. Come, the room is beginning to fill.
So it was, for this was to be a very good ball, people said, and a large party from the Towers was coming, and a duchess in diamonds among the number. But tonight they were unusually late, and the aristocratic ozone being absent from the atmosphere, there was a flatness about the dancing of all those who considered themselves above the plebeian ranks of the tradespeople. They, however, enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Mrs. Gibson kept herself a little aloof from the Miss Brownings and others of her acquaintance, with a view to attaching herself to the skirts of the Towers party when they should make their appearance. Indeed, she was feeling very much annoyed with the whole proceedings of the evening when she was aware of someone standing by her, It was Mr. Preston, looking so black that if their eyes had not met, she would have preferred not speaking to him.
The rooms are not well lighted tonight, are they, Mr. Preston?
No, but who could light such a dingy place as this?
But you are not dancing, Mr. Preston.
No, Mrs. Gibson. The partner I had engaged has made some mistake. I am waiting to have an explanation from her.
Oh, Mamma! I'm quite out of breath. Oh, so am I. But oh, Cynthia, how well you danced.
Your last partner was a gentleman, Cynthia, dear. You are improving in your selection. I really was ashamed of you before, dancing away with that attorney's clerk. And Molly, do you know whom you've been dancing with? The Coram bookseller?
That accounts for his being so well up in all the books I've been wanting to hear about. He was very pleasant and he looks quite a gentleman and dances beautifully.
Very well. But remember, if you go on this way, you will have to shake hands over the counter tomorrow morning with some of your partners tonight.
But I really don't know how to refuse when people are introduced to me and ask me, and I'm longing to dance. You know tonight is a charity ball, and Papa said everybody dance with everybody.
If Miss Gibson finds any difficulty in refusing a partner, she has only to appeal to Miss Kirkpatrick for instructions.
You forget, I think, Mr. Preston. Miss Gibson implied that she wished to dance with the person who asked her. That makes all the difference.
Miss Kirkpatrick, we are engaged for this dance, I believe.
Indeed we are, Mr. Roscoe. I had not forgotten. Come along.
Miss Kirkpatrick has not done me the honour of wearing the bouquet I sent her, I see. She received it, I suppose, and my note?
Yes, but we had already accepted 2 nosegays.
Oh, yes, we were so sorry. Of course, I don't mean to say we could be sorry for anyone's kindness, but 2 such lovely nosegays had been sent from Hamley Hall, and they had come before yours, Mr. Preston.
I should have felt honoured if you had accepted mine, Mrs. Gibson, since the young ladies were so well provided for. Will you excuse me, Mrs. Gibson? Miss Gibson?
Mr. Preston. Really, Molly, how can Cynthia behave so coarsely to people in public?
But if you mean Mr. Preston, he cannot be so much upset. He's gone straight over to Cynthia now.
Oh, odd.
Why, I begin to believe, Mrs. Gibson, that I should have sent my money and never stirred out of doors tonight. But everyone was talking of the Duchess and her diamonds, so I'm here, and coal and candlelight wasting away at home. Oh, I do wish the Duchess would come.
But fancy what it is to me, Mrs. Goodenough, so long as I've been without seeing the dear family. Goodness, it's almost 12. How tiresome.
It's them! The Towers party come at last.
Now I see my Lord and Lady Cumnor. And that must be the Duchess.
The Duchess? Why, she's dressed like a girl and not a diamond on her. No, that can't be the Duchess.
Surely, Mrs. Gibson, that can't be the Duchess.
In a dress which Farmer Hodgson's daughter might have worn, and not a diamond to be seen.
Here we are at last. Why, Molly, how nice you are looking. Aren't we shamefully late?
Oh, it's only just past 12, and I dare say you dined very late, Lady Harriet.
It wasn't that. It was that ill-mannered woman who went to her own room after we came out from dinner, and she and Lady Alice stayed there, invisible, till we thought they were putting on some splendid attire, as they ought to have done. And at 10:30, when Mamma sent up to them to say the carriages were at the door, the Duchess sent down for some beef tea, and at last appeared à l'enfant, as you see. Mamma is very angry with her. But tell me, have you been dancing much, Molly?
Yes, not every dance, but nearly all.
I won't go back to those people. And I must have some gossip with you, Claire.
Such a shabby Duchess I never saw. I'm going home to bed.
Shh, my dear.
Not a bit of a diamond near her. None of them worth looking at, except the Countess, and she's always a personable woman, and not so lusty as she was. But they're not worth waiting up for till this time of night.
Mrs. Goodenough, you don't remember me, but I know you from having seen you at the Towers. Lady Cumnor is a good deal thinner than she was, but we hope her health is better for it.
It is Lady Harriet.
Oh, dear me, your ladyship, I hope I haven't given no offence. But you see, well, that's to say, your ladyship sees that, well, that it's late hours for folks such as me, and I only stayed out of my bed to see the Duchess, and I thought she'd come in diamonds and a coronet, and it puts one out at my age to be so disappointed.
I'm put out too. I wanted to have come early, and here we are as late as this. I'm so cross and ill-tempered, I should be glad to hide myself in bed as soon as you will do.
I don't believe as ever your ladyship can be cross and ill-tempered with that pretty face. Now, I'm an old woman, so you must let me say so.
I won't keep you any longer. But I'll promise one thing in return for your pretty speech. If ever I am a duchess, I'll come and show myself to you in all my robes and gewgaws. Good night, madam.
Good night, and thank you, your ladyship.
Come along, Mrs. Goodenough.
There, I knew how it would be. And on the eve of a county election, too.
Oh, you must not take old Mrs. Goodenough as a specimen, dear Lady Harriet. She is always a grumbler. I'm sure no one else would complain of your all being as late as you like.
What do you say, Molly? Don't you think we've lost some of our popularity by coming so late?
I don't know about popularity or votes. But I think many people were sorry you did not come sooner. And isn't that rather a proof of popularity?
That's a very neat and diplomatic answer.
Molly knows nothing about it. It would be very impertinent if she or anyone else questioned Lady Cumnor's perfect right to come when she chose.
Well, all I know is I must go back to Mamma now, but I shall make another raid into these regions by and by. Ah, there are the Miss Brownings. You see, I don't forget my lesson, Miss Gibson.
Molly, I cannot have you speaking so to Lady Harriet. You would never have known her at all if it had not been for me, and don't always be putting yourself into our conversation.
But I must speak if she asks me questions.
Well, if you must, you must. But there's no need for you to set up to have opinion of your own.
I don't know how to help it.
She's such a whimsical person. Look, there. If she's not talking to Miss Phoebe Browning, and Miss Phoebe is so weak, she'll be easily led away into fancying she's hand in glove with Lady Harriet. If there's one thing I hate more than another, it is the trying to make out an intimacy with great people.
Why, Cynthia, what is the matter?
Nothing. Why should there be?
I don't know. But you look different to what you did. Tired or something.
There's nothing the matter. Or if there is... Oh, don't talk about it. It's all your fancy.
Molly had scarcely time to answer before being led off by her partner. She could hardly attend to him or to the figures of the dance for watching for Cynthia among the moving forms. When she did see her, to Molly's great astonishment, she was partnered by Mr. Preston. Later still, she caught a glimpse of her standing still, downcast, listening to Mr. Preston's eager speech. Again, she was walking languidly among the dancers, almost as if she took no notice of those around her. While this was going on, Lady Harriet had been speaking to her brother.
Hollingford, you don't know how these good people here have been hurt and disappointed with our being so late, and with the Duchess's ridiculous simplicity of dress.
Why should they mind it?
Oh, don't be so wise and stupid. Don't you see? Wear a show and a spectacle. It's like having a pantomime with Harlequin and Columbine in plain clothes.
I don't understand how
Then
you can...
take it upon trust. They really are a little disappointed, whether they are logical or not in being so, and we must try and make it up to them. I know. You must go and dance with some of the townspeople. And I'll ask Sheepshanks to introduce me to a respectable young farmer. And can't you get Captain James to make himself more useful?
Oh, Harriet, you know I can't dance. I hate it. I always did. And what shall I say to my partner?
I'll be merciful. You shall begin with Molly Gibson, your friend the doctor's daughter. She's a good, simple, intelligent girl. Now come along.
Oh, really, Harriet?
Come along. Claire, will you allow me to introduce my brother to Miss Gibson? He hopes to engage her for this dance. Lord Hollingford, Miss Gibson.
How do you do? It would give me great pleasure if you would this dance.
Thank you, Lord Hollingford. I shall be honoured.
A most delightful experience. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Excuse me. Cynthia! Cynthia!
You see, Mrs. Gibson, I return your daughter safe and sound.
Thank you, my lord.
What a charming little lady she is, and most girls of her age are so difficult to talk to, but she's intelligent and full of interest in all sorts of sensible things, and well-read too, and she was up in Le Reine Animal. Yeah, and very pretty, too.
Thank you, my lord.
It was not an unsatisfactory ball upon the whole for Mrs. Gibson, although she paid the usual penalty for sitting up beyond her ordinary hour in perpetual glare and movement. The next morning she awoke irritable and fatigued, and a little of the same feeling oppressed both Cynthia and Molly.
Cynthia, can't you take up a book and improve yourself? I am sure your conversation will never be worth listening to unless you read something better than newspapers.
Yes, Mamma.
Why don't you keep up your French? There was some French book that Molly was reading. Le Reine Animal.
No, I never read it. Mr. Roger Hamley sometimes read pieces out of it when I was first at the hall and told me what it was about.
Oh, well, then, I suppose I was mistaken. But it all comes to the same thing, Cynthia. You really must learn to settle yourself to some improving reading every morning.
Rather to Molly's surprise, Cynthia did not reply a word, but dutifully went and brought down from among her Boulogne schoolbooks Le Siècle de Louis XIV. But after a while, Molly saw that this improving reading was just as much a mere excuse for Cynthia's thinking her own thoughts as the newspaper had been. Things were not going on any better at Hamley Hall. Nothing had occurred to change the state of dissatisfied feeling into which the squire and his eldest son had respectively fallen. Roger Hamley did all in his power to bring the father and son together, but sometimes wondered if it would not have been better to leave them alone.
Well, Father, I trust you feel somewhat rejuvenated after our walk?
Aye. What's this? Who's been leaving cards? Robinson?
Coming, sir.
What's this card?
Oh, Lord Hollingford called while you were out, Squire. His lordship was very sorry not to see you, Mr. Roger, and his lordship left a note for you. Mr. Osborne took it, I think, when he passed through. I asked his lordship if he'd like to see Mr. Osborne, but he said he was pressed for time.
Didn't he ask for me?
No, sir. I can't say as his lordship did. It was Mr. Roger he seemed so keen after.
How very odd.
Yes. Oh, Roger. Here's been Lord Hollingford wanting to see you.
I know, Osborne. He left a card.
He also left this note for you.
What does it say?
It is an invitation to dinner to meet Monsieur Geoffroy Saint-Honoré, the French anatomist. Here, read it for yourself, Father.
Damn squiggles. So my Lord Lieutenant is taking some notice of the Hamleys at last. I suppose this trap is set for you, Osborne. What's this it says you've been writing that this French Mounseer is so taken with?
It's not me, sir. Both note and call are for Roger.
I don't understand it. These Whig fellows have never done their duty by me.
But I think, sir, I've heard you say Lord Cumnor used to invite you, only you did not choose to go.
Yes. What do you mean by that? Do you suppose I was going to desert the principles of my family and curry favour with the Whigs? No. Leave that to them. They can ask the heir of the Hamleys fast enough when a county election is coming on.
I tell you, sir, it is not me Lord Hollingford is inviting, it is Roger. Yes. Roger is getting himself a name. He's been writing about these new French theories and discoveries, and this foreign savant very naturally wants to make his acquaintance, and so Lord Hollingford asks him to dine. It's as clear as can be. It has nothing to do with politics.
You young men think you know everything. I tell you it's a palpable Whig trick. It's just like your conceit, Osborne, setting yourself up to say it's your younger brother they're asking for, and not you. I tell you, it's you. It's as plain as a pikestaff. They know they can't catch me with their chaff, but they've got up this French dodge. What business had you to go writing about the French, Roger? In my day, we were content to hate 'em and to beat 'em. But if it is you they've asked, I'll not have you going and meeting those foreigners at a Whig house. They ought to have asked Osborne. Besides, Osborne has got a bit of the Mounseer about him. which he caught when going off to the continent instead of coming back to his good old English home. Robinson! Where's the fella got to now? Robinson!
Of course you'll go, Roger. 10 to 1, he'll be in another mine tomorrow.
No, I won't run the chance of vexing him. I shall refuse.
Oh, don't be such a fool. Really, my father is too unreasonable. You heard how he kept contradicting himself.
Let us talk no more about it. How are the poems going, old fellow? I hope they're nearly ready to bring out.
No, they're not. And if it weren't for the money, I shouldn't care if they were never published. What's the use of fame if one mayn't reap the fruits of it?
Come now, we'll have no more of that. Let's talk about the money. I shall be going up for my fellowship examination next week, and then we'll have a purse in common. And you shall take me to Winchester and introduce me to your wife.
It will be a month next Monday since I brought her from France and left her there. In her letter this morning, she bids me give you such a pretty message. But you must read it for yourself later on.
Yes, I will. But now I must write to Lord Hollingford.
For some days after the ball, Cynthia seemed languid and was very silent. Molly, who had promised herself fully as much enjoyment in talking over the past gaiety with Cynthia as in the evening itself, was disappointed. Mrs. Gibson, it is true, was ready to go over the ground as many times as anyone liked, but her words were always like ready-made clothes and never fitted individual thoughts.
Ah, Mr. Osborne, you should have been there. I said to myself many a time how really you should have been there. You and your brother, of course.
I thought of you very often during the evening.
Did you? Now that I call very kind of you. Cynthia, darling, do you hear what Mr. Osborne Hamley was saying? He thought of us on the evening of the ball.
He did better than merely remember us. We owe him thanks for those beautiful flowers, Mamma.
Oh, you must not thank me exclusively. I believe it was my thought, but Roger took all the trouble of it.
I consider the thought as everything.
However, I'm afraid the flowers were too late to be of much use, though. I met Preston the next morning, and of course we talked about the ball. I was sorry to find that he had been beforehand with us.
He only sent one nosegay, and it did not come until after we had received the flowers from Hamley.
Mr. Preston's bouquet was just one of those formal affairs anyone can buy at a nursery garden, which always strike me as having no sentiment in them.
Mr. Preston had no business to speak as if he had forestalled you. It came just as we were ready to go, and I put it into the fire directly.
Cynthia, my dear love, what an idea of yourself you will give to Mr. Osborne Hamley. But to be sure, I can quite understand it. You inherit my feeling, my prejudice, sentimental, I grant, against bought flowers. I would rather 2 or 3 lilies of the valley gathered for me by a person than the most expensive bouquet.
I used some of your flowers, Mr. Hamley, to dress Molly's hair. It was a great temptation, for the colour so exactly matched her coral ornaments. But I believe she thought it treacherous to disturb the arrangement, so I ought to take all the blame on myself.
The arrangement was my brother's, as I told you, but I'm sure he would have preferred seeing them in Miss Gibson's hair rather than in the blazing fire. Mr. Preston comes off far the worst.
I wore mine just as they were sent.
Speaking of lilies of the valley, is it true that they grow in Hurstwood? It is not the season for them to be in flower yet, but when it is, I think we must take a walk there. A little picnic, in fact. You'll join us, won't you, Mr. Osborne?
I should like it very much, but I may not be at home. Roger is more likely to be here, I believe, at that time, a month hence.
Oh, but you must be with us. We must wait for Mr. Osborne Hamley, must we not, Cynthia?
I'm afraid the lilies won't wait.
Well, then, we must put it off till dog rose and honeysuckle time. You will be at home then, won't you? Or does the London season present too many attractions?
I don't exactly know when dog roses are in flower.
No. And you a poet? Don't you remember the lines? It was the time of roses we plucked as we went.
Yes, but that doesn't specify the time of year that is the time of roses. You'd much better take my brother for your companion. He is practical in his love of flowers. I am only theoretical.
Does that fine word, theoretical, imply that you are ignorant?
Of course we shall be happy to see your brother. But why can't we have you too? I confess to a little timidity in the presence of one so deep and learned as your brother is, from all accounts. Give me a little charming ignorance, if you must call it by that hard word.
Osborne bowed. It was very pleasant to him to be petted and flattered. It was an agreeable contrast to the home that was so dismal to him, to come to this house where the society of two agreeable girls and the soothing syrup of their mother's speeches awaited him whenever he liked to come. But Mrs. Gibson, in her ignorance of the true state of affairs, was secretly exultant in the attraction which made him come so often, and lounge away the hours in her house. She had no doubt it was Cynthia who drew him thither. Cynthia had not been looking well since the evening of the ball. She went slowly about the house, pale and heavy-eyed. Molly watched this fading with tender anxiety. Mrs. Gibson considered Cynthia's quietness and languor as the natural consequence of dancing with everybody who asked her. At length, and partly at Molly's insistence, there came an appeal to Mr. Gibson and a professional examination of the supposed invalid.
Oh, there's nothing very much the matter, my dear. Only a general lowness of tone and depression of health. It will soon be remedied by a tonic.
If there's one thing I dislike, it's the way doctors have of giving tablespoons of nauseous mixtures as a certain remedy for sorrows and cares.
Come, you acknowledge you have sorrows by that speech. We'll make a bargain. If you'll tell me your sorrows and cares, I'll try and find some remedy for them other than giving you what you're pleased to term my nauseous mixtures.
No, I never said I had sorrows and cares. I spoke generally. What should I have a sorrow about? You and Molly are only too kind to me.
Well, we'll not talk about such gloomy things. And you shall have some sweet emulsion to disguise the taste of the bitters I shall be obliged to fall back upon.
Oh, please don't. If you but knew how I dislike emulsions and disguises. I do want bitters. And if I'm obliged, if I'm not truthful myself, I do like truth in others. At least, sometimes.
Molly, how ill your sister is looking. Has she had advice?
Oh, no.
You must forgive me, but so often those who live together in the same house don't observe the first approaches of illness.
She was overtired by the ball. Papa has seen her and says she will be all right very soon.
I wonder if she wants a change of air. I do wish we could have her at the Hall.
At the Hall?
You and your mother, too, of course, but I don't see how it would be possible, or else how charming it would be. You got our flowers in time, did you not?
Yes, thank you.
You don't know how often I thought of you that evening. And you enjoyed it, too, didn't you? You had plenty of agreeable partners and all that makes a first ball delightful. I heard that your sister danced every dance.
It was very pleasant. But, after all, I'm not sure if I want to go to another just yet. There seems to be so much trouble connected with the ball.
Ah, you were thinking of your sister and her not being well.
No, I was not. I was thinking of the dress and the dressing and the weariness of the next day.
I see. Is there anything I could do for your sister? We have plenty of books, as you know. Or flowers. She likes flowers. Oh, and our forced strawberries are just ready. I will bring some over tomorrow.
I'm sure she will like them.
For some reason or other, unknown to the Gibsons, a longer interval than usual occurred between Osborne's visits, while Roger came nearly every day, always with some fresh offering by which he openly sought to relieve Cynthia's indisposition as far as it lay in his power. Her manner to him was so gentle and gracious that Mrs. Gibson became alarmed, lest, in spite of his uncouthness, as she was pleased to term it, he might come to be preferred to Osborne. In her quiet way she contrived to pass many slights upon Roger, but the darts rebounded from his generous nature. At last there came the day when Mrs. Gibson went beyond her usual negative snubbiness.
Can you reach that one there?
Please, Cynthia, Molly, I am perfectly aware that you are plucking the broken roses from the windowsill when you should be attending to your improving reading. Really, I can hardly count my stitches with all your nonsense. Molly? Yes, what is it?
Mr. Roger Hamley.
Oh, how tiresome. Oh, Mr. Hamley, how nice.
Mrs. Gibson, what a lovely day. I see that your roses are out. No need for any more Hamley roses now.
I agree with you. You have been very kind in bringing us flowers so long. But now that our own are out, we need not trouble you any more.
Well, at any rate, My trouble will be overpaid if I may have that broken bunch you are holding, Miss Kirkpatrick.
Old lamps for new, certainly. I wish one could always buy nosegays such as you have brought us as cheaply.
You forget the waste of time that I think we must reckon as part of the payment. Really, Mr. Hamley, we must learn to shut our doors on you if you come so often and at such early hours. I settle myself to my own employment regularly after breakfast till lunchtime, and it is my wish to keep Cynthia and Molly to a course of improving reading. But with early visitors, it is quite impossible to observe any regularity of habits.
I believe I have been very thoughtless. I'll not come so early again. But I had some excuse today. My brother told me you had made a plan for going to see Hurst Wood when the dog roses were out, and they are earlier than usual this year. I've been to see. He spoke of a long day there, going before lunch.
The plan was made with Mr. Osborne, Hamley. I could not think of going without him.
I had a letter from him this morning in which he named your wish. He says he fears he cannot be at home till they are out of flower, but the day is so lovely. I thought that the plan of going to Hurst Wood a charming excuse for being out of doors.
Thank you. How kind you are. And so good, too, in sacrificing your natural desire to be with your father as much as possible.
I am glad to say my father is so much better than he was in the winter that he spends much of his time out of doors in his fields.
And when do you return to Cambridge?
Oh, it is uncertain. You probably know that I'm a fellow of Trinity now. I'm thinking of going up to London soon.
London is the true place for a young man. Perhaps, however, we may see you once again before you go.
Certainly I shall come. My stay in London will not exceed a fortnight or so. Is there anything I can do for you there, Miss Kirkpatrick, or you, Miss Gibson?
No, thank you very much. But here, do take these fresh roses. You deserve these. Do throw that poor shabby bunch away.
Thank you. At any rate, the afternoons and evenings will be the most delicious time of day a month hence, Miss Kirkpatrick, will they not?
I suppose we shall see you when you return. And pray, tell your brother how we are longing to have a visit from him again.
I will indeed. But I must take my leave. Mrs. Gibson? Miss Gibson? Miss Kirkpatrick?
Please, remember me to your father.
Of course, Miss Gibson.
Good morning, Mr. Hamley.
Yes.
I can't think why he will come at such untimely hours. It is different with Osborne. We are so much more intimate with him.
I see, Mamma. One man may steal a horse, but another must not look over the hedge.
And the two brothers have always been treated so exactly alike. And there has been such a strong friendship between them that it is no wonder Roger thinks he may be welcome where Osborne is allowed to come at all hours.
Oh, very well, my dears. When I was young, it wouldn't have been thought becoming for girls of your age to fly out because a little restraint was exercised. They would have supposed that there might be some good reasons why their parents disapproved of the visits of certain gentlemen.
But that was what I said, Mamma. One man may
Be
steal...
quiet, child. All proverbs are vulgar, and I do believe that that is the vulgarest of all. You are really catching Roger Hamley's coarseness, Cynthia.
Mamma, I don't mind you abusing me, but Mr. Roger Hamley has been very kind to me while I've not been well. I can't bear to hear him being disparaged. If he's coarse, then I've no objection to being coarse as well.
Molly's tears were brimming over at these words. She could have kissed Cynthia for her warm partisanship, but afraid of betraying emotion and making a scene, as Mrs. Gibson called any signs of warm feeling, she ran upstairs to her room. Soon, both Osborne and Roger Hamley had left the neighbourhood. In spite of all that Mrs. Gibson had said about Roger's visits being ill-timed and intrusive, she began to feel as if they had been a very pleasant variety, now that they had ceased altogether. He and his brother had always been ready to do numberless little things which only a man can do for a woman, small services which Mr. Gibson was always too busy to render. Osborne came home first. He returned, in fact, not long after Roger had gone away, but he was languid and unwell and felt unequal to any exertion. Thus, a week or more elapsed before any of the Gibsons knew that he was at the Hall, and then it was only by chance that they became aware of it.
Why, Osborne, is it you? I thought it was an old man loitering before me. I didn't know you'd come back.
Yes, I've been at home nearly 10 days. I dare say I ought to have called on your people, for I made a half-promise to Mrs. Gibson to let her know as soon as I returned. But the fact is, I'm feeling very good for nothing. This air oppresses me.
You'd better go home at once, and I'll call and see you later today.
No, you mustn't on any account. My father is annoyed enough about my going from home so often, and he puts down all my languor to my having been away.
May I ask where you spend your time when you're not at Hamley Hall?
No. I will tell you this. I stay with friends in the country. I lead a life which ought to be conducive to health because it is thoroughly simple, rational, and happy. And now I've told you more about it than my father himself knows. He never asks me where I've been, and I shouldn't tell him if he did. At least, I think not.
Osborne, whatever scrapes you may have got into, I should advise you telling your father boldly. I know him, and I know he'll be angry enough at first, but he'll come round, take my word for it. Why, he's still your best friend, and it's this estrangement from your father that's telling on your health, I'll be bound.
No, I beg your pardon, but it's not that. I am really out of order. I dare say my unwillingness to encounter any displeasure from my father is the consequence of my indisposition, but I'll answer for it, it is not the cause of it. My instinct tells me there is something really the matter with me.
Come, don't be setting up your instinct against the medical profession. If you manage to come over and have lunch with us tomorrow, Dr. Nichols will be with us, and you shall have the benefit of 2 doctors instead of 1. Now go home now. You've had enough exercise for the middle of a day as hot as this is. And don't mope in the house listening to the maunderings of your stupid instinct.
What else have I to do? My father and I are not companions. One can't read and write forever, especially when there's no end to be gained by it. I don't mind telling you that I've been trying to get some of my poems published, but there's no one like a publisher for taking the conceit out of one. Not a man amongst them would have them as a gift.
Oh, so that's it, is it? I thought there was some mental cause for this depression of health. Well, I wouldn't trouble my head about it if I were you, though that's very easily said, I know. Try your hand at prose. But at any rate, don't go fretting over spilt milk. But I mustn't lose my time here. Come over tomorrow, as I said. Stand still, you brute. Come on. There. Yes, tomorrow. And what with the wisdom of 2 doctors and the wit and folly of 3 women, I think we shall cheer you up a bit. Come on.
Osborne Hamley made his appearance at the Gibsons a considerable time before luncheon the next day, and no one objected to the earliness of his call. He was feeling better. There were few signs of the invalid about him, and what few there were disappeared under the bright, pleasant influence of such a welcome as he received from all. Then there was lunch, when everyone was merry and hungry, after which Dr. Nichols and Mr. Gibson spent some time with Osborne discussing his condition.
I hope you noticed the difference in our occupations, Mr. Hamley. Molly devotes herself to the useful, tying up carnations, and I do the ornamental, gathering flowers. You, on the other hand, lounge idly in your chair. Please, under what heading do you class what you are doing? I think you might help one of us.
I don't know what I can do. I should like to be useful, but I don't know how. And my day is past for purely ornamental work. You must let me be, I'm afraid. Besides, I'm really rather exhausted by being questioned and pulled about by those good doctors.
What? You don't mean to say they've been attacking you since lunch?
Yes, indeed they have. And they might have gone on till now if Mrs. Gibson had not come in opportunely.
I thought Mamma had gone out some time ago.
I saw her not 10 minutes ago. Do you want her?
Oh, no. No, not at all. Only she seemed to be in such a hurry to go out, I fancied she'd set off long ago. She had some errand to do for dear Lady Cumnor.
Oh, are the family coming to the Towers this autumn?
I believe so, but I don't know. I don't much care. They don't take kindly to me.
But I should have thought that such a very unusual blot in their discrimination would have interested you in them as extraordinary people.
Is that a compliment? Or if anyone pays me a compliment, please let it be short and clear. I'm very stupid at finding out hidden meanings.
What are you two talking about?
It's only a discussion on the best way of administering compliments.
Oh, I see. I don't like them at all in any way. But perhaps it's rather sour grapes with me.
Nonsense! Shall I tell you what I heard of you at the ball?
Or shall I provoke Mr. Preston to begin upon you? It's like turning a tap, such a stream of pretty speeches flows out.
For you, perhaps, but not for me.
For any woman. It's his notion of making himself agreeable. If you dare me, Molly, I'll try the experiment, and you'll see with what success.
Oh, no, don't, pray. I do so dislike him.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. He never seems to know what one is feeling. Do you know him?
Yes, by sight, and I think we were once introduced, but you know, we're much farther from Ashcombe than you are here in Hollingford.
Oh, but he's coming to take Mr. Sheepshanks' place, and then he'll live here altogether.
Molly? Who told you that?
Papa, didn't you hear him? Oh, no, it was before you were down this morning.
Well, I think I've gathered quite enough flowers, and this heat's very tiring. I think I shall go in now.
And if you'll excuse me, I must return to Hamley. It's been so pleasant to see you all again.
Well, and for us to see you, Mr. Osborne. I think, Cynthia, that I shall stay a little and finish my task.
Very well.
Cynthia?
Come in, Molly dear.
Are you quite all right?
Yes. Do you know what I've been thinking lying here? I think I've been here long enough and that I'd better go out as a governess.
Cynthia, what do you mean? Oh, you've been asleep. You've been dreaming. You're overtired.
Oh, how good you are, Molly. I wonder if I'd been brought up like you, whether I should have been as good. But I've been tossed about, so...
Then don't go and be tossed about any more.
Oh, dear, I had better go. But you see, no one ever loved me like you. And I think your father... It's hard to be driven out.
Cynthia, I'm sure you're not well.
I suppose there's no escaping one's doom. Am I not a grand young lady to have a doom? Oh, why, Molly, how pale and grave you look. You ought not to care so much for me. I'm not good enough for you to worry yourself about. I've given myself up long time ago as a heartless baggage.
Oh, nonsense. I wish you wouldn't talk so, Cynthia.
Oh, how hot it is. My child, what dirty hands you've got. And face, too.
Well, have I? Then I'd better go and wash before Mamma returns. Will you come down soon?
Yes, soon. What a fool. What a fool I was.
Some weeks after the time he had anticipated, when he spoke of his departure to the Gibsons, Roger Hamley returned to the Hall. One morning, when Osborne called, he told the Gibsons that his brother had been home 2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days?
Yes.
Why has he not come here, then?
Mamma.
It is not kind of him not to come and see us as soon as he can. Tell him I say so, Osborne. Pray do. He must come.
But Roger did not choose to call for 2 weeks, and the consequence was that when he did go to the Gibson house, the ladies were out. But he received a little pretty 3-cornered note from Mrs. Gibson.
My dear sir, how is it that you are become so formal all of a sudden, leaving cards instead of awaiting our return? Fie, for shame! If you had seen the faces of disappointment that I did when the horrid little bits of pasteboard were displayed to our view, you would not have borne malice against me so long, for it is really punishing others as well as my naughty self. If you will come tomorrow, as early as you like, and lunch with us, I'll own I was cross and acknowledge myself a penitent. Yours ever, Hyacinth C.F. Gibson.
There was no resisting this, and so Roger went, and Mrs. Gibson caressed and petted him in her sweetest, silkiest manner. Mr. Preston was now installed in his new house at Hollingford, Mr. Sheepshanks having entered into dignified idleness. His successor had plunged with energy into all manner of improvements, and among others he fell to draining a piece of outlying waste land belonging to Lord Cumnor, which was close to Squire Hamley's property. It was not often that Squire Hamley rode in this direction nowadays, but one morning he set out to visit an old tenant who was ill.
I thought you'd come, Squire. Your father came to see my father as he lay a-dying.
Come, Silas, don't talk of dying. We shall soon have you out and about, never fear.
Master Roger was here yesterday.
Yes, I know.
I'm a deal nearer to heaven today, I am. I should like you to look after the covers in the west spinney, Squire. Them gorse, you know, where the old fox had her earth.
Aye?
Aye, she gave 'em many a run. Them nevies, I call 'em nevies, though some of 'em is men as was turned off your own works.
What of 'em?
They're a-pulling up the gorse and brush to light their fires. There'll be nothing of a cover left if you don't see after 'em. I didn't tell Parson, But he's all for the Earl's folk. I know I flogged him well, I did. But he were after pheasant's eggs. I didn't know he were an orphan. Lord, forgive me.
He's thinking of David Morton, the cripple, as used to go about trapping venison when he was capering.
Why, he died, well, it must be 20 years ago.
Aye, but grandfather goes off in this way after a bout of talking. He seems to be dreaming of old times. Mr. Rogers said he'd be coming by this morning, but old Silas will likely sleep an hour or more if he's let be.
I wish I'd said goodbye to him.
He drops off so sudden.
Well, I'll come again tomorrow.
Thank you, Squire.
I beg your pardon. I suppose you are the manager of these works?
Certainly I am that, and many other things besides, at your service. I have succeeded Mr. Sheepshanks in the management of my Lord Cumnor's property. Mr. Hamley of Hamley, I believe.
I am Mr. Hamley of Hamley. I suppose you are as yet ignorant of the boundary of Lord Cumnor's land, and so I will inform you that my property begins at the pond, yonder.
I am perfectly acquainted with that fact, Mr. Hamley. But may I inquire why my attention is called to it just now?
I have been told that your men do not respect these boundaries, but are in the habit of plucking up gorse from my covers to light their fires.
It is possible they may. I dare say they think no great harm of it. However, I'll inquire.
Do you doubt my word, sir? I tell you, I've heard it only within this last half hour.
I don't mean to doubt your word, Mr. Hamley, but the argument which you have brought up for the authenticity of your statement, that you heard it within the last half hour, is not quite so forcible as to preclude the possibility of a mistake.
I wish you'd only say in plain language that you doubt my word. I can't make out what you mean. You use so many words.
Pray don't lose your temper, sir. I surely may doubt the correctness of your information until I have made some inquiry. At any rate, that is the course I shall pursue, and if it gives you offence, I shall be sorry, but I shall do it just the same. When I am convinced that harm has been done to your property, I shall take steps to prevent it for the future, and of course, in my lord's name, I shall pay you compensation. It may probably amount to half a crown.
I don't know who you are, but I've known land agents who are gentlemen, and I've known some who are not. You belong to this last set, young man, that you do.
I really feel sorry to see a man of your age in such a passion.
Mr. Preston, I can hardly understand what you mean by your last words. But remember, my father is a gentleman of age and position, and not accustomed to receive advice as to the management of his temper from young men like you.
I desired him to keep his men off my land.
Your father has misunderstood me. I never refused to do what was just and right. I only required further evidence as to the past wrongdoing. Your father took offence at this.
At any rate, sir, I can scarcely reconcile the manner and words to my father which I heard you use when I first came up, with the deference you ought to have shown to a man of his age and position. As to the fact of the trespass...
They're putting up all the gorse. There'll be no cover whatever for game soon.
I will inquire into it myself at a cooler moment. And if I find that such trespass or damage has been committed, of course I shall expect that you will see it stopped. Come, father!
Position, indeed. What are we to think of the position of a man who begins works like these without counting the cost and comes to a standstill and has to turn off his labourers just at the beginning of winter?
Why?
Position, indeed.
My God, man!
Quiet, father. Don't get giving such a fellow as Preston best.
I know I turned them off. What could I do? I'd no more money. He doesn't know. No one knows how he cut me to turn him off just before winter set in. I lay awake many a night thinking of it. And now to have it cast up against me by that cur, that servant. Well, I'll go on with the works, I will. If only to spite him. I'll show him who I am. A Hamley of Hamley takes a higher position than his master. I'll raise the money somehow.
Father!
I'll go on with the work, you see, if I don't. You shouldn't have stopped me, Roger. I wish to heaven I'd horsewhip that fella, I do. I couldn't help it. How could I? I was drained dry of ready money. I wish the land was drained as dry as I am. Aye. Laugh, lad. It does me good to see thee laugh a bit after Osborne's long face, which always grows longer at the sight of me.
Look here, Father. I'll manage somehow about the money for the draining. Trust me.
Oh, Roger, but how will you get it? It's hard enough work.
Never mind, I'll get it. Remember, I'm senior wrangler and a very promising young writer, as the review called me. Oh, you don't know what a fine fella you've got for a son. You should read the reviews to know all my wonderful merits.
I did. Gibson showed it me. I should have understood it better if they could have called the animals by their English name.
But it was an answer to an article by a French writer.
I'd have let him alone. We had to beat him, and we did it at Waterloo. But I would not demean myself by answering any lies of theirs. Why,
Father.
In Part 5 of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly Gibson was played by Catherine Hurlbut, Claire, Angela Pleasance, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, Cynthia, Anne-Louise Lambert, Squire Hamley, Robert Lang, Osborne, Adam Barham, Roger, Michael Troughton, Lady Harriet, Marian Diamond, Lord Hollingford, Geoffrey Collins, Mr. Preston, Brett Usher, Miss Browning, Diana Bishop, Miss Phoebe, Hilda Schroeder, Mrs. Goodenough, Margot Boyd, Miss Hornblower, Monica Gray, Miss Piper, Carol Boyd, Old Silas, Michael Bilton, with James Kerry, Nigel Graham and Eileen Tully. Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. The music was composed by Rachel Portman and the director was Jane Morgan. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Hurlbut, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Robert Lang, Anne-Louise Lambert and Thelma Whiteley. Part 6, The Mother's Manoeuvre.
Following the exchange of angry words between his father and Lord Cumnor's agent, Mr. Preston, Roger Hamley turned over many plans in his mind. He needed to obtain sufficient money to fulfil his promise to his father, and also to give Squire Hamley some daily interest to distract his thoughts from the regrets and cares that were almost weakening his mind. Another perplexity and distress at this time weighed upon Roger. His brother, Osborne, heir to the estate, had told him that his French wife, Aimée, was going to have a child. The Hamleys' property was entailed on heirs male born in lawful wedlock. Was the wedlock lawful? Osborne never seemed to doubt that it was.
But do try and tell me how the marriage was conducted.
How tiresome you are, Roger. I've told you, Morrison married us. You remember old Morrison at Trinity?
Yes, as good and blunder-headed a fellow as ever lived.
Well, he's taken orders. And the examination for priest's orders fatigued him so much that he got his father to give him 100 or 2 for a tour on the continent. He meant to get to Rome, but he turned up at Metz.
But I don't see why he turned up at Metz.
No more did he. He was never great in geography, you know. And somehow he thought that Metz must be on the road to Rome. However, it was very well for me that I met with him there, for I was determined to be married, and without loss of time. Yes. I think Morrison rather enjoyed the spree.
But was it a legal marriage?
I signed all manner of papers in the prefecture. I did not read them over for fear lest I could not sign them conscientiously. It was the safest plan. And then we went off to the nearest English chaplaincy, Karlsruhe, and the chaplain was away, so Morrison easily got a loan of the chapel and we were married the next day.
But surely some registration or certificate was necessary?
Morrison said he'd undertake all those forms, and he ought to know his own business. I know I tipped him pretty well for the job.
You must be married again, and before the child is born. Have you got a certificate of the marriage?
Well, I dare say Morrison has got it somewhere. But I believe I'm legally married according to the laws of both England and France. I really do. I've got the prefect's papers somewhere.
Never mind. You shall be married again in England. Aimée goes to the Roman Catholic chapel at Preston, doesn't she?
Yes. I wouldn't disturb her in her religion for all the world.
Then you shall be married both there and at the church of the parish in which she lives.
It's a great deal of trouble. Unnecessary trouble and unnecessary expense, I should say. Why can't you leave well alone? If the child is a boy and my father dies and I die, why, I'm sure you'll do him justice.
But if I die into the bargain, who succeeds as heir?
Well, one of the Irish Hamleys, I suppose.
Exactly.
I fancy they are needy chaps. Perhaps you're right. But what need to have such gloomy forebodings?
The law makes one have foresight in such affairs. So, I'll go down to see M.A. next week when I'm in town and make all the necessary arrangements before you come. I think you'll be happier if it is all done.
I shall be happier if I've a chance of seeing Amy, that I grant you. But what's taking you up to town? I wish I'd money to run about like you instead of being shut up forever in this dull old house.
I shouldn't have thought of going up if I hadn't got to go up on business. Lord Hollingford has written for me. He knows my great wish for employment and has heard of something which he considers suitable.
But why do you want employment? Why do you want money? Are we taking too much from you? Only suggest a career for me and I'll follow it tomorrow.
My dear fellow, don't get those notions into your head. I must do something for myself sometimes, and I've been on the lookout. Besides, I want my father to go on with the drainage works. I can advance any part of the money required. He and you shall pay me interest until you can return the capital.
Roger, you're the providence of the family.
And so Roger went up to London, and Osborne followed him. And for 2 or 3 weeks the Gibsons saw nothing of the brothers. But as wave succeeds to wave, so interest succeeds to interest. The family, as they were called, came down for their autumn sojourn at Cumnor Towers, and Mrs. Gibson found the chances of social intercourse with the Towers rather more exciting than Roger's visits or the rarer calls of Osborne Hamley.
Lady Harriet is coming here this morning, and I can't have anyone else coming in. Tell Maria to say I'm not at home.
Yes, Mamma.
Lady Harriet has always so much to tell me, dear Lady Harriet. I have known all her secrets since she was 12 years old. You two girls keep out of the way. Of course, she'll ask for you out of common civility, but you would only interrupt us if you came in as you did the other day, Molly. I hardly like to say so, but I thought it was very forward.
Maria told me she had asked for me, Mamma.
Very forward indeed. I think this time I must secure her ladyship from the chances of such an intrusion by taking care that you are out of the house. You had better go to Holly Farm and speak about those damsons I ordered, which have never been sent.
I'll go. It's far too long a walk for Molly. She's had a bad cold. And she isn't as strong as she was a fortnight ago. I delight in long walks. If you want Molly out of the way, Mamma, send her to the Miss Brownings. They're always glad to see her.
I never said I wanted Molly out of the way, Cynthia. You always put things in such an exaggerated, I should almost say so coarse a manner. I am sure, Molly, my love, you could never have so misunderstood me. It is only on Lady Harriet's account.
I don't think I could walk as far as Holly Farm. Papa would take the message. Cynthia need not go.
Well, I am the last person to tax anyone's strength. I'd sooner never see damson preserve again. Suppose you do go and see the Miss Brownings. You can pay a nice long call. You know they like that. And ask after Miss Phoebe's cold for me, you know.
Yes, Mamma.
They were friends of your mother's, my dear, and I would not have you break off old friendships for the world. Constancy above everything is my motto, as you know. The memory of the dead ought always to be cherished.
Now, Mamma, where am I to go? Though Lady Harriet doesn't care for me as much as she does for Molly, indeed, quite the contrary, I should say. Yet she might ask after me, and I had better be safely out of the way.
True. She is much less likely to ask for you, my dear. I almost think you might remain in the house. Or you might go to Holly Farm. I really do want the damsons. Or you might stay in the dining room so as to be ready to arrange lunch prettily if she does take a fancy to stay for it. She's very fanciful, is dear Lady Harriet. Yes, I think you'd better stay at home, Cynthia. And then you could fetch Molly from the Miss Brownings in the afternoon, and you two could take a walk together.
After Lady Harriet was fairly gone, I understand, Mamma. Off with you, Molly, make haste, or Lady Harriet may come and ask for you. I'll take care and forget where you're going, so that no one shall learn from me where you are, and I'll answer for Mamma's loss of memory.
Child, what nonsense you talk. You quite confuse me with being so silly. Molly, darling, there's a cold wind, though it looks so fine. You had better put on my Indian shawl. It is not everyone I would lend it to, but you're so careful.
Thank you, Mamma.
Well, I'm very sorry to have missed Molly. I always seem to miss her these days.
Yes, it is a great pity, but the dear girl insisted on going over to see some dear friends of her mother's, you know, and I would not have her break off those friendships for the world. Constancy above everything is my motto, you know. But, dear Lady Harriet, do sit down.
Thank you.
That's right. It is always such a pleasure to welcome you into my humble home.
Humble? Now, Claire, that's a little bit of nonsense, begging your pardon. I don't call this pretty little drawing room a bit of a humble home. It's as full of comforts and pretty things, too, as any room of its size can be.
Ah, how small you must feel it. Even I had to reconcile myself to it at first.
Well, perhaps your schoolroom was larger, but remember how bare it was. Indeed, Claire, I agree with Mamma, who always says you have done very well for yourself. And Mr. Gibson, too. What an agreeable, well-informed man.
Yes, he is. He is very agreeable, very. Only we see so little of him, and of course he comes home tired and hungry and not inclined to talk to his own family, and apt to go to sleep.
Come, come, I'm going to have my turn now. We've had the complaints of a doctor's wife, now hear the moans of a peer's daughter. Our house is so overrun with visitors, and literally today I have come to you for a little solitude.
Solitude? Would you rather be alone?
No, you dear silly woman. My solitude requires a listener. But I am tired of the responsibility of entertaining, so I told a few lies this morning and came off here for quietness and the comfort of complaining.
Poor Lady Harriet.
I used to take you as my arbiter of morals when I was a little girl. Tell me, do you think it is wrong to tell lies?
Of course it is very wrong, very wicked indeed.
But have you never told even white lies? Now come, Claire. How did you feel after them?
I should have been miserable if ever I had. I should have died of self-reproach. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the whole truth has always seemed to me such a fine passage.
Can you give me some lunch, Claire? I don't mean to go home till 3.
Certainly. I shall be delighted. But you know we are very simple in our habits.
Oh, I only want a little bread and butter, and perhaps a slice of cold meat. You must not give yourself any trouble, Claire. But perhaps you dine now. Let me sit down, just like one of the family.
Yes, you shall. I won't make any alteration. It will be so pleasant to have you sharing our family meal, dear Lady Harriet. But we dine late. We only lunch now. Oh, how low the fire is getting. I must ring for Maria to bring more coals. I am forgetting everything in the pleasure of this tete-a-tete.
This signal was immediately understood by Cynthia. The brace of partridges that were to have been for the late dinner were instantly put down to the fire, and the prettiest china brought out, and the table decked with flowers and fruit arranged with all Cynthia's usual dexterity and taste, so that when the meal was announced and Lady Harriet entered the room, she could not but think her hostess's apologies had been quite unnecessary, and be more and more convinced that Claire had done very well for herself. Cynthia now joined the party, but somehow she did not take Lady Harriet's fancy.
But tell me, how are dear Lady Cumnor and your father, and Lord Hollingford?
Papa is so open-hearted. He asks every friend he meets to come and pay us a visit, and Mamma is really a great invalid.
Oh, dear.
But she does not choose to give up her reputation for good health, having always considered illness a want of self-control. So she gets wearied and worried by a crowd of people who are all of them open-mouthed for amusement of some kind. That is why I am so tired of entertaining. Hollingford ought to have been with us, but he has had to stay in town about this Crichton legacy.
A legacy to Lord Hollingford? I'm so glad.
Don't be in such a hurry to be glad. It's nothing for him but trouble. Didn't you hear of that rich eccentric, Mr. Crichton, who died some time ago, and left money in the hands of some trustees, of whom my brother is one, to send out a man with 1,000 fine qualifications to make a scientific voyage with a view to bringing back specimens of the fauna of distant lands, and so forming the nucleus of a museum which is to be called the Crichton Museum, and so perpetuate the founder's name? Such various forms does man's vanity take.
It seems to me a very laudable and useful object, I am sure.
I dare say it is from the public good view, but it's rather tiresome to us privately, for it keeps Hollingford in town. However, I believe he likes it, so I ought not to grumble. And what's more, he thinks he is going to be very successful in the choice of his man. And he belongs to this county, too. Young Hamley of Hamley. If he can only get his college to let him go, for he is a fellow of Trinity, senior wrangler or something. And they're not so foolish as to send their crack man to be eaten up by lions and tigers. It must be Roger Hamley.
He is not the eldest son. He can scarcely be called Hamley of Hamley.
Hollingford's man is a fellow of Trinity.
Then it is Mr. Roger Hamley. And he's up in London about some business. Oh, what news for Molly when she gets home?
Why? What has Molly to do with it?
No, not at all. I rather think Roger Hamley's interest points in quite another direction.
And where is Molly all this time? I should like to see my little mentor. I hear she's very much grown.
Oh, when she once gets gossiping with the Miss Brownings, she never knows when to come home.
The Miss Brownings? Oh, I'm so glad you named them. I'm very fond of them. Pexy and Flapsy. I may call them so in Molly's absence. I'll go and see them before I go home, and then perhaps I shall see my dear little Molly, too. Do you know, Claire, I've quite taken a fancy to that girl.
Yes, indeed.
So Mrs. Gibson, after all her precautions, had to submit to Lady Harriet's leaving her half an hour earlier than she otherwise would have done, in order to make herself common, as Mrs. Gibson expressed it, by calling on the Miss Brownings. But Molly had left before Lady Harriet arrived. She went the long walk to Holly Farm to order the damsons, out of a kind of penitence. It was a day or two afterwards that Mr. Gibson made time to ride round by Hamley, desirous to learn more exact particulars of this scheme for Roger, and rather puzzled to know whether he should interfere in the project or not. The state of the case was this. Osborne's symptoms were, in Mr. Gibson's opinion, signs of his having a fatal disease, and one which might continue for years in the same state as at present, or might end the young man's life in an hour, a minute. And supposing that he was right, would it be well for Roger to be away where no sudden calls for his presence could reach him? So he rode on, meditating, his reins slack, his head a little bent, until he reached Hamley Hall.
Gibson, what good wind blew you here? You'll have some lunch.
What's this I hear about Roger, Squire?
Ah, so you've heard, have you? It's famous, isn't it? He's a boy to be proud of. What have you heard? How much is known? Nay, you must have a glass of ale. It's old ale, such as we don't brew nowadays. It's as old as Osborne. We call it the young squire's ale. I thought to have tapped it on his marriage. Well, I don't know when that'll come to pass. So we've tapped it now, in Roger's honour. There. See what you think of that.
Oh, it's as strong as brandy.
See, I told you, good and strong, such as we don't brew nowadays. Well, and what have you heard? There's a deal to hear and all good news, though I shall miss the lad. I know that.
Well, I didn't know it was settled. I only heard that it was in progress.
Well, it was only in progress, as you call it, till last Tuesday. He never let me know anything about it. He says he thought I might get fidgety. So I never knew a word on it, till I had a letter from my Lord Hollingford, saying all manner of fine things about my Roger, and from a Whig, mind you, which makes it all the more handsome. And the upshot is, he's to go on this scientific voyage, and at a very liberal remuneration. But there's more to come, Gibson. I think my luck is turning at last. Roger wrote me to say that he has been able at once to raise money upon the remuneration he is to receive on the accomplishment of his 2 years' work, and that he has also insured his life in order to provide for the repayment of the money raised in case he did not live to return to him. Anyhow, the sum he has borrowed, he is forwarding to me, so that I may recommence the drainage works at once.
You'll have to pay a pretty sum for insuring his life beyond the seas.
He's got his fellowship money.
That's true, but he's a strong young fellow, as I know.
I wish I could tell his mother.
So, it seems all settled now.
Yes, and they're not going to let the grass grow under his feet. He's to be off as soon as he can get his scientific traps ready. I almost wish he wasn't to go. You don't seem quite to like it, Doctor.
Oh, yes, I do. Why, I think it's a great honour to have such a son. I envy you. Here's a lad of 23, distinguishing himself in more ways than one, and as simple and affectionate as any fellow need to be, not a bit set up.
Aye. He's twice as much a son to me as Osborne, who has been all his life set up on nothing at all, as one may say.
Oh, come, Squire, I mustn't hear anything against Osborne. We may praise one without hitting the other. Osborne hasn't had the strong health which has enabled Roger to work as he has done.
Osborne might have, if he got out of doors more. But except when he can loaf into Hollingford, he doesn't care to go out at all. I hope he's not after one of your girls. I don't mean offence, you know. But he'll have the estate, and it won't be free, and he must marry money. I don't think I could allow it in Roger. But Osborne's the eldest son, you know.
I don't believe there's anything of the kind going on. I'm not much at home, you know, but I've never heard or seen anything that should make me suppose there is. And when I do, I'll let you know.
Now, Gibson, don't go and be offended. I'm glad for the boys to have a pleasant house to go to, and I thank you and Mrs. Gibson for making it pleasant. Only keep off love. It can come to no good, that's all. I don't believe Osborne will ever earn a farthing to keep a wife during my life. And if I were to die tomorrow, she would have to bring some money to clear the estate. And if I do speak as I shouldn't have done formerly, a little sharp or so, why, it's because I've been worried by many a care no one knows anything of.
I'm not going to take offence, but let us understand each other clearly. If you don't want your sons to come as much to my house as they do, tell them so yourself. I like the lads, and I'm glad to see them. But if they do come, you must take the consequences, whatever they are, and not blame me, or them either, from what may happen from the frequent meetings between two young men and two young women.
I shouldn't so much mind if Roger fell in love with your Molly. He can fight for himself, you see, and she's an uncommon nice girl. My poor wife was so fond of her. It's Osborne and the estate I'm thinking of.
Well then, tell him not to come near us. I shall be sorry, but you will be safe.
I'll think about it. But he's difficult to manage.
Yes, if you speak gently to him, he'll take the advice as from a friend. If he can assure you there's no danger, of course he'll come just as usual, when he likes.
Very well, Gibson. I'll speak to the boy, but it'll do no good. Come, enough talk. Let us drink to young Roger's good fortune.
Why, certainly.
It was afternoon, some days later. Molly had gone for a walk. Mrs. Gibson had been paying some calls. Lazy Cynthia had declined accompanying either. A daily walk was not a necessity to her, as it was to Molly.
Shh! I have been watching for you, dear. Don't go into the drawing room. It might be a little interruption just now.
Interruption? I don't understand.
Roger Hamley is there with Cynthia, and I've reason to think. In fact, I did open the door, unawares, but I shut it again softly, and I don't think they heard me. Isn't it charming? Young love, you know.
Do you mean that Roger Hamley has proposed to Cynthia?
Not exactly that, but I don't know. Of course I know nothing. Only I did hear him say that he had meant to leave England without speaking of his love, and that the temptation of seeing her alone had been too great for him. It was symptomatic, was it not, my dear? So I've been watching for you to prevent you going in and disturbing them.
But I may go to my room, mayn't I?
Of course. Only I had expected sympathy from you at such an interesting moment.
But Molly did not hear these last words. She felt as if she could not understand it all. But as for that matter, what could she understand? Nothing. For a few minutes her brain seemed in too great a whirl to comprehend anything, but that she was being carried on in earth's diurnal course, with rocks and stones and trees, with as little volition on her part as if she were dead. Then the room grew stifling, and instinctively she went to the open casement window and leant out, gasping for breath. Gradually the consciousness of the soft, peaceful landscape stole into her mind and stilled the buzzing confusion. She laid down her head on her arms and cried.
Molly! Molly, are you there?
Yes, what is it?
Oh, Mr. Roger Hamley is here. He wants to wish you goodbye before he goes.
Tell him I'm coming directly.
Don't be too long.
I could never forgive myself if I had accepted a pledge from her. She shall be free till my return. But the hope, the words, her sweet goodness have made me happy beyond description. Oh, Molly, my dear, I think you have long guessed my secret, have you not? I once thought of speaking to you before I left and confiding it all to you, but the temptation has been too great. I have told Cynthia how fondly I love her, as far as words can tell, and she says...
My dear sweet girl values your love as it ought to be valued, I am sure, and I believe I could tell tales as to the cause of her indisposition in the spring.
Mother, you know it was no such thing. Pray don't invent stories about me. I have engaged myself to Mr. Roger Hamley, and that is enough.
Enough! More than enough. I will not accept your pledge. I am bound, but you are free. I like to feel myself bound. It makes me happy and at peace. But with all the chances involved in the next 2 years, you must not shackle yourself by promises.
You are very generous, I am sure. Perhaps it will be better not to mention it.
I would much rather have it kept a secret.
Certainly, my dear love. That's just what I was going to say. I once knew a young lady who heard of the death of a young man in America, whom she had known pretty well, and she immediately said she had been engaged to him and even went so far as to put on weeds. And it was a false report, for he came back well and merry and declared to everybody he had never so much as thought about her. So it was very awkward for her. These things had much better be kept secret until the proper time has come for divulging them.
Mamma, I promise you I won't put on weeds, whatever reports come of Mr. Roger Hamley, and you will all be witnesses that he has professed to think of me if he is tempted afterwards to deny the fact. But at the same time, I wish it to be kept a secret until his return, and I'm sure you will all be so kind as to attend to my wish. Please, Roger.
Yes, of course.
Please, Molly.
Yes.
Mamma, I must especially beg it of you.
My dear child, why especially to poor me? You know I am the most trustworthy person alive.
Oh, I must go. I'd no idea it was so late. I shall write from Paris. The coach will be at the George by this time and will only stay 5 minutes. Dearest Cynthia, only remember you are free. Molly, you won't forget me, I know. I shall never forget you or your goodness to Mother. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
May I come in, Molly? Molly, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Oh, Cynthia, you do love him dearly, don't you?
Why, Molly, you speak with all the solemnity of an adjuration. Don't you think I've given proof of it? But you know, I've often told you I've not the gift of loving. I said pretty much the same thing to him. I can respect, and I fancy I can admire, and I can like. But I never feel carried off my feet by love for anyone. Not even for you, little Molly, and I'm sure I love you.
No, don't. I won't hear you. I ought not to have asked you. It makes you tell lies.
Why, Molly, what is the matter with you? One might think that you cared for him yourself.
I? Well, I do care for him. I think you have won the love of a prince among men. Why, I am proud to remember that he has been to me as a brother, and I love him as a sister. And I love you doubly because he has honoured you with his love.
Come, that's not complimentary. Well, he's well enough, I dare say, and a great deal too learned and clever for a stupid girl like me. But even you must acknowledge he's very plain and awkward. And I like pretty things and pretty people.
Cynthia, I won't talk to you about him. You know you don't mean what you are saying, and only say it out of contradiction because I praise him. And he shan't be run down by you even in joke.
Well, then we won't talk of him at all. I was so surprised when he began to speak so. Blackberries! You gathered them for me, I know. But oh, how I should like to have gone with him to Paris. Oh, I suppose it wouldn't have been proper. How pleasant it would have been. I remember at Boulogne how I used to envy the English who were going to Paris. It seemed to me then as if nobody stopped at Boulogne but dull, stupid schoolgirls.
When will he be there?
On Wednesday. He said I'm to write to him there. Well, at any rate, he's going to write to me. Perhaps, after all, we shall never be married.
Why do you say that? You have nothing to make you think so. Oh, I wonder how you can bear to think you won't even for a moment.
Oh, you mustn't go and take me au grand sérieux. I dare say I don't mean what I say. But you see, everything seems a dream at present. Still, I think the chances are equal. The chances for and against our marriage, I mean. 2 years, it's a long time. He may change his mind, or I may. Or someone else may turn up and I might get engaged to him. What would you think of that, Molly? I'm putting such a gloomy thing as death quite on one side, you see. Yet in 2 years, how much may happen?
Don't talk so, Cynthia. Please don't. One would think you didn't care for him, and he cares so much for you.
Why did I say I didn't care for him? I was only calculating chances. I'm sure I hope nothing will ever happen to prevent the marriage. Only you know it may. And I thought I was taking a step in wisdom in looking forward to all the evils that might befall. I'm sure all the wise people I've ever known thought it was a virtue to have gloomy prognostics of the future. Oh, but you're not in the mood for wisdom and virtue, I see. So I'll go and get ready for dinner. Dear Molly.
I'm sorry not to have been home for dinner. Old Mr. Rowe again.
A little more wine? Oh, I'm quite used to it now. Then, are you comfortable? For I have a great piece of news to tell you.
I thought there was something on hand. Now for it.
Roger Hamley was here this afternoon to bid us goodbye.
Goodbye. Is he gone? I didn't know he was going so soon. I wanted to have seen him.
He left love and regret for you. Now, let me get on with my story. He found Cynthia alone, proposed to her, and was accepted.
Cynthia? Roger has proposed to her and she accepted it.
Yes, to be sure. Why not? You speak as if it was something so very surprising.
But I am surprised. He's a very fine young fellow and I wish Cynthia joy, but do you like it? It'll have to be a very long engagement.
Perhaps.
At any rate, he'll be away for 2 years.
A great deal may happen in 2 years.
Yes, and he'll have to run many risks and go into many dangers and will come back no nearer to the power of maintaining a wife than when he went away.
Oh, I don't know that. A little bird did tell me Osborne's life is not so very secure. And then what will Roger be? Heir to the estate?
Who told you about Osborne? Who told you, I say?
Why, can you deny it? Is it not the truth?
I ask you again, Hyacinth, who told you that Osborne Hamley's life is in more danger than mine, or yours?
Oh, don't speak in that frightening way. My life is not in danger, I'm sure, nor yours either, love.
Hyacinth, I ask you now.
Oh, the glass, you've broken it. Bits of glass are so
Never
very...
mind about the glass. I ask you again, Hyacinth, who told you anything about the state of Osborne Hamley's health?
I'm sure I wish no harm to him. I dare say he's in very good health.
Who told you?
Well, if you will make such a fuss, it was you yourself. Or Dr. Nichols, I'm sure I forget.
I never spoke to you on the subject, and I don't believe Nichols did. Now, you'd better tell me at once what you're alluding to, for I'm resolved I'll have it out of you before we leave this room.
I wish I'd never married again. You should not talk your medical secrets so loud, then, if you don't want people to hear them. I had to go into the storeroom that day Dr. Nichols was here. Cook wanted a jar of preserves and stopped me just as I was going out. I'm sure it was for no pleasure of mine, for I was sadly afraid of sticking my gloves. It was all that you might have a comfortable dinner.
So, you overheard our conversation, I suppose?
Well, not much, only a sentence or two. You had just been saying something, and Dr. Nichols said, if he has got aneurysm of the aorta, his days are numbered.
Well, anything more?
You said, I hope to God I may be mistaken, but there is a pretty clear indication of symptoms, in my opinion.
How do you know we were speaking of Osborne Hamley?
I heard his name mentioned by you both before I began to listen.
Then you own you did listen?
Yes.
And pray, how do you come to remember so exactly the disease spoken of?
Because I went... Now, don't be angry. I went into the surgery and looked it up.
Well, I suppose as one brews, one must bake.
I don't understand what you mean.
Perhaps not. I suppose that it was what you heard on that occasion that made you change your behaviour to Roger Hamley. I've noticed how much more civil you were to him of late.
If you mean that I have ever got to like him as much as Osborne, you are very much mistaken. No, not even though he is to be my son-in-law.
Now, let me know the whole affair you overheard. I will own it was Osborne about whom we were speaking, though I shall have something to say about that presently. Now, if I understand you rightly, You've changed your behaviour to Roger and made him more welcome than you'd ever done before, regarding him as proximate heir to the Hamley estates.
I don't know what you mean by proximate.
Go into the surgery and look into the dictionary.
You are vexed now because it is not Molly he is in love with, and I call it very unjust and unfair to my poor fatherless girl. I am sure I have always tried to further Molly's interests as if she was my own daughter.
The point I want to be clear about is this. Did you or did you not alter your behaviour to Roger in consequence of what you overheard of my professional conversation with Dr. Nichols? Have you not favoured his suit to Cynthia since then, on the understanding gathered from that conversation that he stood a good chance of inheriting Hamley?
Well, I suppose I have. And if I did, I can't see any harm in it, that I should be questioned as if I were in a witness box. He was in love with Cynthia long before that conversation, and she liked him so much. It was not for me to cross the path of true love. I don't see how you would have a mother show her love for her child if she may not turn accidental circumstances to her advantage. Perhaps Cynthia might have died if she had been crossed in love. Her poor father was consumptive.
Don't you know that all professional conversations are confidential? That it would be the most dishonourable thing possible for me to betray secrets which I learn in the exercise of my profession?
Yes, of course.
Well, and are not you and I one in all these respects? You cannot do a dishonourable act without my being included in the disgrace. Now, if it would be a deep disgrace for me to betray a professional secret, what would it be for me to trade on that knowledge?
I don't know what you mean by trading. Trading in a daughter's affection is the last thing I should do, and I should have thought you would be rather glad than otherwise to get Cynthia well married and off your hands.
I don't know what to say to you. You either can't or won't see what I mean. I'm glad enough to have Cynthia here. I've tried to give her a true welcome, and I sincerely hope that she'll find this house as much a home as my own daughter does. But for the future, I must look out of my doors and double-lock the approaches if I'm to be so foolish as to... However, that's past and gone, and it remains with me to prevent its recurrence as far as I can for the future. Now, let us hear the present state of affairs.
I don't think I ought to tell you anything about it. It's a secret, just as much as your mysteries are.
Very well. You've told me enough for me to act upon, which I most certainly shall do. It was only the other day I promised the squire to let him know if I suspected anything, any love affair or entanglement, much less an engagement, between either of his sons and our girls.
But this is not an engagement. He would not let it be so. If you would only listen to me, I could tell you all. Only I do hope you won't go and tell the squire and everybody. Cynthia did so beg that it might not be known. It is only my unfortunate frankness that has led me into this scrape. I could never keep a secret from those whom I love.
I must tell the squire. I shall not mention it to anyone else. And do you think it was consistent with your general frankness to have overheard what you did and never to have mentioned it to me? If you had, I could have told you that Dr. Nichols' opinion was decidedly opposed to mine, and that he believed that the disturbance about which I consulted him on Osborne's behalf was merely temporary. Dr. Nichols will tell you that Osborne is as likely as any man to live and beget children. Yes. Well, let us review this misfortune, for I see you consider it as such.
No, not quite misfortune. But certainly, if I had known Dr. Nichols' opinion...
You see the advantage of always consulting me. Here is Cynthia engaged.
Oh, not engaged. Roger will not allow it to be considered an engagement on her part.
Well, entangled in a love affair with a lad of 23 with nothing beyond his fellowship and a chance of inheriting an encumbered estate, no profession even, abroad for 2 years. And I must go and tell his father all about it tomorrow.
Oh, dear. Pray say that if he dislikes it, he has only to express his opinion.
No, I don't think you can act without Cynthia in this affair, and if I'm not mistaken, Cynthia will have a pretty stout will of her own on the subject.
Oh, I don't think she cares for him very much. She is not one to be always falling in love.
A little time ago, we were threatened with consumption and an early death if Cynthia's affections were threatened.
Oh, you dear creature, how you remember my silly words. It might be so. You know, dear Mr. Kirkpatrick was a consumptive, and Cynthia may have inherited it, and a great sorrow might bring out the latent seeds. At times I am so fearful. But I dare say it is not probable, for I don't think she takes things very deeply to heart.
Oh, then I'm quite at liberty to give up the affair, acting as Cynthia's proxy if the squire disapproves of it.
Oh, no, we cannot give it up. I am sure Cynthia would not, especially if she thought others were acting for her, and he really is very much in love. I wish he were in Osborne's place.
Shall I tell you what I should do? However, it may have been brought about. Here are two young people in love with each other. Now, the father of the young man must be told, and it's quite likely he'll bluster and oppose, for there's no doubt it's an imprudent affair, as far as money goes. But let them be steady and patient, and a better lot need await no young woman. I only wish it were Molly's good fortune to meet with such a man.
I will try for Molly. I will, indeed.
No, don't. That's one thing I forbid. There'll be no trying for Molly.
Well, don't be angry, dear. Do you know, I was quite afraid you were going to lose your temper at one time.
It would have been of no use.
Well, never mind. Let us go and join the girls in the drawing room.
Mr. Gibson was more irritated than he chose to show, but there was so much of self-reproach in his irritation that he kept it to himself, brooded over it, and allowed a feeling of suspicious dissatisfaction with his wife to grow up in his mind. This extended itself by and by to the innocent Cynthia, and caused his manner to both mother and daughter to assume a certain curt severity, which took the latter, at any rate, with extreme surprise. But on the present occasion he followed his wife to the drawing-room and gravely congratulated the astonished Cynthia.
So, Mamma has told you. It's hardly an engagement, and we all pledged ourselves to keep it a secret, Mamma among the rest.
But Cynthia, you could not expect. You could not have wished me to keep a secret from my husband.
No, perhaps not. At any rate, sir, I'm glad that you should know it. You've always been a most kind friend to me, and I dare say I would have told you myself. But if you please, it must still be a secret. In fact, it's hardly an engagement. He would not allow me to bind myself by any promise until his return.
I hope you're worthy of him, Cynthia, for you have indeed drawn a prize.
You're not complimentary, are you, Mr. Gibson? He thinks me worthy, I suppose. And if you have so high an opinion of him, you ought to respect his judgment of me.
Well, I hope you'll not consider it a breach of confidence, Cynthia, but I must tell the squire...
Oh, but you must...
I must tell the squire what has taken place between you and his son. I have bound myself by a promise to him.
It was the one thing I stipulated for, secrecy.
Why, I can understand you not wishing to have it made public under the circumstances, but the nearest friends on both sides. Surely you can have no objection to that.
Yes, I have. I would not have had anyone know if I could have helped it.
I'm almost certain Roger will tell his father.
No, he won't. I made him promise, and I think he is one to respect a promise.
Well, at any rate, the story would come with so much better grace from him that I shall give him the chance. I won't go over to the hall till the end of the week. He may have written and told his father before then.
A man's promise is to override a woman's wish, then, is it?
I don't see any reason why it should not.
Will you trust in my reasons when I tell you that it will cause me a great deal of distress if it gets known?
Telling Roger's father is not making it public. I don't like this exaggerated desire for such secrecy, Cynthia. It seems to me as if something more than is apparent was concealed behind it.
Come, Molly, let us sing that duet I've been teaching you. It's better than talking as we're doing.
If you're sure you want to, Cynthia.
Yes, quite sure.
Prettily
on the streams of the soft spring breeze, like children with violets playing in the shade of the whispering trees. Oh, that we do obey down the stream of the soft spring breeze.
Cynthia!
Why?
Cynthia, what is the matter?
Ah, there you are, Squire. They told me I might find you here.
I've just come to see the horses, eating their heads off, as usual.
Is there any news from Roger yet?
Oh, yes. Had a letter this very morning. Here. Read it if you like.
Thank you. I see he doesn't name one very important event that's befallen him since he left you.
Huh?
I believe I'm committing a breach of confidence on one side, but I'm going to keep the promise I made the last time I was here. I find there is something, something of the kind you apprehend, you understand, between him and my stepdaughter, Cynthia. He called to our house to wish us goodbye, and while waiting for the London coach, found her alone and spoke to her. They don't call it an engagement, but of course it is one.
Give me back the letter. It tells me nothing about it. Lads may play at confidences with their fathers, but they keep a deal back. He's not the eldest son, but it's not the match I should have planned for him. How came you, sir, when you were last here, to say that there was nothing between my sons and either of your girls? Why, this must have been going on all the time.
Yes, I'm afraid it has, but I was as ignorant about it as the babe unborn. I only heard of it on the evening of the day of Roger's departure.
And that's a week ago. What's kept you quiet ever since?
Well, I thought Roger would tell you himself.
That shows you've no sons. More than half their life is unknown to their fathers. Why, Osborne there, we live together, that's to say, we sleep under the same roof. And yet, well, life is as God made it. You say it's not an engagement yet, but I wonder what I'm doing. Hoping for my lad's disappointment in the folly he set his heart on, and just when he's been helping me. Is it a folly, or is it not? I ask you, Gibson, for you must know this girl. She hasn't much money, I suppose?
And about £20 a year at my pleasure during her mother's life.
It's as well it's not Osborne. They'll have to wait. What family is she of? None of them in trade, I reckon, from her being so poor.
I believe her father was a grandson of a certain Sir Gerald Kirkpatrick. Her mother tells me it's an old baronetcy. I know nothing of such things.
That's something. I do know something of such things, as you are pleased to call them. I like honourable blood.
But I'm afraid that only 1/8 of Cynthia's blood is honourable. I know nothing further of her relations, except the fact that her father was a curate.
Professional? That's a step above trade, at any rate. How old is she?
18 or 19.
Pretty?
Yes, I think so. Most people do, but it's all a matter of taste. Well, come, Squire, judge for yourself. Ride over and take lunch with us any day you like. I may not be in, but her mother will be there, and you can make acquaintance with your son's future wife.
Roger's future wife. He'll be wiser by the time he comes home. But you said it was no engagement. If he thinks better of it, you won't keep him to it, will you?
If he wishes to break it off, I shall certainly advise Cynthia to be equally willing. That's all I can say. And I see no reason for discussing the affair further at present. I've told you how matters stand because I promised you I would if I saw anything of this kind going on. But in the present condition of things, we can neither make nor mar. We can only wait.
Oh, don't take offence at what I've said, Gibson, though I'm sure I don't know why you should. What's the girl like in herself?
I don't know what you mean.
Is she like your Molly? Sweet-tempered and sensible, with her gloves always mended and neat about the feet and ready to do anything one asks? Just as if doing it was the very thing she liked best in the world.
Oh, I see. Well, she's much prettier than Molly and has very winning ways. She's always well-dressed and smart-looking and always does what she's asked to do. I don't think I ever saw her out of temper, but then I'm not sure if she takes things keenly to heart, and a certain obtuseness of feeling goes a great way towards a character for good temper. Altogether, I think Cynthia is 1 in 100.
Your Molly is 1 in 1,000, to my mind. But then, you see, she comes of no family at all. And I don't suppose she'll have a chance of much money.
Well, but as there's no question of Molly in this business, I don't see the use of bringing her name in and considering either her family or her fortune.
No, to be sure not. My wits had gone far afield, and I'll own I was only thinking what a pity it was she wouldn't do for Osborne, but of course it's out of the question,
Yes, and if you'll excuse me, I really must go now, and then you'll be at liberty to send your wits afield uninterrupted.
No, I say, Gibson, we're old friends, and you're a fool if you take anything I say as an offence. Madam, your wife and I didn't hit it off the only time I ever saw her. I won't say she was silly, but I think one of us was silly, and it wasn't me. However, we'll pass that over. Suppose you bring her and this girl Cynthia and little Molly out here to lunch some day. I'll be more at ease in my own house. And I'm more sure to be civil, too. We need say nothing about Roger, neither the lass nor me. And you keep your wife's tongue quiet, if you can. I shall see the girl then, and I can judge her for myself. That'll be the best plan. Osborne will be here, too. And he's always in his element talking to women. I sometimes think he's half a woman himself. He spends so much money, and is so unreasonable. What about Thursday?
And so the next Thursday was fixed upon as the day on which Mr. Gibson was to bring his womenkind out to the hall. He thought that on the whole the interview had gone off a good deal better than he expected, and felt rather proud of the invitation of which he was the bearer.
Well, Cynthia, I've seen the squire today and made a clean breast of it. You're all to go up there on Thursday to lunch. He asked you all and I promised for you. Well, you'll be glad of that, Cynthia, shan't you? It may be a little formidable, but I hope it'll be the beginning of a good understanding between you.
Thank you. But won't it make it public? I do so wish not to have it known or talked about, not till he comes back or close upon the marriage.
I don't see how it should make it public. My wife goes to lunch with my friend and takes her daughters with her. And there's nothing in that, is there?
I'm not sure that I shall go.
Why not?
Oh, because I think he ought to have called on Cynthia first. I've that sort of sensitiveness. I can't bear to think of her as being slighted because she is poor.
Nonsense. I assure you, no slight whatever was intended. He does not wish to speak about the engagement to anyone, nor does he intend to mention it to any of you when you go there. But naturally enough, he wants to make acquaintance with his future daughter-in-law. If he deviated so much from his usual course as to come calling here...
I'm sure I don't want him to come calling here. He was not so very agreeable the only time he did come. But I am that sort of character that I cannot put up with any neglect of persons I love, just because they are not smiled upon by fortune.
Well then, you won't go.
Do you wish it, Cynthia? Not particularly, Mamma. I'm quite willing to refuse the invitation.
It's already accepted.
Oh, do go, Cynthia, do. I am sure you will like the squire. And it is such a pretty place, and he will be so much disappointed.
I should not like to give up my dignity. And you heard what Mamma said.
I'm going to the surgery. I wish I'd never gone.
My dear, do you wish me to go? If you do, I will put my own feelings to one side.
Of course I do.
Then I'll go. And we'll have a fly from George and get a livery coat for Thomas, which I've long been wanting, only dear Mr. Gibson did not like it. But on an occasion like this, I'm sure he won't mind, and Thomas shall go
But
on.
Mamma,
I've got my feelings, too. Nonsense, child, when all is so nicely arranged.
So they went on the day appointed. Mr. Gibson was aware of the change of plans and that they were going after all. But he was so much annoyed by the manner in which his wife had received the invitation that she heard neither interest nor curiosity expressed by her husband as to the visit itself. Cynthia's indifference as to whether the invitation was accepted or not had also displeased Mr. Gibson. He was not up to her ways with her mother, and did not understand how much of this said indifference had been assumed in order to countervene Mrs. Gibson's affectation and false sentiment. But for all his annoyance on the subject, he was in fact very curious to know how the visit had gone off, and took the first opportunity of being alone with Molly to question her about it.
And, so you went to Hamley yesterday, after all?
Yes. I thought you would have come. The squire seemed quite to expect you.
Yeah, I thought of going there at first, but changed my mind like other people. I don't see why women are to have monopoly of changeableness. Well, how did it go off? Pleasantly, I suppose, for both your mother and Cynthia were in high spirits last night.
Yes. Oh, the dear old squire was in his best dress and on his best behaviour. And was so prettily attentive to Cynthia, and she looked so lovely walking about with him in the garden. Mamma was tired and stopped indoors.
And my little girl trotted behind.
Oh, yes. You know, I was almost at home. And besides...
Do you think she's worthy of him?
Of Roger, Papa? Oh, who is? But she's very sweet and very charming.
Oh, very charming, if you will, but somehow I don't quite understand her. Why does she want all this secrecy? Why wasn't she more eager to go and pay her duty to Roger's father? She took it as coolly as if I'd asked her to go to church.
I don't think she did take it coolly. I believe I don't quite understand her either. But I love her dearly all the same.
I like to understand people thoroughly. I know it's not necessary to women.
Oh.
Do you know if she's heard from Roger?
Yes, on Wednesday morning.
Did she show you the letter?
She said I might read it, but I declined to.
Tell me, was Osborne at home? The squire said he did not think he would come back, but that young fellow is so uncertain.
No, he was still from home.
Molly, I was taken by surprise by this affair between Cynthia and Roger Hamley. If there's anything more on the tapis, let me know at once, honestly and openly. I know it's an awkward question for you to reply to, but I wouldn't ask it unless I had good reasons.
If you mean you're afraid that Osborne thinks of me as Roger thinks of Cynthia, Papa, you're quite mistaken. Osborne and I are friends and nothing more. And never can be anything more. That is all I can tell you.
It's quite enough, little one. It's a great relief. I don't want to have my Molly carried off by any young man just yet. I should miss her sadly.
Oh, Papa.
There, that'll do. I get quite enough of tears in the day shed for real causes not to want them at home, where I hope they are shed for no cause at all. There's nothing really the matter, is there, Molly?
Oh, nothing. Dear, dear Papa. Nothing now. Oh, it's such a comfort to have you all to myself. It makes me happy.
That's right, my dear. Well, I can leave you in comfort now. And indeed, I've stayed too long already gossiping. Now go out and have a walk. Take Cynthia with you if you like. Now, I must be off. Goodbye, my little one.
His commonplace words acted like an astringent on Molly's relaxed feelings. He intended that they should do so. It was the truest kindness to her. It was better for them both that they should not speak out more fully. But he walked away from her with a sharp pang at his heart, which he turned into numbness as soon as he could by throwing himself violently into the affairs and cares of others.
In the 6th episode of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly was played by Catherine Hurlbut, Claire, Angela Pleasance, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, Cynthia, Anne Louise Lambert, Squire Hamley, Robert Lang, Roger, Michael Troughton, Osborne, Adam Barham, Lady Harriet, Marian Diamond, and Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. The music was composed by Rachel Portman, and the director was Jane Morgan. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Hurlbut, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Anne Louise Lambert, and Thelma Whiteley. Part 7, The Storm Bursts.
The honour and glory of having a lover of her own was soon to fall to Molly Gibson's share. It was Mr. Cox, her father's former pupil, who came back to Hollingford to follow out the purpose he had announced to Mr. Gibson some time before the latter's marriage of inducing Molly to become his wife as soon as he should have succeeded to his uncle's estate. He was now a rich, though still a red-haired young man.
Dear, dear Mr. Cox, it is such a pleasure to me to make acquaintance with the former pupils of my husband. He has spoken to me so often of you that I quite feel as if you were one of the family.
Oh, thank you. Is, Miss Gibson in? I knew her formerly, and it would be a great pleasure to meet...
Certainly. I am sure she will be so glad to see you. I sent her and Cynthia, you don't know my daughter Cynthia, I think,
no.
out for a walk. But I think they will be back very shortly. Here they are.
Oh.
So frosty and... Oh, Mr. Cox, is it you? Oh, how very nice to see you again.
Miss Gibson, it seems such a long time since I saw you. You are so much grown. So much... Well, well.
This is my daughter, Miss Cynthia Kirkpatrick. Mr. Cox, a former pupil of Mr. Gibson. How do you do?
How do you do? Miss Kirkpatrick? How do you do?
Come in. Ah, Mr. Cox. Come in. Sit down. Now then, what did you want to speak to me about in such secrecy?
Mr. Gibson, I dare say you'll be surprised. I'm sure I am at what I want to say. But I think it's the part of an honourable man, as you said yourself, sir, some time ago, to speak to the father first. And you, sir, stand in the place of a father to Miss Kirkpatrick.
Miss Kirkpatrick?
And I should like to express my feelings, my hopes, or perhaps I should say wishes. In short,
You did say Miss Kirkpatrick?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
I know it may appear inconsistent and changeable, but I do assure you I came here with a heart as faithful to your daughter as ever beat in a man's bosom. I most fully intended to offer myself and all that I had to her acceptance before I left. Oh, but really, sir, if you had seen her manner to me, every time I endeavoured to press my suit a little, it was more than coy. It was absolutely repellent. While Miss Kirkpatrick...
While Miss Kirkpatrick?
I was only going to say that so far as one can judge from manner and willingness to listen and apparent pleasure in my visit, I think I may venture to hope that Miss Kirkpatrick is not quite indifferent to me. And I would wait. You have no objection, have you? To my speaking to her, I mean. I do assure you I haven't a chance with Miss Gibson.
No, I don't suppose you have. Well, don't go and fancy that's what it is that's annoying me. You're mistaken about Miss Kirkpatrick, however. I don't believe she could ever have meant to give you encouragement.
Oh, I think, sir, if you could have seen her... At any rate, you have no objection to my taking my chance and speaking to her?
Of course, if you won't be convinced otherwise, I can have no objection, but if you'll take my advice, you'll spare yourself the pain of a refusal. I may perhaps be trenching on confidence, but I think I ought to tell you that her affections are otherwise engaged.
Oh, no, it cannot be. Mr. Gibson, there must be some mistake. Well, I have gone as far as I durst in expressing my feelings, and her manner has been most gracious. I don't think she could have misunderstood my meaning. Perhaps she has changed her mind. It is possible that after consideration she has learnt to prefer another, is it not?
Oh, by another, you mean yourself, I suppose? Well, I can believe in such inconstancy, but I should be very sorry to think that Miss Kirkpatrick could be guilty of it.
But she may. There is a chance. Will you allow me to see her?
Well, certainly, my poor fellow. I will send her to you directly. Ah, Cynthia. Is Mr. Cox still downstairs?
He's gone. He asked me to give you both his kind regards. I believe he's leaving this afternoon.
I trust this will never occur again, Cynthia. I should not feel satisfied with the conduct of any girl, however free, who could receive marked attentions from a young man with complacency, and so lead him to make an offer which she never meant to accept. But what must I think of a young woman in your position, engaged, yet accepting most graciously, for that was the way Mr. Cox expressed it, the overtures of another man? Do you consider what unnecessary pain you've given him by your thoughtless behaviour? I call it thoughtless, but it's the mildest epithet I can apply to it. I beg that such a thing may not occur again.
Please, Mr. Gibson, hear my side of the story before you speak so hardly to me. I did not mean to flirt. I merely meant to make myself agreeable. I can't help doing that. And that goose of a Mr. Cox seems to have fancied I meant to give him encouragement.
You mean that you were not aware that he was falling in love with you?
Well, I suppose I must speak truly. I did think once or twice that he was becoming a little more complimentary than the occasion required. But I hate throwing cold water on people, and I never thought he could take it into his silly head to fancy himself seriously in love and to make such a fuss.
You seem to have been pretty well aware of his silliness. I should rather call it simplicity. Don't you think you should have remembered that it might lead him to exaggerate what you were doing and saying into encouragement?
Perhaps. I dare say I'm all wrong and he's all right. We used to say in France, the absent are always wrong. But really, it seems as if here... Besides, Roger would not allow me to consider myself as finally engaged to him. I would willingly have done it, but he would not let me.
Nonsense. Don't let's go on talking about it. I've said all I mean to say. I believe you are only thoughtless, as I told you before. But don't let it happen again. Now I must be off about my business.
Not guilty, but we recommend the prisoner not to do it again. It's pretty much that, isn't it, Molly? I do believe your father might make a good woman of me yet, if only he would take the pains and wasn't quite so severe. To think of that stupid little fellow making all this mischief.
I was afraid he was becoming very fond of you. At least it struck me so once or twice. But I knew he would not stay long, and I thought it would only make you uncomfortable if I said anything about it. But now I wish I had.
Oh, it wouldn't have made a bit of difference. I knew he liked me. And I like to be liked. It's born in me to try to make everyone I come near fond of me, but then they shouldn't carry it too far. Oh, I shall hate red-haired people for the rest of my life. To think of such a man as that being the cause of your father's displeasure with me. Oh, but do let's talk of something else. Or better still, let me go and finish my letter to Roger, or I shall be too late for the African mail.
Oh, isn't it gone? Oh, I ought to have reminded you. It'll be too late. The mail goes in the morning now.
Oh.
Did you not see the notice at the post office? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, well, it can't be helped. Oh. It is to be hoped that it will be the greater treat when he does get it. No, I've a far greater weight on my heart, because your father seems so displeased with me. I was fond of him. Now he's making me quite a coward. You see, Molly, I've never lived with people with such a high standard of conduct before, and I don't know quite how to behave.
You must learn. You'll find Roger quite as strict in his notions of right and wrong.
Ah, but he's in love with me.
Molly turned her head away and was silent. It was no use combating the truth, and she tried rather not to feel it. Poor Molly had not passed a cheerful winter. It seemed as if there was not and never could be in this world any help for the dumb discordancy between her father and his wife. Day after day, month after month, year after year, would Molly have to sympathise with her father and pity her stepmother. Molly now learnt to long after the vanished blindness in which her father had passed the first year of his marriage. Yet there were no outrageous infractions of domestic peace. Some people might say that Mr. Gibson accepted the inevitable. He told himself in a more homely phrase that it was no use crying over spilt milk. One morning, a letter arrived at the Gibsons' house, which was greeted in various ways by the four people who sat around the breakfast table.
I think they might have remembered that I am a generation nearer to them than she is. But nobody ever thinks of family affections these days.
If you want us to sympathise with you, tell us what is the nature of your woe.
Why, I dare say it's what he means as a very kind attention. Only I think I ought to have been asked before, Cynthia.
Who's he? And what's meant for a kind attention?
Why, my brother-in-law, Mr. Kirkpatrick, QC, as he is now, of course. This letter is from him, and he wants Cynthia to go and pay them a visit, and never says anything about you or me, my dear. And he should have asked us first, I think.
Well, as I couldn't possibly have gone, it makes very little difference to me.
But I could have gone. I've a great mind not to let Cynthia go.
I can't go, Mamma. My gowns are all so shabby, and my old bonnet must do for the summer.
Well, you can buy a new one. And I'm sure it's high time you should get yourself another silk gown. You must have been saving up a great deal, for I don't know when you've had any new clothes.
I cannot go. I should like it very much, but I really cannot go. Suppose you offer to go instead of me.
No, that won't do. You can't transfer invitations in that way. But really, this excuse about your clothes does appear to be very trivial, Cynthia, if you've got no other reason to give.
It's a real, true reason to me. You must let me judge for myself. It would not do to go there in a state of shabbiness, for even when they lived in Doughty Street, I remember my aunt was very particular about dress. Pray, don't say anything more about it, for I know it would not do.
What have you done with all your money, I wonder? You've £20 a year, thanks to Mr. Gibson and me, and I'm sure you haven't spent more than £10.
I hadn't many things when I came back from France. Pray, let it be decided at once. I can't go, and there's an end of it.
Cynthia. Well, I don't understand it at all. Do you, Molly?
No. I know she doesn't like spending money on her dress and is very careful.
But then she must have got the money somewhere. It has always struck me that if you have no extravagant habits and you do not live up to your income, you must have a certain sum to lay by at the end of the year. Have I not often said so, Mr. Gibson?
Probably.
Well, then, apply the same reason to Cynthia's case, and then I ask what has become of the money.
I cannot tell. She may have given it away to someone who wants it.
It's very clear that she's neither got the dress nor the money necessary for this London visit, and that she doesn't want any inquiries to be made on the subject. She likes mysteries, in fact, and I detest them. Still, I think it's a desirable thing for her to keep up the acquaintance of friendship, or whatever it is to be called, with her father's family, and I shall gladly give her £10, and if that's not enough, why, either you must help her out, or she must do without some superfluous article of dress or another.
I'm sure there never was such a kind, dear, generous man as you are, Mr. Gibson. To think of your being a stepfather and so good to my poor fatherless girl. But, Molly, my dear, I think you'll acknowledge that you, too, are very fortunate in your stepmother. £10! Dear Mr. Gibson, how generous you are.
May I go and tell her?
Yes, do, love. Tell her it would be so ungrateful to refuse. And tell her that your father wishes her to go. And tell her, too, that it would be quite wrong not to avail herself of an opening which may by and by be extended to the rest of the family. I shall never be content till, by putting in a little hint here and a little hint there, I've induced them to send you an invitation. A month or two in London would do you so much good, Molly.
Molly had left the room before this speech was ended, and Mr. Gibson was occupied with a newspaper. But Mrs. Gibson finished it to herself very much to her own satisfaction. Molly found Cynthia in the drawing-room, standing in the bow window looking out on the garden.
Oh, Molly, I'm always so glad to have you with me.
You know, I think you'll be glad to hear what I've got to tell you. I think you would really like to go to London, shouldn't you?
Yes, but it's no use liking. Don't you begin about it, Molly, for the thing is settled, and I can't tell you why, but I can't go.
It is only the money, and Papa has been so kind about it, and is going to give you £10.
How kind he is! Oh, but I ought not to take it. Oh, I wish I'd known you years ago. I would have been different to what I am.
Oh, never mind that. We like you as you are.
I do think your father is the most charming man I know. And now let us think about this London visit.
Then you will go?
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, good.
I dare say it's not wise, but it will be pleasant. Oh, it will be delightful. And I can make £10 go ever so far. And in some ways it will be such a comfort to get out of Hollingford.
Oh, will it?
Oh, yes. Oh, you know I don't mean it will be a comfort to leave you. But after all, a country town is a country town, but London is London. Oh, you need not smile at my truisms. I've always had a sympathy with Monsieur de la Police. Oh, come, let's dance. Monsieur de la Police est mort un peu dans sa vie. En cas d'avance à mortalité en vie.
On my word, I only hope you're not going mad. What is all this about, pray?
Only because I'm so glad to be going to London, Mamma.
I am not sure if it's quite the thing for an engaged young lady to be so beside herself at the prospect of gaiety. In my time, our great pleasure in our lovers' absence was in thinking about them.
I should have thought that that would have given you pain. Now, to tell you the truth, just at that moment I had forgotten Roger. I hope it wasn't very wrong. Osborne Hamley looks as if he did all my share as well as his own of fretting after Roger. How ill he looked yesterday.
Yes, I was quite shocked.
Yes, I'm afraid that young man won't live long. Very much afraid.
Oh, but what will happen if he dies? And Roger away too?
Well, it would be very sad, of course, and we should all feel it very much, I've no doubt. For I've always been fond of Osborne. In fact, before Roger became, as it were, my own flesh and blood, I liked Osborne better. But we must not forget the living, dear. Our dear good Roger would, I am sure, do all in his power to fill Osborne's place in any way. And his marriage need not be so long delayed.
Don't speak of that in the same breath as Osborne's life.
Why, my dear, it is a very natural thought. For poor Roger's sake, you know, one wishes it not to be so very, very long an engagement. And I was only answering Molly's question, after all. People must die, you know, young as well as old. One can't help following out one's thoughts.
If I ever suspected Roger of following out his thoughts in a similar way, I'd never speak to him again.
As if he would. And you shouldn't suppose it of him, Cynthia.
I can't see the great harm of it all for my part. A young man strikes us all as looking very ill, and I'm sure I'm sorry for it, but illness very often leads to death. I don't like talking of death any more than anyone else. But I should think myself wanting in strength of mind if I could not look forward to the consequences of death.
Do you look forward to the consequences of my death, Mamma?
You really are the most unfeeling girl I ever met with. I wish I could give you a little of my own sensitiveness, for I have too much for my happiness. But don't let us speak of Osborne's looks again. 10 to 1 it was only some temporary fatigue. I was very foolish to attribute it to anything more serious, and dear Papa might be displeased if he knew I had done so. Medical men don't like other people to be making conjectures about health, you know. Now, let us consider your dress, Cynthia. I could not understand how you had spent your money and made so little show with it.
Mamma, it may sound very cross, but I must tell Molly and you and everybody once and for all that as I don't want and didn't ask for more than my allowance, I'm not going to answer any questions about what I do with it.
Well...
In no time at all, Mrs. Gibson had conceived the intention of accompanying Cynthia up to London for a few days' visit. To Molly, it seemed too charming a proposal ever to come to pass. She had never allowed herself to recognise the restraint she was under in her stepmother's presence. But all at once she found it out when her heart danced at the idea of 3 whole days, for that it would be at least, of perfect freedom of intercourse with her father.
But then I am so sensitive. Dear Lady Cumnor always used to say I was like a thermometer. Molly, you are not listening to me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was talking of dear Lady Cumnor. You've heard how ill she has become.
But Lady Harriet said in her last letter that they hoped she would be stronger than she'd been for years.
Yes, Lady Harriet. Of course, everyone who knows Lady Harriet knows that she is too sanguine a temperament for her statements to be perfectly relied on. Strangers are often deluded by Lady Harriet. She has an off-hand manner, which takes them in. But she does not mean half, she says.
Well, we will hope she does in this instance. They're in London now, and Lady Cumnor hasn't suffered from the journey.
They say so, but I feel I simply must go and see for myself. It's the only way to calm my anxiety. Besides, I don't quite like your travelling alone.
Oh, yes, Mamma.
Now, don't sit there all day long, my dear. There is a great deal to prepare for our journey.
Yes, Mamma. Oh, Molly, you're very glad to get rid of us, aren't you?
Not of you, Cynthia. At least I don't think I am. Only if you but knew how I love Papa, and how I used to see a great deal more of him than I ever do now.
Oh, I often think what interlopers we must seem, and are, in fact.
Well, I don't feel you as such. You, at any rate, have been a new delight to me, a sister, and I never knew how charming such a relationship could be.
But, Mamma?
She is Papa's wife. I don't mean to say I'm not often very sorry to feel I'm no longer first with him. But it was Roger who told me how I ought to take Papa's marriage when I was first startled and grieved at the news. Oh, Cynthia, what a great thing it is to be loved by him.
Yes, I suppose it is. All the same, I'm afraid he'll expect me to be always as good as he fancies me now, and I shall have to walk on tiptoe for the rest of my life.
But you are good, Cynthia.
No, I'm not. You're just as much mistaken as he is, and some day I shall go down in your opinions with a run, just like the hall clock the other day when the spring broke.
I think he'll love you just as much.
Could you? I mean, would you be my friend if it turned out that I had done very wrong things?
I wish I could help you, or even understand you.
You can help me. Please, will you help me to pack? There's a real tangible piece of kindness and not sentimental consolation for sentimental distresses, which are perhaps imaginary after all.
Now, Papa, I'm going to have you all to myself for a whole week. You must be very obedient.
Well, don't be tyrannical then. You're walking me out of breath, and we're cutting Miss Browning in our hurry. Good morning, Miss Browning.
Oh, good morning.
We've just been seeing my wife and her daughter off to London. Mrs. Gibson has gone for the week.
Dearie, to London, and only for a week. Why, I can remember it's being a 3 days' journey. Well, it'll be very lonesome for you, Molly, without your young companion.
Oh, yes, I shall miss Cynthia very much.
You must come and drink tea with us some evening. We must try and cheer you up. Shall it be Tuesday?
Oh, that's very kind of you. Tuesday it shall be.
Thank you.
I shall look forward to it, and we shall drink Lady Harriet's tea. Good day to you.
Good morning, Miss Browning.
Mr. Gibson, Molly.
Papa, how could you waste one of our evenings? We have but 6 in all, and I'd so reckoned on our doing all sorts of things together.
What sort of things?
I don't know. Everything that is unrefined and ungenteel. We'll have bread and cheese for lunch this very day, and you shall wear your slippers in the drawing room every evening. Oh, Papa, don't you think I could ride Nora Craner again?
Where is the side saddle to come from?
To be sure. The old one won't fit that great Irish mare. But I'm not particular. I think I could manage somehow.
Well, thank you very much, but I'm not quite going to return into barbarism.
Oh, think of riding down the lanes and the honeysuckle and the hay. Oh, how I should like to see Merriman's farm again. Papa, do let me have one ride with you, please do. I'm sure we could manage it somehow.
And somehow it was managed. Somehow all Molly's wishes came to pass. There was only one little drawback to the week of holiday. Everybody would ask Molly out to tea.
You've had a letter, you say, my dear. I dare say Mrs. Gibson has written to you.
It's a large sheet, and Cynthia has written on one half to me, and all the rest is to Papa.
And what does Cynthia say? Is she enjoying herself?
Oh, yes, I think so. They've had a dinner party, and one night when Mamma was at Lady Cumnor's, Cynthia went to the theatre.
Upon my word, and all in 1 week? I call that dissipation. Well, I hope Cynthia won't find Hollingford dull when she comes back.
Oh, I don't think that's likely. You girls see a great deal of Mr. Preston, don't you, Molly?
Not much. What should make you think so?
Oh, a little bird told us. The little bird was flying about one day in Heath Lane, and it saw Mr. Preston and a young lady. We won't say who, but perhaps Miss Molly is in the secret, and we ought not to ask her about it.
It can be no great secret, Phoebe, for Miss Hornblower says Mr. Preston owns to be engaged.
At any rate, it isn't to Cynthia, that I know positively. And pray, put a stop to any such reports. You don't know what mischief they may do. I do so hate that kind of chatter.
Oh, chatter, to be sure. Really, Miss Molly?
No, I beg your pardon.
Well, I dare say you did not mean to speak so to sister.
But don't you see how bad it is to talk of such things in such a way? Supposing one of them cared for someone else, and that might happen, you know. Mr. Preston, for instance, may be engaged to someone else.
Well, Molly, I pity the woman. I have a very poor opinion of Mr. Preston. He's a great flirt, and young ladies had better not have much to do with him.
I dare say it was all accident, their meeting in Heath Lane.
I know nothing about it, and I dare say I have been impertinent. Only please don't talk about it any more. I have my reasons for asking you. But I must go. Father will be at home.
Off you go, then. How you're growing, Molly.
As tall and straight as a poplar tree, as the old song says.
Goodbye, and thank you for tea.
Goodbye.
Grow in grace, Molly, as well as in good looks. Phoebe, it was Molly herself that was with Mr. Preston in Heath Lane.
Gracious goodness me! How do you know?
By putting 2 and 2 together. Didn't you notice how red Molly went and then pale, and how she said she knew for a fact that Mr. Preston and Miss Kirkpatrick were not engaged?
Well, perhaps not engaged, but Mrs. Goodenough saw them loitering together.
She saw Molly and took her for Cynthia. I'll answer for it.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad match, sister.
It would be a bad match for Mr. Gibson's daughter. If I had known what I know now, we'd never have had Mr. Preston to tea that time.
Why? What do you know?
Things that I don't think you ought to hear, Phoebe. He was engaged to a Miss Gregson at Henwick, and her father made inquiries and heard so much that was bad about him that he made his daughter break off the match. And she's dead since.
How shocking.
Besides, he plays at billiards.
No.
And he bets at races.
No. But isn't it strange that the Earl keeps him on as his agent?
No, he's very clever about land and very sharp in law affairs. And my lord isn't bound to notice, if indeed he knows, of the manner in which Mr. Preston talks when he has taken too much wine.
Oh, sister, is he a drunkard?
And we have had him to tea.
I didn't say he was a drunkard. A man may take too much wine occasionally without being a drunkard. Don't let me hear you using such coarse words, Phoebe.
Oh, I do hope it wasn't Molly Gibson.
You may hope as much as you like, but I'm pretty sure it was. However, we'd better say nothing about it. Mr. Preston might do for Cynthia, who's been brought up in France. He must not and shall not have Molly, if I go into church and forbid the banns myself. But I'm afraid there's something between her and him. We must keep a lookout, Phoebe. I'll be her guardian angel in spite of herself.
Mrs. Gibson came back to Hollingford full of rose-coloured accounts of London. Lady Cumnor had been gracious and affectionate, Lady Harriet charming and devoted to her old governess. Cynthia, too, was so much admired, and as for her dress, Mrs. Kirkpatrick had showered down ball dresses and bonnets and mantles like a fairy godmother. Mr. Gibson's poor present of £10 shrank into very small dimensions compared with all this munificence.
And the Kirkpatricks are so fond of her. I don't know when we shall have her back. And now, Molly, what have you and Papa been doing? Very gay you sounded in your letter. I had not time to read it in London, so I put it in my pocket and read it on the coach coming home. But, my dear child, you do look so old-fashioned with your gown made all tight and your hair all tumbling about in curls. Curls are quite gone out.
I sent Cynthia an African letter. Did you hear anything of what was in it?
Oh, yes, poor child. It made her very uneasy. She said she did not feel inclined to go to Mr. Rawson's ball. But there was really nothing for her to fidget herself about. Roger only said he had had a touch of fever.
Fever?
Yes, but he was better when he wrote it. He says every European has to be acclimatized by fever in that part of Africa.
And did she go?
Go?
To the ball?
Oh, yes, to be sure. And she really did look most lovely. And she danced every dance. I am sure she enjoyed herself. But I must finish my unpacking before your dear Papa returns home.
Oh, Roger. Roger. I wish and pray that you were safe home again. How could we all bear it if... Oh, I don't believe she loves him as she ought. She could not have gone and danced. What shall I do if she does not? I can bear anything but that.
There was no more news of Roger Hamley until some time after Cynthia had returned from her London visit. She came back looking fresher and prettier than ever, beautifully dressed thanks to her own good taste and her cousin's generosity, full of amusing details of the gay life she had been enjoying, yet not at all out of spirits at having left it behind her. She brought home all sorts of pretty and dainty devices for Molly, yet somehow or other Molly felt that Cynthia was changed in her relation to her. One morning, in the first week of Cynthia's return home, Mr. Gibson ran into the drawing-room.
Girls, here, read this pamphlet.
What is it?
It's a letter from Roger in Africa, read out at the annual gathering of the Geographical Society by Lord Hollingford. I'll just go and tell Mamma the good news.
Oh, well, look. The reading of this letter was received with the greatest interest, and several subsequent speakers paid the writer the highest compliments. Oh, Cynthia, are you not proud?
I'm afraid I'm not as much struck by the wonder of the thing as you are, Molly. Besides, I heard of the meeting before I left London, but I didn't hear all the fine things they said of him. But then you know somebody is bound to pay compliments when a lord takes the trouble to read one of Roger's letters aloud.
Nonsense. You know you don't believe what you were saying. Why, you might have been there. It says many ladies were present. Oh, you might have told your uncle how matters stood, and he would have taken you there.
Once and for all, Molly, do learn to understand that it is and always has been my wish not to have the relation which Roger and I bear to each other talked about. When the right time comes, I will make it known, but I'm not going to make mischief and get myself into trouble by letting it out before time. I'd sooner break it off and have done with it. I can't be any worse off than I am now.
I can't understand you.
No, I dare say you can't. I hope you never will.
Oh, I'm so afraid. Oh, Cynthia, have I been plaguing you? Have I vexed you? Oh, don't say you're afraid of my knowing you. Of course you've your faults. Everybody has. But I think I love you the better for them.
Oh, I don't know that I'm so bad. But I've got into scrapes. I'm in a scrape now. It all came about without my ever thinking I was doing wrong. I've a great mind to tell you all about it, Molly.
Well, here you both are. I've been waiting for you to assist me with the alterations to my new gown. And now Miss Browning has called Molly. You'd better come now.
Yes, Mamma.
No, indeed. I've no patience with London. Cynthia is much better out of it, Mrs. Gibson.
But perhaps she may live in London some of these days.
Oh, time enough to be thinking of London. What I wish her is an honest country husband with enough to live upon and a little to lay by and a good character to boot. And mind that, Molly. Yes, I wish Cynthia a husband with a good character, but she's got a mother to look after her. You've none. When your mother was alive, she was a dear friend of mine, so I'm not going to let you throw yourself away upon anyone whose life isn't clear and above board. You may depend upon it.
I am sure, Miss Browning, you are very much mistaken if you think that any mother could take more care of Molly than I do. I can't think there is any need for anyone to interfere in this way, just as if we were all wrong and you were all right. It hurts my feelings, indeed it does. For Molly can tell you there is not a thing or favour that Cynthia has that she has not.
I did not mean to offend you, but I just meant to give Molly a hint. She understands what I mean.
I'm sure I don't. I'm not thinking of marrying. I don't want to marry anybody at all. But if I did, and he were not a good man, I should thank you for coming and warning me of it.
I shall not stand on warning you, Molly. I shall forbid the banns in church if need be.
Do?
Well, I won't say any more. Perhaps I was mistaken, but remember what I've said, Molly. There's no harm in that at any rate. Well, now, I must be off. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, Mrs. Gibson. As stepmothers go, I think you try and do your duty. Good morning. Goodbye to you both, and God bless you.
Good day. Try and do my duty, indeed. I should be obliged to you, Molly, if you would take care not to behave in such a manner as to bring down upon me such impertinence as I have just been receiving from Miss Browning.
I don't know what made her talk as she did.
I'm sure I don't know, and I don't care either. For I know that I was never spoken to as if I was trying to do my duty before trying, indeed. Everybody always knew that I did it, without talking about it before my face in that rude manner, and as if I didn't look after you quite as much as I look after Cynthia.
Why, what is it?
Molly has been doing something which has set that impertinent Miss Browning off into lecturing me on trying to do my duty. If your poor father had but lived, Cynthia, I should not have been spoken to as I have been. A stepmother trying to do her duty, indeed.
What is it, Molly?
Miss Browning seemed to think I was likely to marry someone whose character was objectionable.
You, Molly?
Yes. She once before spoke to me. I suspect she has got some notion about Mr. Preston in her head.
Mr. Preston?
And she spoke as if Mamma did not look after me enough. I think she was rather provoking.
Not rather, but very, very impertinent.
What could have put it into her head?
I don't know that it was Mr. Preston she was thinking about. It was only a guess. When you were both in London, she spoke about him. I thought she had heard something about you and him, Cynthia.
Well, after all, it's only your fancy that she was alluding to Mr. Preston. So perhaps we'd better not say any more about him.
After Miss Browning's unlucky conversation, things began to be ajar in the Gibsons' house. Cynthia seemed to keep everyone at mental arm's length and particularly avoided any private talks with Molly. Mrs. Gibson, still cherishing a grudge against Miss Browning, chose to exercise a most wearying supervision over the poor girl. It was a very heavy time for Molly. Zest and life had fled and left so many of the old delights mere shells of seeming.
Molly, where's Cynthia?
Gone out to do some errands.
Well, it's a pity, but never mind. Put on your bonnet and cloak as fast as you can. I've had to borrow old Simpson's dog cart and thought a ride out would do you both good.
Oh, yes, please.
But as it is, you must walk home alone. I'll drive you as far on the Barford Road as I can, and then you must jump down and make your own way home. I can't take you on to Broadhurst's. I may be kept there for hours.
Oh, yes, Papa, I'll come at once. Oh, this is charming.
For youth, not for crabbed age. My bones are getting rheumatic and would rather go smoothly over macadamised streets.
Let's trees into this lovely view and this fine, pure air. Oh, look, Papa, we can see the blue line of the Malverns now.
Aye, so we can. Oh, there. Come on. Oh.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
It is that, Goosey. Well, it's time you were on your way. Now jump down, lassie, and make the best of your way home before it gets dark.
Yes, Papa. I'll take the shortcut by Corston Heath. Goodbye, Papa.
And I say it must be.
And I beg you to leave me alone.
Oh.
Molly. Oh, Molly, come and judge between us.
Judge? What?
The subject of our conversation does not well admit of a third person's presence. I must beg you to fix some other time and place where we can finish our discussion.
I will go if Cynthia wishes me to, Mr. Preston.
No, stay. I want you to hear it all. I wish I'd told you sooner.
You mean that you regret that she has not been made aware of our engagement?
Engagement? Oh, I don't believe him, Cynthia. Don't cry. I don't believe him.
No, Cynthia, pray do not go on so. You can't think how it distresses me.
Go away. Don't you see you'll make her worse?
I will go if Cynthia tells me.
Oh, Molly, I don't know what to do.
Run to that cottage in the trees and fetch a cup of water, quickly.
You will not leave before I come back?
No. Don't you see she can't move in this state?
Oh, shush. Oh, Molly, I do hate him.
But what did he mean by saying you were engaged to him?
It's too long a story to tell. And I'm not strong enough. As soon as I can walk, let us get home.
With all my heart.
She's coming back.
Here, drink this.
Now, we had better go home as fast as you can manage. It's getting dark.
I think since Miss Gibson has made herself acquainted with this much, we had better let her know the whole truth. That you are engaged to marry me as soon as you are 20.
As I know that Cynthia is engaged to another man, you can hardly expect me to believe what you say.
I'm not engaged. Neither to the person you mean nor to Mr. Preston.
I think I have some letters that would convince Miss Gibson of the truth of what I have said, and which will convince Mr. Osborne Hamley, if necessary. I conclude it is to him that she is alluding.
I am quite puzzled by you both. The only thing I do know is that we ought not to be standing here at this time of the evening, and that Cynthia and I shall go home directly. Now, if you want to talk to Miss Kirkpatrick, why don't you come to my father's house and ask to see her openly like a gentleman?
I am perfectly willing. I shall be only too glad to explain to Mr. Gibson the circumstances.
Pray don't, Molly. You don't know anything about it. Do let us go. I will tell you all about it when we are home.
I do not know what you will say at home. But can you deny that you are my promised wife? Can you deny that it has only been at your earnest request that I have kept the engagement secret so long?
Since you will have it out, I own that what you say is literally true. That when I was a neglected girl of 16, you, whom I believed to be my friend, lent me money at my need and made me give you a promise of marriage.
Made you?
Made is not the right word, I confess. I liked you then. But now I know you better. I tell you once and for all that nothing shall ever make me marry you.
You may believe all the bad things you like about me, Cynthia, but I don't think you can doubt my love for you.
I do doubt it.
You do not call it love, which has been willing to wait for years, to be silent when silence was desired? Oh, Cynthia, if you will but keep your word and marry me, I swear I'll make you love me in return.
Oh, I wish I'd never borrowed that unlucky money. I thought if I could but repay it, it would set me free.
You make it sound as if you sold yourself for £20.
I did not sell myself. I liked you then. But, oh, how I do hate you now.
I see. Well, ladies, I will bid you good evening.
Molly, if you pity me, if you love me, don't say anything more just now. We shall have to look as if nothing had happened when we get home.
Why?
Come to my room when we go upstairs to bed and I will tell you all. I know you'll blame me terribly, but I will tell you all.
Cynthia, you said I might come and that you would tell me everything.
You know all, I think. But perhaps you don't know the excuses I have.
I can't help fancying that if you told Papa...
No, that I won't do. Unless I leave here at once.
Please don't go off into such wild talking. Now, I don't believe that you have done so very wrong. That horrid man has managed to get you involved in some way. I'm sure Papa could set it to rights.
No. Do you think I forget how severe he was at the time of that wretched Mr. Cox? Oh, I couldn't bear it. If he were to know, he would be so angry with me, and I have so liked him.
Oh, shh. Then he shall not know.
And you'll never say any more? Never? Promise me.
Never till you give me leave. Now, let me see if I cannot help you. Let us talk it over. When did it all begin?
Long ago. 4 or 5 years. I was such a child to be left all to myself. It was the holidays, and Mamma was away visiting, and the Donaldsons asked me to go with them to the Worcester Festival. I had been shut up in that dreary house at Ashcombe where Mamma had her school. It belonged to Lord Cumnor, and Mr. Preston had to see it was in good repair. But besides that, he was very intimate with us. I believe Mamma thought... Well, at any rate, he came a great deal about the house and knew as much as anyone about our affairs. Well, one day he came and found me upset because, though Mamma had written word I might go to Worcester, she never said how I was to get any money for the journey, much less anything for dress.
Well, why didn't you write and tell her?
I wish I had her letter to show you. You must have seen some of Mamma's letters. She always seems to leave out just the important point of every fact. Well, Mr. Preston made me tell him all my troubles. I do sometimes think he was very nice in those days, and somehow I never thought of it as wrong. He had £20 in his pocket, and he shouldn't want it for months. I could repay it, or rather Mamma could, when it suited her. Well, that was the beginning. It doesn't sound very wrong, does it, Molly?
No, Cynthia, it doesn't.
Well, I went to the Donaldsons, and I was a little queen. Fine feathers make fine birds, and all the people were making much of me. How pleasant it must be to be rich. Well, at the ball, which was the first night he came, I suppose he really did fall in love with me. Oh, it was so awkward and uncomfortable. Then on the last day he began to talk violent love to me and to beg me to promise to marry him. I was so frightened I ran away. But that night I got a letter from him renewing his offer, his entreaties for a promise of marriage to be fulfilled at any date I would please to name. In fact, a most urgent love letter, and in it a reference to my unlucky debt, which was to be a debt no longer, only an advance of the money, which was to be hereafter mine.
And what did you say?
Well, I liked him well enough, and I felt grateful to him. So I wrote, and I gave him my promise to marry him when I was 20. But it was to be a secret till then. Then I tried to forget that I'd ever borrowed money of him.
Well, when did you begin to dislike him? You seem to have taken it very passively all this time.
I don't know. Somehow he made me feel as if I was in his power. Then after I'd been a semester at Madame Fletcher's, a new English girl came, a cousin of his who knew but little of me. Now, Molly, you must forget as soon as I've told you what I'm going to say. And she used to talk so much about her cousin Robert, how he was so handsome, and every lady in the land in love with him, a lady of title into the bargain.
Oh, Lady Harriet, I dare say.
Then she went on to say there was a very pretty widow, too, who had made desperate love to him.
Oh.
He had often laughed with them at all her little advances. No. And this was the man I had promised to marry, and written love letters to. Oh, and such letters. I can't bear to think of them now. And all the things I said about Mamma. I was quick-eyed enough to all her faults, and I hardly understood the force of her temptations. And he says he will show those letters to Papa unless I consent to our engagement.
Oh, he shall not. I am not afraid of him. He dare not insult me. I will ask him for those letters and see if he will dare to refuse me.
Oh, Molly, would you? Could you?
Yes.
Oh, it's such a relief to have told you all.
I'm sure we have right on our side, and that makes me certain he must and shall give up the letters.
I have here a letter from the London Kirkpatricks. Poor Helen has not been well. She has had influenza, which has left her weak and poorly.
Oh, let her come down here for a change of air, and I'll undertake to doctor her for nothing.
It would be charming. Should you not like it, Cynthia? And Molly, too. You, dear, would become acquainted with one of the girls, and I have no doubt you would be asked back again, which would be very nice.
And I should not let her go.
Dear Helen, I know. We could make your consulting room her own private sitting room, my dear.
Why can't she have the dressing room for her bedroom and the little room for her sitting room.
Why, it would hardly hold a sofa. No, my dear, we had better not ask her at all. Her own home is comfortable at any rate.
Well, perhaps you're right. It's a case of luxury versus fresh air. You know, I shall be glad to see her if she likes to come, but I can't give up my consulting room. Well, it's time I was off.
I'll write and tell them how kind Mr. Gibson is. They'll be just as much obliged to him as if she had come. Don't be too long, girls.
Molly, will you do it? Will you do what you said last night? I believe he would give you back the letters if you asked him.
Well,
Oh, please, Molly, please. You shall meet him in the avenue leading from the Park Lodge up to the Towers, where he often has business.
How is he to know that I shall be there?
Oh, never mind. He will be only too glad to come. Oh, if you can make him take back his abominable money and get me my letters, I will be grateful to you all my life. Then we would bury it all in oblivion, and he could marry someone else, and I would marry Roger, and no one would be the wiser. After all, it was only what people call youthful folly. And you may tell Mr. Preston that the moment he makes my letters public, shows them to your father or anything, I'll go away from Hollingford and I'll never come back.
What's this? Is Cynthia unable to come?
I did not know you thought that you should meet her.
She implied in her note that she would be here.
At any rate, she sent me here to meet you. She has told me exactly how matters stand between you and her.
Has she? She is not always the most open or reliable person in the world.
You should not speak so of the person you profess to wish to have for your wife. But, putting all that aside, you have some letters of hers that she wishes to have back again.
I dare say.
And that you have no right to keep.
No legal or no moral right? Which do you mean?
Simply that you have no right at all as a gentleman to keep a girl's letters when she asks for them back again, much less to hold them over her as a threat.
I see you do know all, Miss Gibson. At least she has told you the story from her point of view. She promised me solemnly as a woman...
As a girl of barely 16.
Old enough to know what she was doing. She promised me solemnly to be my wife, making the one stipulation of secrecy and a certain period of waiting. She wrote me letters repeating this promise. Why, I might have married 2 or 3 girls...
I beg your pardon. I don't want to hear accounts of young ladies whom you might have married. I came here simply on behalf of Cynthia, who does not like you and who does not wish to marry you.
Well, then, I must make her like me, as you call it.
She will never marry you.
In that case, if she ever honours anyone else with her preference, he shall be allowed the perusal of her letters to me.
I see.
You said that Cynthia was engaged. May I ask to whom?
No, you may not. But you may be sure of this. He would never read a line of your letters. He is too... No, I won't speak of him before you. You would never understand him.
It seems to me that this mysterious he is a very fortunate person to have such a warm defender in Miss Gibson, to whom he is not at all engaged.
No honourable man or woman will read your letters. What use can they be to you?
They contain Cynthia's reiterated promises of marriage.
She says she would rather leave Hollingford forever than marry you.
Does she say that in cold blood? Do you know you are telling me hard truths, Miss Gibson? If they are truths. Young ladies are very fond of the words hate and detest. I've known many who have applied them to men whom they were all the time hoping to marry.
I cannot tell you about other people. I only know that Cynthia does as nearly hate you as anybody like her ever does hate.
Like her?
I mean, I should hate worse. So now, would you mind sending her back the letters by me? I do assure you that you cannot make her marry you.
You are very simple, Miss Gibson. I suppose you don't know that there is any other feeling that can be gratified except love. Have you never heard of revenge? Cynthia has cajoled me with promises and... Well, it's no use speaking of that. But I don't mean to let her go unpunished. You may tell her that. I shall keep the letters, and I shall make use of them as I see fit. It may be that Mr. Osborne Hamley will hear of their contents, even though he may be too honourable to read them. Nay, even your father may hear whispers. And if I remember rightly, Miss Cynthia does not always speak in the most respectful terms of the lady who is now Mrs. Gibson. There!
Stop! I won't hear anything out of these letters, but I give you fair warning. If I had not been foolish, I should have told my father, but Cynthia made me promise that I would not. So I will tell it all from beginning to end to Lady Harriet and ask her to speak to her father.
Lady
I
Harriet?
feel sure she will do it, and I don't think you will dare refuse Lord Cumnor.
Keep quiet. You will be seen, and you, at any rate, have done nothing to be ashamed of.
Why, Miss Gibson, your servant. Rather a blustery day for a young lady to be out. And cold, I should say, for standing too long, eh, Preston?
Yes, I am afraid I have kept Miss Gibson too long talking.
Oh, yes, I must go at once. Good day, Mr. Sheepshanks. Mr. Preston.
Sorry to have disturbed your tete-a-tete, Preston. Oh, very sorry.
Come in. Well, Molly, have you got...
Oh, I see you haven't. After all, I never expected it.
I'm so sorry. I did all I could. We were interrupted. Mr. Sheepshanks rode up.
Provoking old man.
I don't like his finding me standing talking to Mr. Preston.
What did Mr. Preston say?
He seemed to think you were fully engaged to him and that these letters were the only proof he had. I think he loves you in his way.
His way, indeed.
The more I think of it, the more I see it would be better for Papa to speak to him. I did say I would tell Lady Harriet and get Lord Cumnor to make him give up the letters, but it would be very awkward.
Very. Oh, but he would see it only as a threat. I'll tell you what, Molly. You're bound by a promise, you know, and cannot tell Mr. Gibson without breaking your solemn word, but it's just this. I'll leave Hollingford and never come back again if your father ever hears of this affair. There.
But Cynthia, Roger!
Yes, I know. You need not remind me of him. But I'm not going to live in this house with anyone who may always be casting up in his mind the things he had heard against me, things which sound so much worse than they really are. Oh, I was so happy when I first came here. You all liked me. But now, why, Molly, I can see the difference in you already. You carry your thoughts in your face. You've been thinking, how Cynthia must have deceived me, keeping up a correspondence all this time, having half engagements to 2 men. You've been more full of that than of pity for me as a girl who's always been obliged to manage for herself without any friend to help and protect her. Oh, what a brute I am. Don't cry. I know it's the truth, and I deserve it. But I need not reproach you.
Only you did not reproach me. I have thought something of what you said, but I do love you dearly, Cynthia. But I should have done just the same as you did.
Not you, Molly. No, you would not. Your grain is different somehow.
In Part 7 of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly was played by Catherine Hurlbut, Claire, Angela Pleasance, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, Cynthia, Anne-Louise Lambert, Mr. Preston, Brett Usher, Mr. Cox, Alex Jennings, Miss Browning, Diana Bishop, Miss Phoebe, Hilda Schroeder, Sheepshanks, Peter Tuddenham, and Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. The music was composed by Rachel Portman, and the director was Jane Morgan. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Hurlbut, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Anne-Louise Lambert and Thelma Whiteley. Part 8, Scandal and its Victims.
All the rest of the day following her meeting with Mr. Preston, Molly Gibson was depressed and not well. Having anything to conceal was so unusual, almost so unprecedented a circumstance with her, that it preyed upon her in every way. It was a nightmare that she could not shake off. The next morning's post brought several letters, one from Roger Hamley for Cynthia, and another from the London Kirkpatricks for Mrs. Gibson.
There, I must say I expected that.
Expected what, my dear?
It is a letter from your Uncle Kirkpatrick, Cynthia. So kind, wishing you to go and stay with them and help them to cheer up Helen. Poor Helen. I am afraid she is far from well. But we could not have had her here without disturbing dear Papa in his consulting room. Oh, well, so now they want you to go up directly.
Oh, I shall like going, Mamma. All but leaving you, Molly.
And can you be ready to go up by the coach tonight? For curiously enough, after more than 20 years' quiet practice at Hollingford, I'm summoned up today for the first time to a consultation in London tomorrow. I'm afraid Lady Cumnor is worse, my dear.
Oh, you don't say so. Poor dear Lady Cumnor, what a shock it is to me. I am so glad I have had some breakfast. I could not have eaten anything. But about your gowns, Cynthia?
Oh, they're all right, Mamma, thank you. I shall be quite ready by 4 o'clock. Molly, will you come with me and help me to pack?
Of course I will.
I wanted to speak to you. It's such a relief to get away from a place haunted by that man, Mr. Preston. But I'm afraid you thought I was glad to leave you.
Oh, indeed I did not. And I know from my own feelings how you must dislike meeting a man in public in a different manner from what you've done in private. I shall try not to see Mr. Preston again for a long, long time, I'm sure. Oh, but Cynthia, you haven't told me a word out of Roger's letter. Please, how is he? Has he quite got over his attack of fever?
Oh, yes, quite. He writes in very good spirits. A great deal about birds and beasts and things of that kind. But here is the letter. You may read from there. I'll tell you what. I'll trust you with it while I go downstairs, and that shows my sense of your honour. Not but what you might read it all, only you'd find the love-making dull. But make a little account of where he is and what he's doing and that sort of thing, and send it off to his father.
Oh, thank you, I will. And today I saw a quagga being driven through the streets in a team with 5 horses. It seems possible that in future these beasts will be very much used domestically. The Okavango swamps are filled with...
Oh, Molly, you're more eloquent than you believe yourself. Look here.
But what is it?
Why, don't you see? These are my very own horrible letters that I'm going to burn directly, that Mr. Preston has had the grace to send me thanks to you, little Molly. The letters that have been hanging over my head like somebody's sword for these 2 years.
Oh, I'm so glad. I never thought he would have sent them. He's better than I believed him. And now it's all over. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, you quite think he means to give up all claim over you by this, don't you, Cynthia?
He may claim, but I won't be claimed. And he has no proof now. It's the most charming relief. And I owe it all to you. Now there's only one more thing left to be done. And if you would but do it for me...
Oh, Cynthia, don't ask me. I cannot do any more. You don't know how sick I go when I think of meeting Mr. Preston yesterday and of Mr. Sheepshanks' look when he discovered us.
It's only a very little thing. I won't burden your conscience with telling you how I got my letters, but it's not through a person I can trust with money, and I must force Mr. Preston to take back his £20. Oh, Molly, I should go off with such a light heart if you would only try to get it safely to him. It's the last thing. There would be no immediate hurry, you know. You might meet him by chance, and if you only had it with you in your pocket, there would be nothing so easy.
I do so dislike having these underhand dealings with him.
Underhand? Just simply giving him a letter from me. If I left a note for Miss Browning, should you dislike giving it to her?
Oh, you know that's very different. I could do it openly.
And yet there might be writing in that, and there wouldn't be a line with the money. It would only be the winding up, the honourable, honest winding up of an affair which has worried me for years. Do as you like.
Oh, give it to me. I will try.
Oh, there's a darling. You can but try. And if you can't give it to him in private without getting yourself into a scrape, well, keep it till I come back. You shall have it then, whether you will or not.
Molly looked forward to her 2 days alone with Mrs. Gibson with very different anticipations from those with which she had welcomed the similar intercourse with her father. But Mrs. Gibson really meant to make Molly happy and tried to be an agreeable companion. Only Molly was not well and was uneasy about many apprehended cares and troubles.
You and I must go on the next journey, I think, my dear. We have been stay-at-homes for a long time, and a variety of scene is so desirable for the young. But I think the travellers will be wishing themselves at home by this nice bright fireside. There's no place like home, as the poet says.
Yes, Mamma.
To be sure, it would be very nice for you and me to go on a little journey all by ourselves. You know we live such a restricted kind of life here. I declare I sometimes get quite sick of the very sight of the chairs and tables that I know so well. And one misses the others, too. It seems so flat and deserted without them.
Yes, we are very forlorn tonight. But I think it is partly owing to the weather.
Nonsense, dear. I can't have you giving in to the silly fancy of being affected by the weather. Poor dear Mr. Kirkpatrick used to say, a cheerful heart makes its own sunshine. He would say it to me whenever I was a little low, for I am a complete barometer. You may really judge the state of the weather by my spirits. I have always been such a sensitive creature. It is well for Cynthia that she does not inherit it. I don't think her easily affected in any way, do you?
No, she is certainly not easily affected. Not deeply affected, perhaps I should say.
Many girls, for instance, would have been touched by the admiration she excited. I may say the attention she received when she was at her Uncle Kirkpatrick's in London last summer. There was a certain Mr. Henderson. He is studying law, but he has a good private fortune and is likely to have more, so he can only be what I call playing at law. Well, Mr. Henderson is head over heels in love with her. It is not my fancy, although I grant mothers are partial. Both Mr. and Mrs. Kirkpatrick noticed it, and in one of Mrs. Kirkpatrick's letters she said that poor Mr. Henderson was going to Switzerland for a long vacation, doubtless to try and forget Cynthia.
I can't help thinking it was a pity that Cynthia did not tell them of her engagement.
It is not an engagement, my dear. How often must I tell you that?
But what am I to call it?
I don't see why you need to call it anything. Perhaps one may say there is a peculiar relation between dear Cynthia and Roger, but it is very difficult to characterize it. I have no doubt that is the reason she shrinks from speaking about it. You have not heard dear Papa say anything of the old squire or dear Osborne, have you? It seems so long since we have heard or seen anything of Osborne. But he must be quite well, I think, or we should have heard of it.
I believe he is quite well. Someone said the other day that they had met him riding, and that he was looking a great deal stronger.
Indeed, I am truly glad to hear it. I was always fond of Osborne, and do you know, I never really took to Roger. I respected him, and all that, of course. But to compare him with Mr. Henderson... Mr. Henderson is so handsome and well-bred, and gets all his gloves from Houbigant.
It was true that they had not seen anything of Osborne Hamley for a long time, but as it often happens, just after they had been speaking about him, he appeared. It was on the day following Mr. Gibson's departure that Mrs. Gibson received one of the notes, not so common now as formerly, from the Cumnor family in town, asking her to go over to the Towers and find a book or manuscript or something or other that Lady Cumnor wanted with all an invalid's impatience. At 11 o'clock, in all her Sunday best, Mrs. Gibson was off. Shortly afterwards, Mr. Osborne Hamley was announced.
This is not a call on you, Molly. I was in hopes I may have found your father at home.
I hope you did not want to see him professionally.
Yes, I did. When will he be back?
He was summoned up to London. Lady Cumnor is worse. I fancy there is some operation going on, but I don't know. He will be back tomorrow night.
Very well, then. I must wait until then. Perhaps I shall be better by that time. I think it's half fancy, but I should like your father to tell me so. He will laugh at me, I dare say. He always is severe on fanciful patients, isn't he?
Papa enjoys a joke at everything, you know. It is a relief after all the sorrow he sees.
Very true. There is a great deal of sorrow in the world. But tell me, what of Cynthia and Mrs. Gibson?
Cynthia is also in London, and Mamma has gone up to the Towers.
I think I should like to have seen Cynthia again. Poor Roger. He loves her. Very dearly, Molly.
Mamma and I were speaking of you only yesterday, and she said how long it was since we had seen you.
I think I've grown careless. I've often felt so weary and ill that it was all I could do to keep up a brave face before my father.
Why did you not come and see Papa?
I cannot tell. I drifted on, sometimes better and sometimes worse. Till today, when I mustered up pluck to come and see him, and all for no use, it seems.
Oh, I'm very sorry. He shall go and see you as soon as ever he returns.
He must not alarm my father, remember, Molly. Oh, I wish to God Roger was at home.
I cannot help understanding you. You think yourself very ill. But isn't it that you were tired just now?
Well, Sometimes I do think I'm very ill. And then again, I think it's only this moping life sets me fancying and exaggerating. You see, there are others depending upon me, upon my health. You haven't forgotten what you heard that day in the library at home. No, I know you haven't. I've seen the thought of it in your eyes often since then. I didn't know you at that time, but I think I do know you.
Please don't go on talking so fast. Rest. No one will interrupt us.
The name of my wife is Amy. Amy Hamley, of course. She lives at Bishopsfield, a village near Winchester. Here, I've written it down, but keep it to yourself. She is a French woman, a Roman Catholic, and was a servant. She is a thoroughly good woman. I must not say how dear she is to me. I dare not. I meant once to have told Cynthia, but she didn't seem quite to consider me as a brother. It is a relief to think that someone else has my secret, and you are like one of us, Molly. I can trust you, almost as I can trust Roger. I feel better already now. I feel that someone else knows the whereabouts of my wife and child.
Child? Oh, yes?
Miss Phoebe Browning, Miss Molly.
Fold up that paper quickly. It is only for yourself.
Dear Molly, why didn't you come and dine with us? I said to Sister I would come and scold you. Oh, Mr. Osborne Hamley, is that you? Well, well. We have only just heard of Mrs. Gibson's having a fly from the George because Sister sent our Betty to pay for a couple of rabbits Tom Ostler had snared. Oh, I hope we shan't be taken up for poachers. Anyway, she heard that he was gone off with the fly to the Towers with your dear mamma. So I said, why, there's that poor dear girl left all alone by herself. But I'm sure I'm glad I'm mistaken.
I came to speak to Mr. Gibson, not knowing he had gone to London. Miss Gibson has been very kind to me, but I must go now.
Oh, dear, I am sorry I've disturbed you, but it was with the best intentions.
Of course. Well, if you will excuse me, Miss Gibson, Miss Browning.
I will tell my father of your visit, Mr. Hamley.
Thank you. Ladies?
Oh, such a nice, suitable thing, and I came in the midst and spoilt it all. I'm sure you're very kind, my dear, considering...
Considering what, dear Miss Phoebe? If you are conjecturing a love affair between Mr. Osborne Hamley and me, you were never more mistaken in your life. Oh. I think I told you so once before. Please do believe me.
Oh, yes, I remember, and somehow Sister got it into her head. Now, it was Mr. Preston, I recollect.
One guess is just as wrong as the other.
Oh... Well, now, my dear, I'm just off to Grinstead, the bookseller, and I wondered if you would care to accompany me.
Oh, why, yes, of course, Miss Phoebe. I'll just get my bonnet and cloak.
Molly went upstairs to get ready to accompany Miss Phoebe, and on opening one of her drawers she saw Cynthia's envelope containing the note she owed to Mr. Preston, carefully sealed up like a letter. Molly took it up, hating it, and put it in her pocket.
And such a pretty, pretty binding. I always say that you can tell exactly what... Oh, why? It's Mr. Preston.
Ah, good afternoon, Mr. Preston. Good afternoon. You've called about the account books in order, no doubt.
Indeed.
If you'll just wait for one moment, I shall see.
Thank you. Good day, Miss Browning. Miss Gibson.
Good day. Well, now, that's everything, I think. Yes, the Sisters' Book Society subscription, writing paper. Well, my dear, I think we'll go across to Johnson's now.
Oh, yes. Oh, Johnson's, yes.
Why, whatever is the matter?
I'm sorry, I was dreaming. Yes, by all means, let us cross to Johnson's.
And you must remind me to purchase some tea.
Ladies.
Oh, and ribbon. Blue ribbon. Tell me, how is dear Lady Harriet? I often meant
I'll
to
be
ask...
back directly.
Well,
Mr. Preston.
Why,
Please
Miss
take this
Gibson.
envelope quickly.
Can I help you, madam?
No, thank you. I'm just leaving.
I have been waiting some little time, Mr. Grinstead.
I'm so sorry, Mrs. Goodenough.
Scandal sleeps in the summer, comparatively speaking. Its nature is the reverse of that of the dormouse. Warm ambient air, loiterings abroad, gardenings, flowers to talk about and preserves to make, soothed the wicked imp to slumber in their parish of Hollingford in summer-time. But when the evenings grew short and people gathered round the fires, then was the time for confidential conversation.
I could tell of one girl at least who's on the high road to matrimony, and in such a cunning way as ever I heard on, going out at dusk to meet her sweetheart, just as if she was a servant. Not that she's picked anybody common. Oh, no. She's looked about her for a handsome fellow and a smart young man enough.
I suppose you mean Mr. Preston and Miss Gibson, Mrs. Goodenough.
Why, whoever told you that, Betty Croston? You can't say as I did.
My Uncle Sheepshanks came upon them in the Park Avenue. He startled them a good deal, he said, and when he teased Mr. Preston with being her sweetheart, he didn't deny it.
Well, to be sure, Mrs. Dawes. And Molly Gibson, of all people.
You may well say Molly Gibson of all people, Betty. Oh, I blame that stepmother of hers with her airs and graces.
Oh, she seemed to me very affable, though she is so intimate with the Countess, and she's quite the lady herself. Dines late and everything in style.
Style? Very different style to what Bob Gibson, her husband, was used to when he first came here, I can tell you. Why, he was glad of a mutton chop in his surgery then.
Really?
But you knew about it already, you say, Betty?
Well, now that so much has come out, I'll tell you what I know.
Mrs. Croston told me in the strictest confidence, of course. Of course. Well, he ran out of the wood just beyond Hannah Pearson's cottage and says "A cup of water, please, good woman, for a lady has fainted." Goodness. And Mrs. Croston says he didn't know Hannah, but Hannah knew him.
Ah, more folk know Tom Fool than Tom Fool knows. But I didn't think Molly Gibson was that sort. Really, I didn't. And the Gibsons hold themselves so high, too.
Well, I think it looks very bad for Molly Gibson. Very bad. Yeah. And that's not all. For my Uncle Sheepshanks came upon them in the Park Avenue. He startled them a good deal, he said.
Really?
And Mrs. Goodenough says it's a scandal.
And so it is. A scandal.
When Mr. Gibson returned to Hollingford, he found an accumulation of business waiting for him. He had hardly time to speak to his family. He had so immediately to rush off to pressing cases of illness. But Molly managed to arrest him in the hall to inform him of Osborne Hamley's visit. And Mr. Gibson resolved to visit Hamley Hall as soon as his other patients allowed. Meanwhile, the buzzing gossip about Molly's meetings with Mr. Preston had been gathering strength and assuming the positive form of scandal. The simple, innocent girl who walked through the quiet streets without a thought of being the object of mysterious implications became for a time the unconscious black sheep of the town.
Phoebe, either you've got some reason for puffing yourself out with sighs or you've not. If you have a reason, it's your duty to tell it me directly, and if you haven't a reason, you must break yourself of a bad habit that is growing upon you.
Oh, sister, do you think it is really my duty to tell you? It would be such a comfort. But then I thought I ought not. It will distress you so, and you've such a temper, Sally.
Nonsense. I'm well prepared for misfortune by the frequent contemplation of its possibility, and I believe I can receive any ill news with apparent equanimity and real resignation. Now, what is it?
Oh, I hardly know how to tell you.
Cry as much as you like when you've told me, but don't cry now when you're keeping me on tenterhooks.
Molly Gibson has lost her character, sister. That's it.
Molly Gibson has done no such thing. How dare you repeat stories about Mary's child? Now, never let me hear you say such things again.
I can't help it. Mrs. Dawes told me, and she says it's all over the town. I told her I did not believe a word of it, and I kept it from you. Oh, sister, what are you going to do?
Do? I'm going to put on my bonnet, and then I shall call upon Mrs. Dawes and confront her with her lies.
Oh, don't call them lies. It's such a strong, ugly word. Please call them tallydiddles. I don't believe she meant any harm. Besides, so many things sounded as if they might be true.
What things?
Why, one story was that Molly had given him a letter in the bookshop.
Who's him?
Him is Mr. Preston.
What else did you hear from Mrs. Dawes?
Why, that Molly and Mr. Preston were keeping company just as if she was a maidservant and he a gardener, meeting at all sorts of improper times and places, and now the whole town is talking about it and crying shame and saying that they ought to be married.
Phoebe, if I ever hear you say such things again, I'll turn you out of the house. Now, what I've got to decide is how to put a stop to all these lies.
But they're not all lies, if you will call them so. No, I'm afraid some things are true, though I stuck to them being false when Mrs. Dawes told me of them.
If I go to Mrs. Dawes and she repeats them to me, I shall slap her face and box her ears as well, I'm afraid.
Oh, sister.
I couldn't stand tales being told about poor Molly Gibson as if they were just a stirring piece of news like James Horrocks' pig with two heads. If I speak to Molly, the child will deny it if she's half as good for nothing as they say. If she's not, she'll only worry herself to death. I could see Mrs. Goodenough. No, she's a donkey. No, Mrs. Dawes, who told you, shall tell me. Oh. And I'll tie my hands together inside my muff. And when I've heard what is to be heard, I'll put the matter into Mr. Gibson's hands. Yes, that's what I'll do.
I came as quickly as I could when I got your note. It's Phoebe again, I suppose.
Mr. Gibson, I wish it was Phoebe. Or me either. It's your Molly.
Molly?
I'm so grieved about it. Well, it's out now, God help us both, and the poor child too, for I'm sure she's been led astray.
Molly?
They say... Oh, how shall I tell you?
Go on, can't you? What do they say? I'm not going to believe it, so don't be afraid.
But I fear you must believe it. I would not if I could help it. She's been carrying on a clandestine correspondence with Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston?
And meeting him at all sorts of unseemly places and hours, out of doors, in the dark. All the town is talking of it. Mr. Sheepshanks saw them together. They exchanged notes in Grinstead's
Be
shop.
Be quiet, can't you? I've had enough. Now, don't go on. I said I shouldn't believe you, and I don't. Well, I suppose I must thank you for telling me, but I can't yet.
I don't want your thanks. I thought you ought to know. For though you're married again, I can't forget you were dear Mary's husband once upon a time, and Molly's her child.
I'd rather not speak about it any more just now. I may not control myself as I ought. I only wish I could meet Mr. Preston and horsewhip him within an inch of his life. I wish I had the doctoring of these slanderous gossips. I'd make their tongues lie still for a while. My little girl, what harm has she ever done them all that they should go and foul her fair name?
Indeed, Mr. Gibson, I'm afraid it's all true. I would not have sent for you if I hadn't examined into it. Do ascertain the truth before you do anything violent, such as horsewhipping or poisoning.
What have I said about horsewhipping or poisoning? I shall go home and ask Molly herself what's the meaning of it all. That's all I shall do. I mean, it's too ridiculous. Knowing Molly as I do, it's perfectly ridiculous. Really, what will they say next? Satan finds mischief still for idle tongues to do.
Don't talk of Satan, please, in this house. No one knows what may happen if he's lightly spoken about.
I have a good mind to leave the place, and what food for scandal that piece of folly would give rise to. I'm thoroughly ungrateful to you for as true a mark of friendship as you've ever shown me. True or false, it was right I should know the wretched scandal that's being circulated. And it couldn't have been pleasant for you to have to tell me. Thank you.
Indeed, Mr. Gibson. If it was false, I would never have named it. But let it die away.
It's not true, though.
I shall always love Molly for her mother's sake.
You ought to love her for her own. She's done nothing to disgrace herself. I shall go straight home and probe into the truth. Good night, and thank you again.
Good night, Mr. Gibson.
Papa, you wanted me. Mariah said...
Hush! Shut the door and come here.
You saw Osborne today, Papa. Is it about him?
No. Molly, what is this I hear? That you've been keeping up a clandestine affair with Mr. Preston, meeting him in out-of-the-way places and exchanging letters with him in a stealthy way. Well, answer the question. Have you met that man in private?
Yes, Papa, I have, but I don't think it was very wrong.
Wrong. Not very wrong. Well, I must bear it somehow. Your mother's dead. That's one comfort. So it's true. Why, I didn't believe it, and I've been a dupe all the time.
Pa, I cannot tell you all. It is not my secret, or you should know it directly. Well, I have never deceived you yet, have I? Papa, have I ever deceived you?
How can I tell? I hear of this from the town's talk. I don't know what next may come out.
The town's talk? What business is it of theirs?
Everyone makes it their business to cast dirt on a girl's name who has disregarded the commonest rules of modesty and propriety.
Pa, you are very hard. I met Mr. Preston once, that evening when he put me down to walk over the heath, and there was another person with him. I met him a second time, and that time was by appointment, nobody but our two selves, in the Towers Park. And that is all, Papa. You must trust me. I cannot explain more.
And the letters?
I gave him one letter, of which I did not write a word, which, in fact, I believe to have been merely an envelope without any writing whatsoever inside. Oh, Papa, what have they been saying that has shocked you so much?
Never mind. You say you were not acting for yourself, but for another. Now, if you tell me who that other was, I will do my best to screen her, for, of course, I guess it was Cynthia, while I'm exonerating you.
No, Papa, I have told you all that I can tell, all that concerns myself, and I have promised not to say one word more.
Then your character will be impugned. It must be, unless the fullest explanation of these secret meetings is given. I have a great mind to force the whole truth out of Preston himself.
Papa, once again, I beg you to trust me. If you ask Mr. Preston, you will very likely hear the whole truth. But that is just what I've been trying so hard to conceal. For it will only make several people very unhappy if it is known. And besides, the whole affair is over and done with now.
Not your share of it. Miss Browning sent for me this evening to tell me how people were talking about you. She implied that it was a complete loss of your good name. You don't know, Molly, how slight a thing may blacken a girl's reputation for life. I'd hard work to stand all she said, even though I didn't believe a word of it at the time. And now you've told me that much of it is true.
But I think you are a brave man, Papa. And you believe me, don't you? We shall outlive these rumours, never fear.
You don't know the power of ill-natured tongues, child.
Oh, now that you've called me child again, I don't care for anything. Dear Papa, I'm sure it is best and wisest to take no notice of these speeches. After all, they may not mean them ill-naturedly. I am sure Miss Browning would not. By and by they'll forget how much they made out of so little. And even if they don't, you would not have me break my solemn word, would you?
Perhaps not. But I cannot easily forgive the person who, by practising on your generosity, led you into this scrape. You're very young, and look upon things as merely temporary evils. I have more experience.
Still, I don't see what I can do now, Papa. Perhaps I've been foolish. But what I did of my own self. It was not suggested to me. I'm sure it was not wrong in morals, whatever it might be in judgment. And as I said, it's all over now.
Does Mrs. Gibson know anything about it?
No, not a bit. And pray don't name it to her. That might lead to more mischief than anything else. I have really told you everything I'm at liberty to tell.
Then what is to be done? These reports are abroad. Am I to do nothing to contradict them?
I'm afraid so. I'm very sorry, for I never meant for you to have known anything about it. I can see now how it must distress you. But surely when nothing more happens, the gossip must die away. I know you believe every word I have said and that you trust me. Please, for my sake, be patient with all this gossip and cackle.
It will try me hard, Molly. But I don't see what else I can do unless I get hold of Preston.
That would be worst of all. And after all, perhaps he was not so much to blame. Yes, he was. But he behaved well to me as far as that goes.
Oh, well, it's all a mystery. I hate to have you mixed up in mysteries.
I hate to be mixed up. But what can I do? I know of another mystery which I am pledged not to speak about. I cannot help myself.
Well, then, I suppose I must yield to your wishes and let this scandal wear itself out.
What else can you do under the circumstances?
What else, indeed? How shall you bear it?
It's like tooth drawing. It will be over sometime. It would be much worse if I had really been doing wrong.
Cynthia...
Cynthia must not be accused or suspected. You will drive her out of your house if you do. Oh, she is so proud and so unprotected, except by you and Roger. And for Roger's sake, you will never do or say anything to send Cynthia away when he has trusted all of us to take care of her. Oh, and she really is good at heart. Really, you must not vex or hurt Cynthia, Papa. Remember, she is dependent upon you.
I think the world would get on tolerably well if there were no women in it. They plague the life out of one.
You are not angry with me now, Papa, are you?
Oh, get out of my way. If I'm not angry with you, I ought to be. For you've caused a great deal of worry, which won't be over yet a while, I can tell you. Now, run along, Goosey.
Oh, Papa.
For all Molly's bravery at the time of this conversation, it was she that suffered more than her father. He kept out of the way of hearing gossip, but she was perpetually thrown into the small society of the place. Lady Cumnor had so far recovered from the violence of her illness and from the subsequent operation as to be able to be moved to Cumnor Towers for a change of air, and accordingly she was brought thither by her whole family, with all the pomp and state becoming an invalid peeress.
Ah, I beg your pardon, my lady. I'm later than I should have been, I know. Why, haven't you had your tea yet? Here, let me... No, Harriet, stay there. Cream, my dear.
You know I never take cream before I've sweetened it, my lord.
Oh, dear, what a simpleton I am. I think I might have remembered it by this time. You see, I met old Sheepshanks while I was out walking, and that's the reason of it.
Of your handing me the cream before the sugar?
No. You're better this evening, I think, my dear. But as I was saying, Sheepshanks is such an eternal talker. There's no getting away from him, and I had no idea it was so late.
Well, I think the least you can do is to tell us something of Mr. Sheepshanks' conversation, now that you've torn yourself away from him.
Well, he was telling me something about Preston. Old Sheepshanks thinks he'll be married before long. He says there's a great deal of gossip going on about him and Gibson's daughter.
Oh.
As they've been caught meeting in the park and corresponding, and all that kind of thing that is likely to end in a marriage.
I shall be very sorry. I always liked that girl, and I can't bear Mr. Preston.
I dare say it's not true.
Ah, but this did sound like truth. Sheepshanks said all the old ladies in the town had got hold of it and were making a great scandal out of it.
I don't think it sounds quite a nice story. I wonder what Claire could be doing to allow such goings-on.
I think it's much more likely that Claire's own daughter, that pretty, porky Miss Kirkpatrick, is the real heroine of this story. Little Molly Gibson has a certain gaucherie about her which would disqualify her at once from any clandestine proceedings. Besides clandestine, why, the child is truth itself. Papa, are you sure Mr. Sheepshanks said that it was Miss Gibson that was exciting Hollingford's scandal? Wasn't it Miss Kirkpatrick? The notion of her and Mr. Preston making a match of it doesn't sound so incongruous, but if it's my little friend Molly, I'll go to church and forbid the banns.
Really, Harriet? I can't think what always makes you take such an interest in all those petty Hollingford affairs.
Mamma, it's only tit for tat. They take the most lively interest in all our sayings and doings. If I were going to be married, they would want to know every possible particular. So it's only a proper return of the compliment to want to know on our side how they are going on. I'm quite of Papa's faction. I like to hear all the local gossip.
Especially when it is flavoured with a piece of scandal and impropriety, as in this case.
I am really interested in this story about Molly Gibson. I own I both like and respect her, and I do not like to hear her name coupled with that of Mr. Preston. I can't help fancying Papa has made some mistake.
Oh, no, my dear. I'm sure I'm repeating what I heard. I'm sorry I said anything about it, if it annoys you or my lady. Sheepshanks did say Miss Gibson, and he went on to say it was a pity the gal had got herself so talked about.
I warned her against him on the day of her father's wedding, and what a straightforward, outspoken topic it was then. I don't believe it. It's only one of old Sheepshanks' stories, half invention and half deafness. Do you know, I think it is high time I took tea again with the Miss Brownings.
More tea, Lady Harriet. It is your own special blend.
Thank you, no. But tell me, for I must settle my curiosity, What is all this I hear about my little friend Molly Gibson and Mr. Preston?
Oh, Lady Harriet, have you heard of it? We are so sorry.
Sorry for what?
I think, begging your ladyship's pardon, we'd better not say any more till we know how much you know.
No. I shan't tell you what I know till I'm sure you know more. Then we'll make an exchange if you like.
I'm afraid it's no laughing matter for poor Molly. People do say such things.
But I don't believe them.
No more will I, then.
It's all very fine, Phoebe, saying you don't believe them, but I should like to know who it was that convinced me, sadly against my will, I'm sure. But how does your ladyship explain away her meetings with Mr. Preston? I went so far as to send for her father and tell him all about it. I thought at least he would have horsewhipped Mr. Preston, but he seems to have taken no notice of it.
Then we may be quite sure he knows some way of explaining matters that we don't. After all, there may be 100 perfectly natural and justifiable explanations. I choose to have faith in Molly.
And so do I.
I'm sure she's not done anything very wrong. I've a great mind to go and call on the Gibsons.
Oh, I hear Mrs. Gibson is confined to her bed with influenza.
All the better. I'll call upon Molly and take her with me on a round of calls through this gossiping little town. But I've no time today. Only remember, Miss Phoebe, it's you and I against the world in defence of a distressed damsel. And now, ladies, I must bid you good afternoon, for I've to meet Papa at 3.
Oh, well, let me see you.
No, don't bother. I know my way.
Well, now, I don't think that's pretty of you, Phoebe. First you convince me against my will and make me very unhappy, and I have to do unpleasant things, all because you've made me believe that certain statements are true, and then you turn round and say you don't believe a word of it, making me out a regular ogre and backbiter.
Oh, but Sally...
It's no use, I shan't listen to you.
I am so sorry I kept you, Papa. I was gossiping with the Miss Brownings.
No harm done, my dear. Ah, here's Preston, looking very grand, too. Quite makes me feel ashamed of my threadbare old coat.
Nonsense, Papa.
Good day to you, Preston. I was just wanting to ask you about that slip of pasture land on the home farm.
Whoa there. Good day, my lord. Lady Harriet. Home farm. Yes, John Brickhill wants to plough it up and crop it. Well, it's not 2 acres at best, my lord, so it will need careful thinking about.
Mr. Preston, perhaps you will allow me to ask you 1 or 2 questions to relieve my mind, for I am in some little perplexity at present.
Certainly, my lady. Is it about the home farm?
No. There are reports about Miss Gibson and you current among the gossips of Hollingford. Are we to congratulate you on your engagement to that lady?
Of course, we ought to have done it before.
Mr. Preston has not yet told us if the reports are well-founded, Papa.
Alas, I am not so fortunate, my lady.
Then may I contradict that report? Or is there any reason for believing that in time it may come true? I ask because such reports, if unfounded, do harm to young ladies.
Keep other sweethearts off, eh?
And I take a great interest in Miss Gibson.
I have no expectation or hope of ever having a nearer interest in Miss Gibson than I have at present. I shall be glad if this straightforward answer relieves your ladyship from your perplexity.
Then, sir, are you aware of the injury you may do to a young lady's reputation if you meet her and detain her in long conversations when she is walking by herself? You have given rise to reports.
My dear Harriet, are you not going too far? You don't know. Mr. Preston may have intentions, acknowledged intentions.
No, my lord, I have no intentions with regard to Miss Gibson. She may be a very worthy young lady. I have no doubt she is. Lady Harriet seems determined to push me into such a position that I cannot but acknowledge myself to be... It is not pleasant to own. But I am, in fact, a jilted man, jilted by Miss Kirkpatrick after a tolerably long engagement. My interviews with Miss Gibson were not of the most agreeable kind, as you may conclude when I tell you she was, I believe, the instigator. Certainly she was the agent in this last step of Miss Kirkpatrick's. Is your ladyship's curiosity satisfied with this rather mortifying confession of mine?
Harriet, my dear, you've gone too far. We had no right to pry into Mr. Preston's private affairs.
No more I had. But he will excuse me, I hope, when he learns that the busy tongues of the Hollingford ladies have been speaking of my friend Miss Gibson in the most unwarrantable manner. drawing unjustifiable inferences from the fact of her meetings with Mr. Preston, the nature of which he has just conferred such a real obligation to me by explaining.
I think I need hardly request Lady Harriet to consider this explanation of mine as confidential.
Oh, yes, of course, of course. Everyone will understand that.
And Lord Cumnor rode home and told his wife and Lady Cuxhaven the whole conversation between Mr. Preston and Lady Harriet, in the strictest confidence, of course. Lady Harriet had to stand a good many strictures on manners and proper dignity for a few days after this. However, she consoled herself by calling upon the Gibsons and carrying off the unconscious Molly for a walk, which Lady Harriet so continued that they twice passed through all the length of the principal street of the town, loitered at Grinstead's for half an hour, and wound up by Lady Harriet's calling on the Miss Brownings, who, to her regret, were not at home.
Not at home?
No, they're not often out.
Perhaps it's as well. I'll leave my card and put your name underneath.
Please, Lady Harriet, I never leave cards. I haven't got any. And on the Miss Brownings of all people, why, I'm in and out whenever I like.
Never mind, little one. Today you shall do everything properly and according to full etiquette. Oh, and tell Mrs. Gibson to come out to the Towers for a long day. We will send the carriage for her as soon as she is strong enough to come.
Yes.
Indeed, she'd better come over for a few days. And now, goodbye. We've done a good day's work, and better than you're aware of.
Goodbye, Lady Harriet. And thank you, I will tell Mamma.
Hollingford is not the place I take it to be, if it doesn't veer round in Miss Gibson's favour after my today's trotting of that child about.
Mrs. Gibson was slow in recovering her strength after the influenza, and before she was well enough to accept Lady Harriet's invitation to the Towers, Cynthia came home from London. Cynthia's whole manner was more quiet than it had been when the weight of her unpleasant secret had rested on her mind and made her alternately despondent or flighty. Molly was quite puzzled to account for it, until at last the mystery burst its shell.
I've had a letter from Aunt Kirkpatrick, Cynthia. She sends me my dividends. Your uncle is so busy. But what does she mean by this?
It means, Mamma, I may as well tell you at once, that Mr. Henderson offered to me while I was in London, and I refused him.
Refused him? You never told me. Really, Cynthia, I think you are very unkind. And pray, what made you refuse Mr. Henderson? Such a gentleman, with a private fortune, too.
Mamma, do you forget that I have promised to marry Roger Hamley?
No, of course. I don't know how I can, with Molly always dinning the word engagement into my ears.
Oh, but, Mamma,
But really, when one considers all the uncertainties, and after all, it was not a distinct promise. He seemed almost as if he might have looked forward to something of this sort.
Of what sort?
Why, a more eligible offer. He must have known you might change your mind and meet with someone you like better.
I never said I liked him better. How can you talk so? I'm going to marry Roger, and there's an end of it. I will not be spoken to about it again.
Going to marry Roger? That's all very fine, but who is to guarantee he's coming back alive? And if he does, what have they to marry upon? I don't wish her to have accepted Mr. Henderson, though I am sure she liked him. But she need not have quite finally refused him until we see how matters turn out. Such an invalid as I am, too, it has quite given me a palpitation of the heart.
In a little while, Mrs. Gibson was able to accept Lady Harriet's often repeated invitation to go and stay at Cumnor Towers for a day or two. But alas, and perhaps due to Lady Cumnor's convalescent irritability, the visit was not, on the whole, quite so happy a one as she had anticipated.
Oh, Claire, how often must I tell you I had no thought of you or your gowns, or whether they cost much or little. Your husband has to pay for them, and...
What's the matter, dear Mamma? Are you not tiring yourself with talking?
No, not at all. I was only speaking of the folly of people who dress above their stations. And what must that foolish woman do but begin to justify her own dress?
It was only 5 guineas for the whole dress.
And very pretty it is, too.
You ought to know me better by this time, Claire. When I say a thing, I say it out. I don't beat about the bush. I will tell you where I think you've been at fault, Claire, if you like to know. You have spoilt that gal of yours till she does not know her own mind. She has behaved abominably to Mr. Preston. You have much to answer for.
Cynthia, Mr. Preston,
Mamma, Mr. Preston did not wish it spoken about.
As for Mr. Preston's wishes, I do not suppose I am bound to regard them when I feel it my duty to reprove error. And Claire? Do you mean to say that you are not aware that your daughter has been engaged to Mr. Preston for some time, and has at last chosen to break it off, and has used the Gibson gal as a cat's paw, and made her the butt for all the gossip of Hollingford? I remember when I was young, there was a gal called Jilting Jessie. I speak to you like a friend, Claire, when I tell you it's my opinion that gal of yours will get herself into some more mischief yet before she's safely married. I know what is becoming in a young woman, and jilting is not. And now you may both go away and send Dawson to me, for I'm tired and I want to have a little sleep.
Indeed, Lady Camner, will you believe me? I do not think Cynthia was ever engaged to Mr. Preston. There was an old flirtation. I was afraid...
Ring the bell for Dawson, Harriet.
Why, Mamma, how are you? We didn't expect you so soon.
It has not been such a happy visit that I should wish to prolong it.
Why, what has been the matter?
The matter? You, Cynthia, you! I little thought when you were born how I should have to bear to hear you so spoken about at the Towers.
What business have they with me at the Towers? How came they to talk about me in any way?
Well, everybody is talking about your flirting and jilting.
Would you mind telling me what they said?
I thought I had... Oh, it is you, Mamma. And back so soon?
Molly, Mamma has come back from the Towers, where they have been doing me the honour to talk over my crimes and misdemeanours. And I am asking Mamma what they said. I don't set up for more virtue than other people, but I can't make out what an earl and a countess have to do with poor little me.
It was not for your sake. It was for mine. They felt for me. For it is not pleasant to have one's child's name in everybody's mouth. They say you've gone and engaged yourself to Preston, and now you refuse to marry him, and they call that jilting.
Do you wish me to marry him, Mamma?
No, of course I don't. You've gone and entangled yourself with Roger Hamley, and nobody knows if he's dead or alive. And he has not a penny if he is alive.
I beg your pardon. I know he has some fortune from his mother, and he's sure to earn fame and great reputation. And with it, money will come.
But you've entangled yourself with him, and you've done something of the sort with Mr. Preston, and got yourself into such an imbroglio that when a really eligible person comes forward, a handsome gentleman and a private fortune into the bargain, you refuse him. You'll end up as an old maid, Cynthia, and it will break my heart.
I dare say I shall. I sometimes think I'm the kind of person of which old maids are made.
I don't want to know your secrets, as long as they are secrets, but when the whole town is talking about you, I think I ought to be told.
But, Mamma, I didn't know I was the subject of conversation.
No more did I. I only know that now they say you've been engaged to Mr. Preston, and ought to have married him, and that I can't help it, any more than I could have helped your refusing Mr. Henderson. And yet I'm constantly blamed for your misconduct.
You're here, my dear. Welcome back. Why, what's the matter? Tears?
Yes, I am come home again, and I'm telling Cynthia how Lady Cumnor has been so cross with me, and all through her. Did you know that she had gone and engaged herself to Mr. Preston and then broken it off? Everybody is talking about it, and they know it up at the Towers.
Cynthia, is this true? I have heard something of it before, not much, but there is scandal enough about it to make it desirable that you should have some protector, some friend who knows the whole truth. Well?
Molly knows it all.
Yes, I know that Molly knows it all, and that she's had to bear slander and ill words for your sake, Cynthia. But she refused to tell me more.
She told you that much, did she?
I could not help it.
She did not name your name. At the time, I believe she thought she'd concealed it, but there was no mistaking who it was.
Why did she speak about it at all?
It was necessary for her to justify herself to me. I had my daughter's reputation attacked for the private meetings she had given to Mr. Preston. I came to her for an explanation. There's no need to be ungenerous, Cynthia, because you've been a flirt and a jilt, even to the degree of dragging Molly's name down into the same mire.
You say that of me, Mr. Gibson, not knowing what the circumstances are. You say that?
Yes, I do say it. I do say that Molly has had a great deal to bear in consequence of this clandestine engagement of yours, Cynthia. There may be extenuating circumstances, I acknowledge, but you will need to remember them all to excuse your conduct to Roger Hamley when he comes home. I ask you to tell me the full truth. in order that until he comes and has a legal right to protect you, I may do so. You do not reply. Well, it certainly requires explanation. Here you are, engaged to two men at once, to all appearances. To be sure, the gossips of the town haven't picked out the fact of Roger Hamley being your accepted lover, but scandal has been resting on Molly and ought to have rested on you, Cynthia.
Papa, if you knew all, you wouldn't speak so to Cynthia.
I am ready to hear whatever she has to say.
No. You have prejudged me. You have spoken to me as you have no right to speak. I refuse to give you my confidence or accept your help. People are very cruel to me. I did not think you would have been. But I can bear it.
Oh, Papa, do let me tell you all. I think, Mr. Gibson, you have been very unkind to my poor fatherless child. I only wish her poor father had been alive, and all this would never have happened.
Very probably. Still, I cannot see what either she or you have to complain of. Inasmuch as we could, I and mine have sheltered her. I have loved her. I do love her, almost as if she were my own child. As well as Molly, I do not pretend to do.
That is it, Mr. Gibson. You do not treat her like your own child. Oh, excuse me.
Cynthia, it's me. Open the door. I have something to say to you.
No, I'm busy. Leave me alone. I don't want to hear what you've got to say. I don't want to see you.
Oh, Cynthia, please.
Go away. I cannot bear the feeling of your being there, waiting and listening. Go downstairs. Or out of the house, anywhere. It's the most you can do for me now.
Oh, Cynthia.
Molly crept away as she was bidden, and walked till she came to a field where she had sought the comfort of loneliness ever since she was a child. And there, under the hedge-bank, she sat down and buried her face in her hands. She never knew how long she sat there, but it was long past lunchtime when she returned home, where she found Cynthia and Mrs. Gibson sitting together in the drawing-room.
Mamma, Molly, I wish you both to know that henceforward all is at an end between me and Roger Hamley.
Cynthia, you can't mean it.
I could have understood this if it had happened when you were in London. But now it is just nonsense, Cynthia. And you know you don't mean it.
Cynthia, think of him. It will break his heart.
No, it will not. But even if it did, I cannot help it.
All this gossip will soon pass away, and when he knows the truth...
You shall never hear it from me. I do not love him well enough to go through the shame of having to excuse myself to plead that he will reinstate me in his good opinion. All I know is, and I know it clearly, and will act upon it inflexibly, that...
I think you might finish your sentence.
I cannot bear to exculpate myself to Roger Hamley. I will not submit to his thinking less well of me than he has done. I would rather never see him again, and the truth is, I do not love him. I like him and respect him, but I will not marry him. I have written to tell him so. And I have written to Squire Hamley also. The relief is the one good thing to come out of it all.
Oh, Cynthia, only think what you are doing.
Come in.
Isn't the master here, madam?
He went out not 5 minutes ago.
Oh, dear. There's a man come on horseback from Hamley Hall. He wants the master to go off right away.
Why, what is the matter?
He says as Mr. Osborne is dead.
Osborne Hamley dead?
Father will not be long away, or he would have left word where he was going. Maria, go and tell James to put the side saddle on Nora Craner. I shall ride over to Hamley immediately. I cannot bear to think of Squire Hamley alone. When Papa comes back, he is sure to go to Hamley.
Molly!
And if I am not wanted, I can come back with him. Oh, hurry, Maria, hurry!
In Part 8 of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly was played by Catherine Hurlbut, Claire, Angela Pleasance, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, Cynthia, and Louise Lambert. Osborne, Adam Barham, Mr. Preston, Brett Usher, Lady Harriet, Marion Diamond, Lady Cumnor, Pauline Letts, Lord Cumnor, Kerry Francis, Miss Browning, Diana Bishop, Miss Phoebe, Hilda Schroeder, Mrs. Goodenough, Margot Boyd, with James Bryce, Monica Gray, Maggie McCarthy, Maddie Head, and Eileen Tully. And Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. The music was composed by Rachel Portman, and the director was Jane Morgan. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, dramatised in 9 episodes by Barry Campbell, with Catherine Hurlbut, Angela Pleasance, Tom Wilkinson, Robert Lang, Anne-Louise Lambert, and Thelma Whiteley. Part 9, Reviving Hopes and Brightening Prospects.
Osborne Hamley was dead, and Molly Gibson had hurried to the hall in order to comfort Squire Hamley. She found him lying across his son's corpse and weeping in such a terrible manner that Molly trembled lest he also should die, should break his heart there and then. He took no more notice of Molly's words, of her tears, of her presence than he did of that of the moon looking through the unclosed window with passionless stare. Mr. Gibson stood by them both before either of them was aware of it.
Oh, Osborne. My boy, my boy. My poor boy.
Go downstairs, Molly. Go into the dining room. I've told Robinson to make sure you're to eat and drink something. I will join you shortly.
Yes, Papa.
It seemed to Molly a very long time before her father came down. He went and stood with his back to the empty fireplace and did not speak for a minute or two.
He's gone to bed. But just as I was leaving, he called me back and asked me to let you stop. I'm sure I don't know.
I wish to stay, Papa.
Do you? But how will you manage?
I can manage, Papa. What did Osborne die of?
Something wrong with the heart. You wouldn't understand if I told you. I apprehended it for some time, but it's better not to talk of such things at home. When I saw him on Thursday week, he seemed better than I've seen him for a long time. Poor boy. But no one can ever calculate in these complaints. But we must keep our attention on the duties in hand now. You sleep here for the remainder of the night, which is more than half gone already.
Papa, I think I ought to tell you something. I know a great secret of Osborne's which I promised not to tell. But the last time I saw him, I think he must have been afraid of something like this. Osborne was married.
Nonsense. What makes you think so?
He told me. That is to say, I was in the library some time ago, and Roger came and spoke to Osborne about his wife. Then when you went up to London to see Lady Cumnor, he called and gave me his wife's address, still under promise of secrecy.
Where is this wife of his?
Near Winchester. He said she was a French woman and a Roman Catholic. And I think he said she had been a servant. And he spoke of a child. I have the address written down at home.
Well, nothing can be done tonight. But first thing tomorrow, you and I must tell the squire the truth.
You wanted to see me, I hear, Gibson.
Yes, you see, Squire,
I'm brought very low, sir. I suppose it's God's doing, but it comes hard on me. He was my firstborn child.
Squire Hamley, I'm very sorry.
Oh, Molly, I beg your pardon. I did not see you at first. My mind is a good deal occupied just now.
You'll be glad to have Roger home as soon as maybe, I think, sir. I'm sure he'll return as speedily as possible when he hears the sad news.
Roger isn't Osborne?
No.
I don't try to say God's will be done, sir. But it's harder to be resigned than happy people think. He was my first child, and yet, of late years, we weren't quite as good friends as could be wished, and I'm not sure that he knew how I loved him.
No, it is better, sir. When he's a little calm, don't be afraid to tell him all you know.
Squire Hamley, I have to tell you...
Molly? Molly, my dear, what is it?
Some time past when I was in the library, I overheard Roger and Osborne speak of Osborne's wife. I did not mean to...
Osborne's wife?
I only told Papa last night.
Go on.
Then, the other day Osborne called. He wanted to see Papa, and he spoke to me of his wife and gave me her address.
Tell me everything.
He said she was a good woman, but she was French Catholic and...
Well?
And had once been a servant.
Well, it's all over now. All past and gone. We'll not blame him. But I wish he had told me. Married so long. Oh, Osborne, you should have told me.
Yes, he should. But I dare say he knew how much you would dislike such a choice as he had made.
You know nothing about it, sir. I won't have people interfering and judging between me and my sons, and Roger, too. He kept it from me.
He was bound to secrecy. He could not help himself.
Osborne was such a fellow for persuading people and winning them over. I remember. Oh, what's the use of remembering? Osborne's dead. Without opening his heart to me.
But we can guess what wish he had strongest in his mind at the last.
What, sir?
Why, his wife must have been his last thought, must she not?
How do I know she was his wife? Do you think he'd go and marry a French baggage of a servant? It may all be a tale.
Stop, Squire. I don't care to defend my daughter's truth or accuracy, but with the dead man's body lying upstairs, think twice before you say more hasty words.
I beg your pardon. I hardly know what I'm saying. Oh, Osborne.
Well, to return to his wife.
And child.
What? A child? Is there a child? And I never knew. God bless Osborne's child. Oh, Molly, you are a good girl. Thank you. A child. Osborne's child. One Osborne Hamley lies dead on his bed, and t'other I've never seen and never heard on till today. He must be called Osborne, Molly, and we'll have him here and get a nurse for him and make his mother comfortable for life in her own country, and another Osborne Hamley. And if God will give me grace, he shall never hear a cross word from me. Never. He shan't be afeard of me. Oh, my Osborne. Do you know how bitter and sore is my heart for every hard word I ever spoke to you? Do you know how I loved you, my boy? My boy. Tell me, Gibson, what ought I to do?
I fully believe the story, but I think there must be some written confirmation of it somewhere. Will you look over Osborne's papers? Molly shall return with me and find the address Osborne gave to her.
She'll come back again?
Oh, she'll come back again this evening.
Very well. I shall send a carriage. Well. Give my love to Miss Kirkpatrick. Tell her I look upon her as quite one of the family. I shall be glad to see her after the funeral.
Squire Hamley knows nothing yet of Cynthia's resolution to give up Roger. I had a long talk with her last night, and she was as resolute as ever. She's written to the squire, he can't have opened the letter, and she's quite determined that rather than marry Roger, she'll seek a position as a governess in Russia, of all places. And now, from what your mamma tells me, there's a third lover in London whom she's already refused. Oh, I'm thankful you've no lover at all, Molly, unless, after that abortive attempt of Mr. Cox's long ago, he can be called a lover.
I've never heard of it, Papa.
Oh, no. I forgot what a fool I was. Why, don't you remember the hurry I was in to get you off to Hamley Hall the first time you ever went?
Yes.
Well, it was all because I got hold of a desperate love letter from Mr. Cox addressed to you.
Oh, really?
Someone must write to Mrs. Osborne Hamley. Shall you do it, or shall I?
Oh, you please, Papa.
Well, I will if you wish, but She may have heard of you as a friend of her dead husband, while of me...
If I ought, I will do it. Oh, there's Hollingford Spire. I think I never wish to go out of sight of it again.
Nonsense. Why, you've all your travelling to do yet. And if these newfangled railways spread as they say they will, we shall all be spinning about the world. Sitting on tea kettles, as Phoebe Browning calls it. Oh, Miss Browning wrote such a capital letter of advice to Miss Hornblower. I heard of it at the Millers. Miss Hornblower was going to travel by railroad for the first time, and Miss Browning was very anxious and sent her directions for her conduct. One piece of advice was not to sit on the boiler. There, that's better. And here we are, home at last.
Think of it all being so sudden and so provoking, just when Cynthia had given up Roger. What does the squire say about it, Cynthia's breaking with Roger?
He's beaten down with grief, Mamma. He does not know about it. He has obviously not yet opened the letter.
Well, now, that I call positive disrespect.
He did not mean it for such.
And when does the squire expect Roger?
Well, I don't know. He only thinks of Osborne. He appears to have forgotten everyone else. Perhaps the news of Osborne's wife and child may rouse him up.
Married? Osborne? And with a child?
Yes. Osborne has been married for a long time, but the squire did not know of it till this morning.
And who is this lady?
She's French.
French? Oh, they are such beguiling women. Is the child a boy or a girl?
I did not ask.
Molly, is that you?
And she brings such news, too. Cynthia, I'm really most glad you wrote to the squire yesterday, for if you had waited till today, he might have thought you had some interested reason for giving up your engagement. Osborne Hamley was married and has got a child, too.
Osborne?
Married? Yes, it was a great piece of deceit. And now, of course, this child, if it is a son, will be the heir, and Roger will be as poorly off as ever. I hope you'll let the squire know Cynthia was quite ignorant of the facts. I should not like the suspicion of worldliness to rest upon anyone with whom I had any concern.
When Molly returned to Hamley Hall, she found the squire standing in the middle of the drawing-room awaiting her. He held a paper in his hands which were trembling with excitement and emotion, and 4 or 5 opened letters were strewed on a table near him.
It's all true. She's his wife. Poor lad. Read this, my dear. It's a certificate. It's all regular, witnessed and all. Oh, dear. And here, see this. A certificate of baptism. The baptism of Roger Stephen Osborne Hamley. Child of Osborne Hamley and Mary Amy, his wife. Roger, that's me. Stephen, that's my poor old father. It's good of the lad to have thought of my father. And Osborne Hamley. He must be called Osborne, Molly. And he shall never hear a cross word from me. Never.
She must be told.
Yes, she must. But how?
Suppose you write and say he's very ill. You can say how you came to know all you do about it. Say he's very ill and in great danger, if you like, and then you can follow it up the next day with the full truth. Now, I wouldn't worry the squire about it. After the funeral, we can have a talk about the child. So, it is a boy, after all. Mrs. Gibson told me particularly to ask. It will go far to reconciling her to Cynthia's dismissal of Roger. Poor Roger. But they were not suited to each other. Now, write that letter, Molly, to the poor little Frenchwoman.
Oh, Osborne.
Squire. Oh, goodness.
Bless me. What's that? I hope there's nothing wrong. Not Roger.
One moment, please. Sir, there's a woman with a baby, and she...
Well?
Où se trouve Osborne? Oh, it's Mrs. Osborne Hamley. My dear. Oh. Mon mari. Mon mari.
Poor thing. Help me, Molly. She is but young, and she must have loved him dearly.
Oh, to be sure. Robinson, fetch some water and then we must get her to bed.
How is she now, Molly?
She is lying very still, but she will neither speak nor eat. I don't think she is even crying.
If you'll pardon me, Squire, the boots at the Hamley Arms says the coach she came by started at 5 this morning from London.
She'll be tired out. We must let her rest. Thank you, Robinson.
Squire.
She's not like a Frenchwoman, is she, Molly?
I don't know. I don't know what French women are like. People say Cynthia is French.
And she didn't look like a servant. We won't speak of Cynthia, since she's served my Roger so. I've had a letter from her, you know. I never wanted her for a daughter-in-law, but it's all over now. This poor thing looks like a gentlewoman, I think. We'll do our best for her. We'll not think of letting her go away until she's fit to travel. Ah, Gibson?
Robinson tells me you've got Mrs. Osborne Hamley here. It's a sad coming home to her, for of course she knew nothing of his death.
Yes, she felt it a terrible shock. I should like you to see her, if she'll let you. We must do our duty by her, for my poor lad's sake.
Papa, I feel as if she was very ill. Will you go and see her at once?
Yes, most certainly, my dear. She's sleeping now. Where's Squire Hamley?
He is sitting in the library with his head in his hands, refusing to go to bed.
Well now, Molly, I must insist that you go to bed.
Oh, but Papa, I cannot.
You'll have enough to do to occupy all your strength for days to come. And go to bed you must now. Oh, did I tell you Cynthia is going off in hot haste to her Uncle Kirkpatrick's? I suspect a visit to him will stand in lieu of going out to Russia as a governess.
I'm sure she was quite serious in wishing for that.
Yes, I've no doubt she thought she was sincere in intending to go. But the great thing was to get out of the unpleasantness of the present time and place. And Uncle Kirkpatrick's will do this as effectually and more pleasantly than a situation at Nizhny Novgorod in an ice palace. Well now, Goosey, off you go to bed.
After this, long days passed over in a monotonous round of care. For no one seemed to think of Molly's leaving Hamley Hall during the woeful illness that befell Mrs. Osborne Hamley. Molly was anxious to do all she could for others, but one day, after Mrs. Osborne Hamley had taken the turn, as the nurses called it, Molly answered to her father's sudden questioning that she felt unaccountably weary, and he decided to get her back to Hollingford at once.
Why, my sweet Molly, this is an unexpected pleasure. Only this morning I said to Papa, when do you think we shall see our Molly back? He did not say much, he never does, you know, but I am sure he thought directly of giving me this surprise, this pleasure. You're looking a little, what shall I
You'd better
call
let her
it?
go to her own room and have a good rest as soon as possible.
Very well. Molly, come with me directly. She is resting now.
She will need much care. She's been overworked, and I've been a fool, and that's all. We must keep her from all worry and care.
Poor thing, she does look worn out. She is something like me. Her feelings are too much for her. But now she has come home, she shall find us as cheerful as possible. I can answer for myself. And you really must brighten up your doleful face, my dear. Nothing so bad for invalids as the appearance of depression in those around them. I've had such a pleasant letter from Cynthia today. Uncle Kirkpatrick really seems to make so much of her, and Mr. Henderson has been to call on her in spite of all that has gone before.
The illness which Mr. Gibson apprehended came upon Molly. There was nothing very decided or alarming to tell Cynthia, and Mrs. Gibson kept the dark side from her in her letters. But it so happened that Lady Harriet, who came whenever she could to sit a while with Molly, wrote to Cynthia.
Cynthia! Dear child, where have you come from? Why in the world have you come? My poor nerves, my heart is quite fluttering. But it is no wonder, with all this anxiety I have to undergo.
I never knew. You never told me how ill Molly was.
Oh, nonsense. I beg your pardon, my dear, but it's really nonsense. Molly's illness is only nervous. Mr. Gibson says a nervous fever, and she's getting better. But who told you about Molly?
Lady Harriet. She wrote to me about my going
You might have known she always exaggerates things. Not but that I have been almost worn out with nursing. Perhaps, after all, it is a very good thing that you have come, my dear. Now, draw up a chair and have something to eat. And tell me all about London. Your aunt? How is her cold? And Helen quite strong again? Margaretta as pretty as ever. The boys are at Harrow, I suppose. And what of my old favourite, Mr. Henderson?
My aunt is quite well. Helen is as strong as she ever is, and Margaret is very pretty. The boys are at Harrow, and I conclude that Mr. Henderson is enjoying his usual health, for he was to dine at my uncle's today.
Take care, Cynthia. Look how you are cutting that gooseberry tart. I can't think how you could have come home in this sudden kind of way. I am sure it must have annoyed your uncle and aunt. I dare say they'll never ask you again.
On the contrary, I'm to go back there as soon as ever I can be easy to leave Molly.
Easy to leave Molly? Now that really is nonsense and rather uncomplimentary to me, I must say. Nursing her, as I have been doing daily, and almost nightly, for I have been wakened times out of number by Mr. Gibson getting up and going to see her.
I'm afraid she's been very ill.
Yes, she has, in one way, but not in another. It was what I call more a tedious than an interesting illness.
Do you think I might go and see her now?
Well, very well.
Molly's delight at seeing Cynthia showed itself first in a few happy tears. She had returned just at the right time, when Molly wanted the gentle fillip of the society of a fresh and yet familiar person. And so Molly's health and spirits improved rapidly. And now it was late June, and to Molly's and her father's extreme urgency in pushing and Mr. and Mrs. Kirkpatrick's affectionate persistency in pulling, Cynthia had yielded and gone back to finish her interrupted visit in London. One morning, Mrs. Gibson brought Molly a great basket of flowers that had been sent from Hamley Hall.
Oh, these white pinks. They are Mrs. Hamley's favourite flower. And this sweetbriar. Oh, Mamma, look at this rose. I forget its name, but it is very rare. Roger brought the tree for his mother when he was quite a boy.
I dare say it was Roger who got it now. You heard Papa say he had seen him yesterday.
No, Roger? Roger home?
Yes. Oh, I remember you had gone to bed before Papa came in. Yes, Roger turned up at the hall the day before yesterday. Your Papa will tell you all about it.
And, well, that's how matters stand just at the moment.
I've been waiting all day to ask you all about everything. And how is he looking?
I should say he was taller, and he looks broader, stronger. And he's as brown as a berry, and he's got a beard.
A beard? Oh, but go on, Papa. Does he talk as he used to?
I didn't catch any Hottentot twang, if that's what you mean.
Tell me, how are they getting on together?
Oh, Roger is evidently putting everything to rights in his firm, quiet way.
Roger putting things to rights? Why, what is wrong? The squire and the French daughter-in-law don't get on well together, I suppose. I'm always so glad Cynthia acted with the promptitude she did. It would have been very awkward for her to have been mixed up with all these complications. Poor Roger, to find himself supplanted by a child when he comes home.
You were not in the room, my dear, when I was telling Molly of the reasons for Roger's return. It was to put his brother's child at once into his rightful and legal place.
He is not much affected by Cynthia's breaking off her engagement. I never did give him credit for very deep feelings.
On the contrary, he feels it very acutely. We had a long talk about it yesterday.
And Mrs. Osborne Hamley, how is she?
Oh, wonderfully brightened up by Roger's presence.
I should think he would come and call upon us soon.
Do you think he will, Papa?
I can't tell, my dear. Until he's quite convinced of Cynthia's intentions, it can't be very pleasant for him to come on mere visits of ceremony. He's not as yet convinced that the letter wasn't written in a fit of temporary feeling.
Poor Cynthia. What has she exposed herself to by letting herself be over-persuaded by that man?
Oh, that man indeed.
I was so sorry to hear how ill you have been, Molly. You're looking somewhat delicate.
Oh, I'm quite strong now to what I was.
I have heard how deeply I am indebted to you. My father can hardly praise.
Please don't.
Indeed, my little sister-in-law is never weary of talking about Monsieur le Docteur, as she calls your husband, Mrs. Gibson.
I have not had the pleasure of making Mrs. Osborne Hamley's acquaintance yet. I must beg you to apologize to her for my remissness, but Molly has been such a care and anxiety to me. And then I understood that Mrs. Osborne Hamley was thinking of returning to France before long.
Oh, I am sure she will be glad to see any friends of the family as soon as she is a little stronger. I hope she will not go back to France. She is an orphan, and I trust we shall induce her to remain with my father, but at present nothing is arranged.
Mrs. Gibson had not given up her hopes of an engagement between Cynthia and Mr. Henderson. But when Cynthia returned to Hollingford, she would only say, in answer to her mother's anxious inquiries, that Mr. Henderson had not offered again.
Oh, it's enough to provoke a scene.
What is the matter, Mamma?
Never mind, Molly. Mamma is only vexed because I have not come back an engaged young lady.
Yes, and I am sure you might have done. There's the ingratitude.
But where's the ingratitude?
Why, don't you see we are doing all we can for you, dressing you well and sending you away to London? And when you might relieve us of the expense of all this, you don't.
Mamma. No, Cynthia, I will speak. I am sure Papa does not mind any expense he incurs about his daughters, and I know quite well that he does not wish us to marry unless we love someone very dearly indeed.
Well, after this tirade, really rather indelicate, I must say, I have done. I will neither help nor hinder any love affairs of you two young ladies. In my days, we were glad of the advice of our elders.
Oh, dear. But I couldn't bear to hear her speak as if Papa grudged you anything.
I'm sure he doesn't. But I'm sorry Mamma still looks upon me as an encumbrance. I'm getting very much into despair about everything. Tell me, how's Mr. Preston?
Oh, he has taken Cumnor Grange and never comes into Hollingford now. I did see him once in the street, but it's a question of which of us tried the hardest to get out of the other's way.
You've not said anything about Roger yet?
No. I didn't know if you would care to hear.
I was in hopes he would have left the neighbourhood by this time. Mamma said he was going to travel again.
I can't tell. I suppose you know that he wishes to see you.
No, I never heard. I wish he could be satisfied with my letter.
Oh, but you must see him again. You owe it to him. He will never be satisfied without it.
Suppose he talks me round into resuming the engagement. I should only break it off again.
But surely you can't be talked round if your mind is made up. But perhaps it is not really.
It is quite made up. I am going to Moscow to teach little Russian girls, and I'm never going to marry anybody.
The next morning saw Mrs. Gibson in a much more contented frame of mind. She had written a letter to Mrs. Kirkpatrick, giving her version of Cynthia's unfortunate entanglement and delicate sense of honour, and hints of her entire indifference to all the masculine portion of the world, Mr. Henderson being dexterously excluded from the category. But it was so much labour lost. Cynthia had already received a letter from Mr. Henderson before she came down to breakfast.
I'm afraid our meals must seem very plain and homely to you. Cynthia, I said, I am afraid our meals must seem very... Why? What is the matter?
Mamma, I expect Mr. Henderson will come and call this morning.
My precious child, how do you know?
I've had a letter from him, and he's coming down today.
But has he offered? Well, has he?
Yes, I suppose he has.
And you accept him? Say yes, and make me happy.
I shan't say yes to make anyone happy except myself.
Oh, but don't you think you'd better go upstairs at once and put on that pretty lilac silk?
Mr. Roger Hamley. Oh, Roger, how nice to see you.
I have come to speak to Cynthia, Molly. It is time
She is in the garden, but... shall I fetch her for you?
Who is that with her? Molly, tell me, is it too late for me to speak to Cynthia? I came on a purpose. Tell me, Molly, who is that man?
It is Mr. Henderson. He only came today. Roger, forgive me the pain, but now he is her accepted lover.
Oh, Molly. Molly.
Shall I tell her you wish to talk with her?
No. Tell her I have been and gone. Send out word to her. Don't let her be interrupted.
Oh, Roger.
In the evening, Mr. Henderson came again. Molly, who had been very curious to see him close to, was not sure whether she liked him or not. He was handsome, he talked easily, he was perfectly well appointed. But he wanted something in Molly's eyes.
Ah, there you are, my dear. Such excitement. Well, and how do you like the new relation that is to be?
It is difficult to say. I think he is very nice in all his bits, but rather dull on the whole.
Well, I think him perfection. I don't wonder she preferred him to Roger Hamley. Such sense, such gloves, and then his hair.
Oh, now, Papa, you're not fair. He is a deal more than that, and he's very much attached to Cynthia.
So is Roger. However, I shall only be too glad to have her married. As I was saying to Roger this afternoon,
how is he?
Well, I don't suppose he'd be going through the pleasantest thing in the world. But he'll be over it before long. He's had 3 months to think it over, remember. The squire, however, is boiling over that anyone should reject his son. The enormity of the sin never seems to have been apparent to him till now, when he sees how Roger is affected by it.
Molly! Papa! Such news! Mr. Henderson wants to marry me next week.
Well, he certainly is an impatient lover.
But next week? Well, next week, the week after, at any rate before the long vacation, so that we can go abroad at once.
Well, well. Then you may as well have this at once. There. That's to pay your expenses to Russia and back. And I hope your pupils are obedient.
£100? Oh, Papa! Oh, you're the kindest person I know. And I don't know how to thank you.
If you tumble my shirt collars again in that way, I'll charge you for the washing. Just now, too, when I'm trying so hard to be trim and elegant, just like your Mr. Henderson.
Oh, but you do like him, don't you? He does so like you.
Oh, of course. We're all angels just now. I hope he'll wear as well as Roger.
That was a very silly affair. We were two as unsuitable people as
It
you
has
could...
ended, and that's enough.
The whole town of Hollingford came to congratulate and to inquire into the particulars of Cynthia's engagement. Some, indeed, Mrs. Goodenough at the head of this class of malcontents, thought that they were defrauded of their right to a fine show by Cynthia's being married in London. Even Lady Cumnor was moved into action.
Oh, my dear Lady Cumnor, Lady Harriet, how simply charming of you to call. Please do be seated.
I have been taking Mary, Lady Cuxhaven, to the railway station, and I thought I would come on here and offer you my congratulations. Well, Cynthia, I did not think it would be amiss to give you a little advice. I have heard a good deal about you, and I am truly rejoiced to hear that you are going to make so creditable a marriage. I hope it will efface your former errors of conduct, which we will hope were but trivial in reality. But you must conduct yourself with discretion in whatever state of life it pleases God to place you, whether married or single. Look up to your husband, and do nothing without consulting him. Keep strict accounts, and remember your station in life. I understand that Mr. Henderson is in the law. Although there is a general prejudice against attorneys, I have known 2 or 3 who are very respectable men, and I am sure Mr. is one.
Mr. Henderson is a barrister at law.
Oh, yes. Attorney at law, barrister at law. When you have been a little in society, you will find that it is reckoned bad manners to interrupt. I had a great deal more to say to you, and you've put it all out of my head. There was something your father wanted me to ask, Harriet.
You mean about Mr. Hamley?
Oh, yes. We are intending to have a house full of Lord Hollingford's friends, and Lord Cumnor is particularly anxious to secure Mr. Hamley, the famous traveller. But when we asked him before, he declined. I believe Mr. Gibson is very intimate with Mr. Hamley. Do you think he could induce him to favour us with his company?
Oh, I am sure Mr. Gibson will do his best for you, Lady Cumnor.
Thank you. You know me well enough to be aware that I am not the person to go about soliciting guests. But in this instance, I bend my head.
Besides, Mamma, Papa was saying that the Hamleys have been on their land since the Conquest, while we came into the county only a century ago. And there is a tale that the first Lord Cumnor began his fortune through selling tobacco.
Really?
And if Lady Cumnor did not exactly shift her trumpet and take snuff there on the spot, she behaved in an equivalent manner. Nevertheless, she prepared a handsome present for the bride, a Bible and a prayer book bound in velvet with silver clasps, and also a collection of household account books, which Lady Harriet was charged to deliver.
My dear, what is the matter? Why have you got on that woebegone face? This marriage isn't broken off, is it?
Oh, no, that's all right. But I've got a fresh cold, and Papa says he thinks I'd better not go to the wedding.
Poor little one. And it's the first visit to London, too.
Yes, but what I care for is not being with Cynthia to the last. And then Papa has so looked forward to this holiday, and now he says he should not be comfortable to leave me all alone.
My dear Lady Harriet, how kind you are. I see this unfortunate child has been telling you of her ill luck. I am sure I shan't be able to enjoy myself, and at my only child's wedding too, without you, Molly. No, I would rather sacrifice anything myself than think of you uncared for and dismal at home.
I'm sure Molly is as sorry as anyone.
No, I don't think she is, or she would not have sat with her back to the open window the day before yesterday. Oh, poor Mr. Gibson.
Now, Claire, you and I can manage it all. Mr. Gibson shall go to London to the wedding, and I shall carry Molly off to the Towers as my guest.
Oh, I could not go. I should only be a trouble to everybody.
Nobody asked for your opinion, little one. You must submit in silence.
What a charming plan. I cannot think of anything kinder or more pleasant for this poor darling.
And so Molly was driven off in state the next day, leaving her own home all in confusion, with the assemblage of boxes and trunks in the hall, and all the other symptoms of the approaching departure of the family for London and the wedding.
And do remember not to sit with your back towards open windows, my dear.
Yes, Mamma. Goodbye, Cynthia. I hope that you will be happy.
Oh, Molly, I'm so sad that you may not be with us in London. Now, I'm not going to thank you or tell you how I love you.
Oh, no, don't. I can't bear it.
Only you know you are to be my first visitor. And if you wear brown ribbons to a green gown, I shall turn you out of the house.
I think it's time we were going, Molly.
Yes, of course. Oh, Papa. Goodbye, Papa.
Goodbye, my dear. Take care. Think of us on Thursday. I declare, I don't know which of her three lovers she mayn't summon up at the very last moment to act as bridegroom. Well, I'm determined to be surprised at nothing, and will give her away with a good grace to whoever comes.
On Thursday, Cynthia's wedding day, it was bright and fine in the country, whatever it might be in London. Lady Harriet had told Molly that some visitors were expected, but she had not mentioned their names. And when Molly went down into the drawing-room, she was almost startled by perceiving Roger Hamley.
Miss Gibson, what an unexpected pleasure. It seems so long since I saw you. I've a message from my father to give you. He is very angry with you. He heard that you had come here for a change of air and was offended that you hadn't come to us, to the hall.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But will you please tell him how it all happened? Lady Harriet called the very day when it was settled that I was not to go to Cynthia's... to go to London.
But why can you not come on to the hall when you leave here?
Oh, I should like it very much, sometime, but I must go home first.
Ah, yes, of course. You must be of double importance now that Miss Kirkpatrick has left you. Still, I think I must urge my father's claim for a short visit. Besides, Molly, I think you could help us at home. M.A. is shy and awkward with my father, and he has never taken quite kindly to her. If someone could but bring them together before I leave, it would be such a comfort to me. I am going again in September for 6 months.
Oh, but I fancied... you seem to have settled down into the old way at the hall.
So my father appears to think. But it is not likely that I shall ever make it my home again. And that is partly the reason why I want my father to adopt the notion of M.A.'s living with him. Oh, but here are all the people coming back from their walk. However, I shall see you again, for I have a great deal to consult you about.
Don't you think that your pattern young man and my favourite young woman are finding out each other's good qualities? Look there, along the avenue.
Yes, Mr. Hamley. Is it not Miss Gibson? Can't quite make out. Yeah. If you're letting your fancy run off in that direction, I can tell you it's quite a waste of time. Roger Hamley is a man who will soon have a European reputation.
That's very possible, yet it doesn't make any difference, in my opinion.
No.
Molly Gibson is capable of appreciating him.
She is a very pretty, good little country girl. I don't mean to say anything against her, but
Remember the charity ball?
Yeah.
You called her unusually intelligent then, Hollingford.
Yeah. But Hamley is not a marrying man. I know that he has very little private fortune. I know that science is not a remunerative profession, and
if that's all. 100 things may happen. Someone may leave him a fortune, or this tiresome little heir that nobody wanted may die.
Oh, Harriet, that is the worst of allowing yourself to plan ahead for the future. You're sure to contemplate the death of someone and reckon upon the contingency of affecting events.
As if lawyers were not always doing something of the kind.
Leave it to those to whom it is necessary. I dislike planning marriages or looking forward to deaths about equally.
You are getting very prosaic and tiresome, Hollingford. Only remember my prophecy when my vision comes to pass.
The next day, Molly went home. She had gained health. She had had pleasure. The faint fragrance of a new and unacknowledged hope had stolen into her life.
Ah, Molly, how delightful to have you home again. And it's really wonderful to see what a little good society will do for a girl. Even a few days of association with the aristocracy. And with all her charms, it was what my darling Cynthia wanted. And not that Mr. Henderson thought so, for a more devoted lover can hardly be conceived. He absolutely bought her a parure of diamonds. But you never told me who you met at the Towers.
Well, Roger Hamley was there.
Upon my word, that young man is pushing his way up.
The Hamleys are a far older family than the Cumleys.
No, Molly, I can't have you democratic. Rank is a great distinction. But we won't begin to quarrel. Roger Hamley did not say much about that unfortunate little Osborne Hamley, I suppose?
On the contrary, he says his father dotes on the child.
I thought the squire must be getting very much infatuated with something. I dare say the French mother takes care of that. Why, he has scarcely taken any notice of you for this month or more. Before that you were everything.
The squire has sent me an invitation to go and stay there next week, if you have no objection, Mamma. They seem to want a companion for Mrs. Osborne Hamley, who is not very strong.
I can hardly tell what to say. I don't like your having to associate with a French woman of doubtful rank. But the house is going to be altered, and Maria wants a week's holiday, so it certainly would be convenient to have you out of the house for a little while. So I will waive my own wish for your companionship and plead your cause with Papa.
Molly's visit to Hamley Hall would no doubt have been a happier one had she not chanced to overhear a remark by old Mrs. Goodenough to the effect that Mrs. Gibson had deliberately sent her on the visit now that Roger Hamley might inherit the estate. This remark deeply worried Molly.
Well, and so you can come here a-visiting, though you have been among the grand folks. I thought you were going to cut us when I heard you was gone to the Towers. Couldn't find any other place to stay but an earl's, eh?
They asked me, and I went. Now you asked me, and I've come here.
I think you might have known you'd always be welcome here without waiting for asking. Why, I look upon you as a kind of daughter. More than madam there. Oh, you needn't look at me so pitifully. She doesn't follow English so readily.
But I think she does.
He's a sturdy chap, isn't he? And he can puff 4 puffs at grandfather's pipe without being sick.
No.
Hey, lad.
No.
That's just like her. As if he could do the child any harm. Well, well, Molly, my dear. You stay here and converse with her. I'll go and find Roger. I thought I might find you here, my lad. It's time you got out into the fresh air. Books. There never was a thing like 'em for stealing a man's health out of it.
Father, you do remember I am going out to Africa next month.
I thought maybe you'd forgotten all about it. Well, they might have found another man to finish up your work.
No one can finish but myself. Besides, an engagement is an engagement. When I wrote to Lord Hollingford to tell him I meant to come home, I promised to go out again for another 6 months.
I know. And perhaps it will put it out of your mind.
If you are alluding to Miss Kirkpatrick... Mrs. Henderson, I mean, Father, let me tell you, once and for all, I think that was rather a hasty affair. I'm pretty sure now that we were not suited to each other.
That's right. That's my boy. I was not so bad about it, was I? Poor Osborne needn't have been so secret with me. My bark is worse than my bite. For if I had a wish on earth, it was to see Osborne married as befitted one of the old stock. And he went and chose out this French girl of no family at all.
Never mind what she was. Look at what she is. I wonder you're not more taken with her humility and her sweetness, Father.
I don't even call her pretty. Now, your Miss Cynthia was pretty. I will say that for the baggage. And to think when you two lads flew right in your father's face and picked out girls below you in rank, you should neither of you have set your fancies on my little Molly. Why, I don't see why you mightn't put up for her still.
No. It is too late. Don't let us talk any more about my marrying.
On Molly's last morning at the Hall, she received her first letter from Cynthia. She had just finished reading it when the squire came in, and immediately and joyfully she told him what the morning had brought to her. But when she saw the squire's face, she could have bitten her tongue.
I wish I might never hear of her again. She's been the bane of my Roger. I haven't slept half the night, and it's her fault. Why, there's my boy saying now that he's no heart for ever marrying, poor lad. I wish it had been you, Molly. I told Roger so. Well, there's no use. It's too late now. Much too late.
Oh, dear. First Mrs. Goodenough, and now this. Oh, I am more glad than I can say to be returning home today.
Look, Molly, I gathered these flowers for you.
You are very kind. I am much obliged to you.
Then you must do something for me. Tell me honestly, have I done something to vex you since we were so happy at the Towers together?
No, you have never vexed me in my whole life, Roger.
I believe you. Molly, will you give me back one of those flowers as a pledge of what you have said? No, you must choose.
The carriage is at the door, Molly.
Oh, please, Squire. Which is Roger's favourite flower?
A rose, I dare say.
Here is a rose, Roger.
Thank you.
I'm afraid the little babby is beginning some kind of fever.
Oh, I will tell Papa as soon as I get home.
Do tell me something about your visit, Molly. Is Roger very heartbroken? Does he talk much about Cynthia?
No, he doesn't mention her often.
I never thought he had much feeling. So, Roger has quite forgotten Cynthia, has he? Oh, what inconsistent creatures men are. He will be falling in love with some grandee next, mark my words.
No, Roger is too sensible for anything of that kind.
Yes, sensible and cold-hearted. Give me warmth of heart. Poor Mr. Kirkpatrick. I used to tell him that his love for me was quite romantic. I think I have told you about his walking 5 miles in the rain to get me a muffin once when I was ill.
Yes, it was very kind of him.
So imprudent, too. Just what one of your sensible, cold-hearted, commonplace people would never have thought of doing. With his cough and all.
I hope he didn't suffer for it.
Yes, indeed he did. I don't think he ever got over the cold he caught that day. Poor dear Mr. Kirkpatrick.
I wonder how that poor little boy is.
Poor little child. When one thinks how little his prolonged existence is to be desired, one feels that his death would be a boon.
Mamma!
I should have thought the squire would have desired a better-born heir than the offspring of a servant.
My dear, Molly.
How is little Osborne, Papa?
He's beginning with the scarlet fever, I'm afraid. It's as well you left when you did, Molly.
Will he have it badly?
I can't tell. I shall do my best for the laddie. But, as the country people say, I've done a stroke of work today. Roger Hamley and I have laid our heads together and we've made a plan by which Mrs. Osborne and her boy will leave the Hall.
There, what did I tell you, Molly?
And go into lodgings at Jennings Farm, not 400 yards from the Parkfield gate. The squire and his daughter-in-law have got to be much better friends over the little fellow's sickbed, and I think he sees now how impossible it would be for the mother to leave her child and go back to France. Yes, I think I've done a good day's work.
But Mr. Gibson had not told Molly all that had passed between him and Roger. Roger had begun a fresh subject of conversation just as Mr. Gibson was leaving the Hall.
Mr. Gibson, you know that I set off next Tuesday, don't you?
Of course, and I hope you'll be successful.
Should you be afraid of seeing me at your house this week?
Well, thank you, but I think I'd rather decline the pleasure of your society at present. With scarlet fever, you never can tell.
Then I shall not see Molly again. You will take a message to her from me, won't you? A message of farewell.
Not I. I'm not going to be a message carrier between any young man and a young woman. I'll tell my womenfolk I forbade you to come near the house and that you're sorry to go away without bidding goodbye.
But you do not disapprove. I see you guess why. Oh, Mr. Gibson, just speak to me one word of what must be in your heart, though you're pretending not to understand why I would give worlds to see Molly again before I go.
My dear boy. Mind, Molly is not Cynthia. If she were to care for you, she is not one who could transfer her love to the next comer.
You mean not as readily as I have done?
I wasn't thinking of you when I spoke. But, however, as I might have remembered, you are not a model of constancy. Well, let us hear what you've got to say for yourself.
Not much. I did love Cynthia. Her manners and her beauty bewitched me. But her letters, short, hurried letters, sometimes showing that she really hadn't taken the trouble to read mine through. I cannot tell you the pain they gave me. Still, I long for the time when I could see her again. Then that letter from her, and still I hoped. But then, when I went to have the interview, which I trusted might end in the renewal of our relations, I can still see the pitying look in Molly's eyes. Oh, Mr. Gibson, tell me truly, do you think that Molly, after seeing and knowing that I loved a person so inferior to herself, could ever be brought to listen to me?
I don't know. I can't tell. Only if it's any comfort to you, I may say that my experience has taught me that that women are queer, unreasoning creatures.
Thank you, sir. I see you mean to give me encouragement, and I had resolved never to give Molly a hint of what I felt until I returned.
Now, Roger, I've listened to you long enough. If you've nothing better to do with your time than to talk about my daughter, I have. And when you come back, it will be time enough to inquire how far your father would approve of such an engagement.
Oh, he himself urged it upon me the other day. But then I was in despair. I thought it was too late.
And what means are you likely to have of maintaining a wife? I always thought that point was passed over too lightly when you formed your hurried engagement to Cynthia. Well, still, it is but fair to say to you I'd rather give my child to you than to any man in the world.
Thank you. Thank you. But may I see her just once before I go?
Decidedly not. There I come in as doctor as well as father. No.
But you will take a message at any rate.
To my wife and my daughter conjointly.
Very well. Tell them both as strongly as you can how I regret your prohibition. I see I must submit. But if I don't come back, I'll haunt you for having been so cruel.
Come, I like that. Give me a wise man of science in love. No one beats him in folly. Well, goodbye.
Mr. Gibson gave Roger's message to his wife and to Molly that evening at dinner. It was but what the latter had expected after all her father had said of the very great danger of infection. But now that her expectation came in the shape of a final decision, it took away her appetite.
Well, well. Lover versus father. Lover wins, it seems.
The day of Roger's departure came. Molly tried hard to forget it in working away at a cushion she was preparing as a present for Cynthia. It was a rainy day, and Mrs. Gibson, who had planned to go out, had to stay indoors. This made her restless, and she kept going backwards and forwards to different windows in the drawing-room to look at the weather, as if she imagined that while it rained at one window, it might be fine weather at another.
Molly, come here. Who is that man wrapped up in a cloak?
Man? Where, Mamma?
There, near the park wall, under the beech tree. He has been there this half hour or more, and is looking at this house all the time. I think it is very suspicious.
Why, Mamma, it is Roger Hamley. Oh, look now. He's kissing his hands. He's wishing us goodbye in the only way he can.
Oh, so it is. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Hamley. Oh, I call this so attentive of him. Wave, Molly, wave. Really, it is quite romantic. It reminds me of my former days when dear Mr. Kirkpatrick...
At length, Roger went away, slowly, slowly. Molly quietly moved into her place to see his figure once more before the turn of the road hid it from her view. He turned once more, and his white handkerchief floated in the air. Molly waved hers high up with eager longing that it should be seen. and then he was gone. And Molly returned to her work, happy, glowing, sad, content, and thinking to herself,
Oh, how sweet is friendship.
Here the story's broken off, and it can never be finished. What promised to be the crowning work of Mrs. Gaskell's life is a memorial of death. But if the work is not complete, little remains to be added to it. We know that Roger Hamley will marry Molly, and that is what we are most concerned about. Indeed, there was little else to tell.
In the final episode of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, dramatised by Barry Campbell, the part of Molly was played by Catherine Hurlbut, Claire, Angela Pleasance, Mr. Gibson, Tom Wilkinson, Cynthia, Anne-Louise Lambert, Squire Hamley, Robert Lang, Roger, Michael Troughton, Lady Harriet, Marion Diamond, Lady Cumnor, Pauline Letts, Lord Hollingford, Geoffrey Collins, with Eileen Tully and Nigel Graham, and Thelma Whiteley was Mrs. Gaskell. Technical presentation of the serial was by Tim Sturgeon and Richard Beedsmore, assisted by Sarah Rosewarne, David Chilton, Vanessa Elner, and Tim Robinson. The music was composed by Rachel Portman, and the director was Jane Morgan.